KONOHA starting from letting SENJU ascend to the supreme. Chapter 1 The eldest son of the SENJU clan. It is early autumn, and the cool breeze wipes away the summer heat. Fire Country, KONOHA. On the towering Hokage rock, next to the two faces that are still clearly visible after being weathered by wind and rain, there is a new face. The new statue is obviously not carved too long ago, and the traces of time left on it are not too obvious. A new statue means a new Hokage. KONOHA's third Hokage. He is Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, under a tree on the Hokage rock, a silver-haired boy about 10 years old can be clearly seen lying there. With a piece of grass in his mouth, he seems a little sloppy at first glance. But from the bright eyes and the occasional sadness, there is a kind of maturity and stability that does not match his age. But more, it is the temperament and appearance that are very suitable for second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Although it's a bit inappropriate to think that Sarutobi got his position by stepping on the corpse of the second master, but maybe that's the truth. A sigh. The boy picked up a maple leaf that fell to the ground and looked at it in a trance. Maple leaf. He is also called Maple Leaf. Senju Maple Leaf. He is currently one of the few direct descendants of the Senju clan. Brother Feng. A call came from behind the Hokage rock. Looking sideways, Maple Leaf saw a familiar figure. Brown hair, baby face, no matter how he looks or how he runs from a distance, he looks like a fool. His name is Noeki. He is also one of the few clans of the Senju clan. But in terms of the theoretical clan-branch relationship, he is not as prominent as Maple Leaf. After all, whether it is Tsunade or Noeki, they are grandchildren. And he, Maple Leaf. He is the grandson of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. So no matter how you look at it, the eldest son of the Senju clan at this moment can only be Fenjai. In fact, he is the only man among all the clan members who can openly tell others that I am Senju Fenjai, a descendant of Senju. The eldest son of the Senju family deserves the title. What a pity. The surname Senju has been sealed. To protect the clan members, hide the surname? Let the clan members integrate into KONOHA? What a stupid and incomprehensible approach. Before leaving the world, the second master finally obeyed the wishes of his great-grandfather Senju Hashirama. This is not a good thing for the Senju clan. Is the broken Senju still Senju? And didn't you see that even the Uchiha clan is stronger than Senju? Crushing the broken leaves in his hand, Fenjai turned his head and looked at his cousin. Only showing a side profile, Noeki suddenly felt a little ashamed of himself. After all, Noeki inherited the incomparable handsome face of the second master, and belonged to the team whose appearance would be sealed by the forehead protector. Whether it was temperament or the sense of oppression, Noeki could not compare with Fenjai. But there was nothing wrong with this. Noeki had no so-called clan or classification of Senju descendants in his heart. He only knew that Fenjai was his cousin, the only remaining cousin. He was a person worthy of respect and admiration. And this respect was a habit he developed from following Fenjai since he was a child. You came to see me, is it after school? Getting up from the ground. The boy shook his silver hair and casually spit the grass in his mouth on the face of the Sarutobi Hiruzen statue not far away. A set of movements flowed smoothly, and Noeki next to him showed admiration again. The second brother was still so elegant. But why did he show his dissatisfaction with the third-generation adults from time to time? Although this dissatisfaction would only be expressed in front of himself. Brother Feng always has his own reasons. Shaking his head, Noeki sighed, I also skipped classes. After all, my second brother was not here, and I didn't have the heart to listen to Mr. Yamazaki's lecture. And second brother, do you know? The tone suddenly became heavy. Noeki lowered his head. Genshung is dead. Genshung. Senju is one of the most common tribesmen in KONOHA village, and has long hidden his surname. A few days ago, the village sent him to the battlefield on the grounds that the front was not well prepared. Like all the tribesmen who went to the front before, he died. Only the body was sent back. There is nothing strange about the death of people in the war. But the strange thing is that the death toll of those SENJU tribesmen who hid their surnames and went to the front is strangely increasing. Dead. Fenjai had a blank expression on his face, and his eyes looked at Nawaka calmly. So, what do you want to say? Or what do you want to do? What to say? Nawaka's eyes were firm. Second brother, we are about to graduate. Of course, go to the front and avenge the dead tribesmen. Soga. Nodding, Fenjai raised his hand silently and placed it on Nawaka's head. After a long time, he suddenly showed a gentle smile. Then don't choose the wrong person to avenge. I'm not blind to say this. Nawaka rolled his eyes. The one who killed Nishung must be a ninja from a hostile ninja village. So killing those people would be revenge for Nishung. How could he make a wrong choice in this situation? He stood up. On the Hokage rock, two not-so-tall figures walked down the hillside. What Nawaka didn't see was the fist of his second brother's other hand, and the angry look he gave the Hokage building. Finally, he still took action. He showed his sharp claws to the tribe members of his mentor and the hero who founded this village. But the claws were not pointed at the enemy, but at himself. Night fell. In the former clan land of the SENJU clan. Now is a war period. The Second Shinobi World War is raging in the Rain Country, and ordinary members of the SENJU clan are scattered all over the village with the purpose of integrating into Konoha. So the entire clan land looks a bit bleak, far less magnificent than when the second Hokage Senju Tobirama was in power. However, the small courtyard of the former clan leader was brightly lit. On the dining table, Fenjai ate his rice balls calmly, and next to him, the survivor of the Uzumaki clan, the girl named Uzumaki Kushina, looked at him vaguely, and right in front of Fenjai, Uzumaki Mito, whose hair had changed from bright red to dark brown, sat there. Tsunade was missing from the dining table. After all, as the backbone of the village and the proud student of Sarutobi Hiruzen, she was experiencing the ups and downs on the battlefield at the moment. Brother Feng, have you heard about the White Fang Sr.? The atmosphere was a little dull. Kushina rolled her gem-like eyes and suddenly spoke. I heard that he was a meritorious penultimate and even killed the son and daughter-in-law of the elder Cho of Sand Shinobi village. Fenjai nodded, but his eyes were fixed on Uzumaki Mito in front of him. This news has spread all over the village. But similarly, the number of bodies transported back from the SENJU clan is more than 3 times more than before. No one seems to be talking about this. I didn't see anyone offering condolences. Even the Hokage. Click. Uzumaki Mito put down his chopsticks and looked at Fenjai. Obviously, it was not appropriate to discuss such a heavy topic at the dinner table, both in terms of atmosphere and location. You are still so calm. Observing Mito's movements, Fenjai stuffed the last rice ball into his mouth and suddenly stood up. Just like when you heard that the Uzumaki clan was annihilated. Second brother. Nawaka swallowed his saliva, as if he wanted to interrupt Fenjai's idea of continuing to talk. I'm full. Someone should go to toast the dead clan members, and it would be appropriate for me to go. After the voice fell, Fenjai disappeared from the room. And Uzumaki Mito sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. On the contrary, Kushina seemed to remember something and got up to chase him. First update. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 2, Get Back What Senju Lost. Why are you following me if you don't want to sleep? In the memorial garden, the wine in the wine pot has dried up, and it is obvious that the simple consolation has been completed. Maple Leaf looked helplessly at Uzumaki Kushina next to him. This girl has not been in Konoha for long, but she seems to have a strange curiosity about herself. I always feel that Brother Feng knows something. The stubborn little girl followed Fanfiction all the way to the training ground, and finally choked out a sentence. For example, what happened to the Uzumaki clan? Is it a woman's natural keen intuition? Or did she also see some clues from Uzumaki Mito's face? Maple Leaf didn't know. In the same posture, he put his palm on Kushina's head, and Fanfiction sighed. Knowing too much is obviously not a good thing for Kushina now. Uzumaki clan. After a brief silence, Fanfiction pulled Kushina to sit on the chair next to him and look at the sky. The early autumn night was a little cool, and the boy naturally held the girl in his arms. This action made Kushina's already delicate face turn pink. I know what you want to say. I also know that as the wife of the first Hokage, she is caught between KONOHA and SENJU, KONOHA and the Uzumaki clan, and it is not easy. Even speaking to Mito like that was intentional by Fanfiction. People, sometimes you can't do without pushing them. If you don't push her, she won't know that family affection is much more important than maintaining the face of the hypocritical village. What is Fanfiction talking about? Kushina looked at the man in confusion. The Uzumaki clan's affairs involve a lot. Shaking his head, Fanfiction said. You can also say that the destruction of the Uzumaki is inevitable. Why? Kushina instantly broke free from Fanfiction's arms and looked at him angrily. That's right. Your family was destroyed, and then someone told you that it was right to be destroyed. This is tantamount to telling you that your family deserved the death. If someone else said this, Xiaochili would have punched him. First. Maple Leaf was very calm, and even pinched Kushina's face arrogantly to calm her down again. The geographical location of the Whirlpool country is in the sea area that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the Whirlpool village is on an island. That place is good, and many people are jealous. Of course, the first point is not the point. After a pause, Maple Leaf showed a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The second point is that the Uzumaki clan is a natural jinchuriki. Even an ordinary clan member has the sealing power and vitality to suppress the tailed beast. Your existence threatens the interests of many people, and they are also afraid of your power. Although the Uzumaki are not weak, when you did not join KONOHA, you were on the road to destruction. Yes. Did not join KONOHA. Help each other as equals of allies? Uzumaki's mistake was that he trusted KONOHA too much. No, it was too much trust in KONOHA after Senju Tobirama died. In a critical moment, will KONOHA really lend a hand? Overthinking. With Danzo and Sarutobi's personalities, it would be safe to keep the only perfect jinchuriki in KONOHA. So they took Uzumaki Kushina away as a rescuer at the most appropriate time when the Uzumaki were destroyed, which has already explained the problem. Who doesn't want the best things to belong to themselves? Kushina is alive and has become the next generation jinchuriki candidate of KONOHA. This is ironclad evidence that even if KONOHA did not take action when the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, it must have known the news long ago. Maple Leaf can see this, and Uzumaki Mito can see it too. So she kept silent about it. Jinchuriki. Mentioned these three words again. There was a trace of confusion and fear in the girl's eyes. Obviously. She knew what her future fate would be. Suddenly there was a monster in her body, which was a disaster for her at such an age. A pair of warm hands pinched her cheeks again. Raising her head, Maple Leaf's gentle smile made her feel at ease. Don't worry, jinchuriki won't be you. What does this mean? Kushina was stunned. But Fanfiction didn't explain anything. Nine tails. What others fear is the best thing for Fanfiction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to provoke Uzumaki Mito every now and then, even if he was accused of being disrespectful to his elders. Disrespectful to his elders? Others don't understand some things, but he and Mito understand. But maybe in Mito's opinion, it's not the time to confess to Fanfiction yet. Fanfiction is also waiting for that opportunity to come. But Fanfiction brother. Isn't jinchuriki confirmed by the Hokage? Kushina was a little skeptical. Although the man in front of her gave her enough sense of security, she couldn't help asking this question. Hokage confirmed it. Fenjai smiled and rubbed Kushina's head. Remember. Whether it's Nine Tails or Konoha. It's Senju's. All I have to do is take back what Senju lost. That's all. In the quiet training ground, Kushina has been coaxed home by Fenjai. And Fenjai then started his training journey. That's right. His training time is at night. That's why Fenjai skips classes every day and sleeps in during the day. If we trace the reason, it has something to do with his peculiar cheat. That's right, as a time traveler, Fenjai naturally has his own cheat. A system called the Dark Lord Inheritance. And to activate it after getting the cheat, he needs to absorb energy in the dark every night. Not long ago, he finally activated the system and successfully opened the first inheritance. Opening the system panel, Fenjai took a deep breath and looked over. Host, Senju Fenjai. First inheritance, Urikshora, Sifur. Unlock progress, 4.9%. Ability mastery. Ring turn, primary, Arankar superfast movement pace. High-speed regeneration, primary, fast recovery ability. Steel skin, primary, high-strength Ryutsu materialization defense. Basic swordsmanship, Ryutsu perception. The next ability unlock requires 5% of the template progress. Please keep up the good work, host. Ability points, 59. Can be used to improve ability proficiency, or exchange for system mall items. The above are all the abilities brought by Maple Leaf Cheat. Urikshora, the fourth blade from the Shinigami world Hueco Mundo Espada. But the real strength is probably the best among Espada. After all, he is the first and only terrifying existence with the second stage of Return Blade. Maple Leaf's cheat is very convenient, even simple and crude. You only need to complete the daily training tasks to get ability points and template progress, and the training tasks can make him integrate the abilities obtained from the template with himself. In other words, he obtains the power of the template character and turns him into his own strength. As long as he is given enough time, even if he cannot successfully learn Iryi's Flying Thunder God and First Hokage's Wood style, he will become the unique black-winged demon in the ninja world and step into the peak of the ninja world. Although Fenjai has unlocked less than 5%, his strength has already surpassed his peers. In this world, only fists are the only truth. Wherever my fists go, it is my justice. Only strength can protect the so-called family and friends. Otherwise, what about taking back Senju's things? Everything is just bullshit. Reaching out his hand, a moonlight sword with Ryutsu fell into his hand. Glancing at the training task, Fenjai smiled slightly. It's just 1,000 swings, no big deal. The training officially begins. The second update. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3 From now on, when you call me by my name, please include Senju's last name. The next morning, Fenjai, who practiced until midnight before returning home, yawned and came to the school with Kushina and Noeki. To be honest, the ninja school can't teach Fenjai anything substantial. It's even a question whether these Chunin teachers can beat Fenjai. Moreover, the pediatric ninjutsu in the ninja school is not as rich as the content in the library of the Senju family. After all, his grandfather Senju Tobirama is a genius in studying ninjutsu. Maybe in terms of combat power, Iryi is a lot worse than Senju Hashirama, but in terms of ninjutsu, he has talents that others can't match. For example, the first is shadow clone technique, and the second is impure world reincarnation. These are the two major inventions that have affected Konoha and even the ninja world. And those inheritances are at Fenjai's fingertips. It's just that the time is not right for him to study now. What's more, this ninja school was run by his grandfather. There is a future of a ninja village here. Similarly, from another perspective, this place is also a place to cultivate war. Where there are people, there are fights. And ninjas are the representatives of this kind of fight. Walking into the classroom. It seems that it has been a long time since I came to school. When the classmates saw Fenjai, they all had a surprised expression. After all, skipping classes is just a daily routine for Fenjai. Even the teacher who led this class, Yamazaki Ryaji, was not surprised. There is no way. He has never seen a student who skipped classes every day and got full marks in every course. He has no way to punish such students even if they skipped classes. And even Hokage had no opinion, so he could only let Fenjai go. But he came today. After returning to his seat, he elegantly stretched out his left and right hands, and hugged Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina next to him in his arms, and leaned on his unique sofa like a grandfather. Well, that is his exclusive seat. Fenjai asked someone to move it here. It is not to highlight his status, but just to sit comfortably. Maple leaf. In front. The blonde boy who was closer slowly turned his head and looked at Maple Leaf strangely, as if he wanted to say something. His name was Namikaze Minato, and he was in the same class as Maple Leaf. In addition to him, there were two white-eyed brothers from the Hyuga clan in this class. As for the future head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, he had already graduated and joined the Uchiha Guard to gain merit. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, as a member of the Senju clan, hugging a beautiful girl from the Uchiha clan was a bit problematic. But Maple Leaf didn't care. He admired Mikoto. Although she was still very young, her gentle temperament was extremely attractive. Fugaku? Will he be killed by his son in the future? Are you surprised? Looking at Xiao Yang's surprised eyes, Maple Leaf asked calmly. After practicing all night, he naturally didn't want to come to school. But today was a special day. As the eldest son of the Senju clan, even if the members of this clan were integrating into the village, or even died on the battlefield, he was still able to get some news. For example, the war on the front line was tense. The new batch of students would receive graduation examinations in advance, etc. At the age of 10. It was obviously not time for graduation. But ninjas accompanied the war, and when the war needed more cannon fodder, the role of the ninja school became prominent. Even if they helped transport supplies, these ninjas could play a significant role. Count the days. As a time traveler, Fenjai also knew that the day when Awake was killed by the detonating talisman trap was not far away. So the early graduation examination was not a secret in Fenjai's eyes. This was the reason for his ninja school. But I'm still very happy that Fenjai-kun can come to school. The little son has a warm temperament. And Fenjai, she doesn't have any bad feelings towards him. As for Kushina next to him, since he came through, Minato has lost the opportunity. Fenjai asked himself that he could give Kushina a better future, but Minato couldn't. As a Hokage, perhaps Minato, who sacrificed for Konoha in the future, was competent. But as a husband and father, he was a little bit off. But this did not affect Fenjai's appreciation of Minato. It would always be good to be friends with such a person. Brother, that kid is getting more and more arrogant. Not far behind him, Hyuga Hisashi next to Hyuga Hayashi seemed to be a little unhappy with Fenjai. No way. As two geniuses of the Hyuga clan, they are always suppressed by Fenjai. That feeling is never too good. Especially now, it is clear that class is about to start, but that man is sitting on the sofa with people on his left and right. Is this a student? Are you here to show off your noble temperament? Hyuga is the noble of Konoha. Why is the fallen Senju so arrogant? Let him be. Hyuga Hayashi is much calmer than his brother, and even wants to laugh when seeing such a scene. As the next generation patriarch of the main family, he has heard a lot of news from his father. And looking at Fenjai's performance, he just thinks that the other party is just a clown. Such a person who does not hide himself will eventually become a thorn in the eyes of others. At this time, he does not need to compete with the fallen SENJU for anything. Don't target, SENJU will send it by itself. This is probably what it means. There are many people who are unhappy with SENJU. Ahem, be quiet. Fenjai's arrival has made the atmosphere of the classroom lively. Yamazaki Ryaji on the podium ignored the scene of the old man hugging left and right. He picked up the chalk with a solemn look and started writing on the blackboard. There is not much content. There are only 4 concise and clear words. Graduation examination. When the students saw what was written on it, they were agitated. Then, some were excited and some were decadent. They don't know what the future road is waiting for. So, is this the reason why Fenjai came to school? Namikaze Minato suddenly realized and looked at Fenjai with some envy. After all, he is the eldest son of the SENJU clan, and he is more informed than him. Quiet. Quiet. Seeing that the students' emotions were a little bit out of control, Yamazaki Ryaji scolded again. The early graduation assessment is the trust of the Hokage-sama in you, and it is also an important part of testing whether you have the ability to become a ninja. Next, the students whose names are called stand up. Picking up the manual, Yamazaki Ryaji looked at the first name in surprise. Fenjai, you are the first. The first? Fenjai was not surprised. He stood up calmly but did not move his steps, but looked at Yamazaki Ryaji. The assessment is fine, but please call me by my full name during the assessment. In the future, please add the word SENJU in front of Fenjai. This is a respect for the new head of the SENJU clan. The new head of the SENJU clan. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into a ghostly silence. Everyone looked at him as if he was looking at a madman. The new chief of the SENJU clan. The third update. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4, SENJU Family Affairs, no need for outsiders to interfere. He wants to take back the surname of the SENJU clan. Second brother. Although the second grandfather said that when you graduate, you will automatically replace the eldest sister as the acting clan leader. It's okay for you to declare yourself the clan leader of the SENJU clan now. But Noeki in the distance fell silent. The policy of letting the SENJU hide their identities and integrate into KONOHA was given by the first Hokage, their great-grandfather, before he died. When all the sharp edges are restrained, it is equivalent to protecting the existence of the SENJU clan. The existence of KONOHA is the existence of the SENJU clan. This is the order of the great-grandfather. Restore the surname of the SENJU clan, this. Isn't this equivalent to openly opposing the first Hokage Senju Hashirama? The second brother is not a fool, he would never rashly do such a thing to disobey the orders of his ancestors. As a descendant of the Senju, the current Noeki is in a choice. Either stand up and support the decision of the great-grandfather, or learn from the second brother and announce that his name is Senju Noeki. Looking at the silence around him, Fenjai sighed softly. When did the Senju clan leader announce something that people could not accept? Senju Hashirama? Is the first Hokage necessarily right? Obviously not. If Fenjai continued to develop according to the original history, what would the Senju clan become in the end? Integrate into KONOHA, or even gradually disappear, leaving only those educators who were more ordinary than ordinary people in the Shippuden era under the banner of Senju. Even if he saved Noeki, it would not change the fact that people would slowly forget the Senju clan. So, as for how to revitalize the Senju clan and how to make the tribe members who have lost their fighting spirit stand up again, Fenjai has his own complete plan. The first step is to let the tribe members not forget their surnames. This is not easy. One is the newly appointed young clan leader, and the other is the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Fenji's prestige cannot be compared with that of the first Hokage. To change, you need a step and an opportunity. And this opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen will take the initiative to give. That is also a key step for Senju to see the top leaders clearly. However, any plan comes with risks. For example, now he is like a madman opposing the orders of Senju Hashirama, which has made him the focus of attention. There is no doubt that he will become the focus of attention of the top leaders next. But Fenji is not afraid at all. The reason is very simple. First, even if his remarks conflict with Senju Hashirama, he is still the new head of the Senju clan, and no one can doubt this. Although the current Senju is not as good as before, it is still the spiritual symbol of Konoha. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen has a brain seizure, he will deal with Fenji openly. So he and his good partner Danzo will act in secret, such as the accident of the detonating trap that killed Nawaki. Yes. Nawaki's death is not simple in Fenji's view. Although his brother is a little stupid, he is definitely not that stupid. Since it is a secret attack, Fenji is not afraid at all. Don't underestimate the ability unlocked by Ulakshora, the first inheritance, which is to detect nerves. No matter how strong a person's hiding skills are, his soul fluctuations cannot deceive people. This is the natural advantage of the hollow. Speaking of it, this perception technique is similar to the Kagura Heart Eye of the Uzumaki clan, but it is stronger than the Kagura Heart Eye. Maple Leaf, who plays dirty and knows the plot, has an advantage. As long as he withstands the pressure in front, the back is his home court. The second point is a bit complicated, but it is also the biggest reason why the top leaders dare not touch him. The key point is Uzumaki Mito. Maybe it's time to have a good chat with the old man. Maple Leaf believes that the other party has the same idea as him. The atmosphere eased slightly. People came back to their senses from the shock. Yamazaki Ryaji swallowed hard and re-examined this bold boy. That. Maple Leaf, I think. Whoosh. Like a flash of lightning, Maple Leaf moved in an instant and landed in front of Yamazaki Ryaji like a ghost. Smoothing the silver hair on his forehead gracefully, Maple Leaf spoke slowly. Teacher Yamazaki, it seems that you didn't listen to my words. I want to introduce myself to you one last time. Pointing at himself, Maple Leaf smiled modestly. The new leader of the Senju clan. Senju Maple Leaf. When the boy came in front of him, Yamazaki Ryaji only felt a pressure extending from the inside out. It seemed that the discomfort of his soul being controlled by someone made Yamazaki Ryaji look terrified. His voice trembled a little, and Yamazaki Ryaji spoke quickly. I just think that this kind of thing. It should be reported to the Hokage. It was the Hokage again. Maple Leaf smiled, and then suddenly turned around and looked at the classmates behind him. Why do you think that the family affairs of the Senju clan need the consent of the Hokage? Or, as the head of the Senju clan, do I need an outsider to intervene in a very ordinary decision? Hokage. Outsider. The shock returned to the faces of the classmates. But the shock disappeared soon after. It seems. Maple Leaf is right. Whether to use the surname of the Senju clan again, this is indeed their family affairs. Whether they can pass the resolution depends on whether their internal members support it. What does it have to do with the Hokage? Yamazaki Ryaji smiled bitterly. Things are not that simple. This is no longer a matter of whether to take back the surname. But the current Senju head has expressed enough dissatisfaction with the third Hokage. You know, the two consecutive Hokages of the Senju clan defined the Hokage as an outsider anyway. If this kind of speech spreads, maybe others don't know. The young children don't know either. But Ryaji Yamazaki is a seasoned teacher in the elite class. He understands that the third generation has been trying to reduce the influence of the Senjus since they took over, and that they are taking all the credit for Konoha's prosperity and so on. This is very obvious. The close attention and quick success of the Hokage during the Second Ninja World War, as well as the fact that the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in the textbooks, can all be seen. And now, Maple Leaf is restoring the influence of the Senju. This is going against the Hokage. Hehe. What's going on? At this moment, the door of the classroom was pushed open. That familiar and kind face appeared in front of everyone. After listening for a long time. Old Fox, you finally came in. Maple Leaf remained calm, and in an instant, he met the other person's eyes. Konoha's third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are there any readers who like to read this type of book? If you like reading, please vote for the review, just a few votes will be enough. If a reader votes, I will add more updates immediately. I hope to support the newbies for the parents of food and clothing. Thank you, I bow to you. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5, Konoha, a storm is about to arise. Even the Hokage is here? The atmosphere in the classroom was stirred up again. On the podium, Yamazaki Ryaji had already given up his seat to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this way, the two men, one big and one small, finally looked at each other. Looking at the old fox, Fenjai narrowed his eyes. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in his prime. Since the death of the second master, he was committed to pushing the village to a higher position again. To use a very classic saying, there is the idea of working hard to govern, but there is no such ability. The first generation established Konoha, and the second generation made Konoha stable and dominated the ninja world. The efforts of the two generations of Hokage made Konoha the well-deserved first ninja village. But when the third Hokage took over, he completed the bronze and black iron of this strongest ninja village in the king rank. This is not to blacken him. The facts are in front of him. Even in the future Chunin exam, an Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan almost made this village directly finished. The strongest ninja village. Even if Orochimaru is good at calculating, he can't do that if there are not too many loopholes. The decline of Konoha is the result of the unremitting efforts of the top leaders. Sarutobi, plus his good friend Shimura Dan's, and two Hokage advisors who have no ability but like to command. This is the well-deserved strongest team. A simple example. Take the Second Shinobi World War this time. Is it really necessary for Konoha to participate? Look at what Konoha got in the end of the Second Shinobi World War. White Fang was successful, but was killed by a small mission. The Senju clan also disappeared completely in this war, and Nawake was killed and his internal organs were hollowed out. In the end, Konoha only won a nominal victory. Yes, it's just nominal. The Sunin and Konoha's elite forces failed to take down Rain Shinobi village, but only let hands of the Salamander recognize the strength of the Sunin. The pain brought by the war did not bring Konoha any substantial benefits. The weakness of the Second World War directly led to the joint attack of the four major ninja villages in the Third Ninja World War. That time, Konoha was completely injured. If it weren't for the little son, Konoha's failure would be a foregone conclusion. So, what did you do? Suddenly holding his arms and touching his chin, Fenjai looked at Sarutobi with a strange look. In any case, the one standing in front of him now is the ninjutsu doctor, the guy known as the ninja hero. The young Sarutobi still has a strong aura. Of course, this aura is more of a kind and friendly look. He disguised well. Fenjai looked at Sarutobi, and Sarutobi was also looking at him. Shaking his head gently, he didn't feel angry or strange because Fenjai announced this as the head of the Senju clan. Little kid. Can't keep calm. This is normal. He is Hokage, he has his own tolerance, and he didn't even think of getting angry with Fenjai. When he was in power, everyone looked down on him, Sarutobi Hiruzen. But how is it now? His position as Hokage is as stable as the stage, and he will occasionally receive good news from the battlefield of the Rain Country. And the achievements of Konoha's White Fang are naturally completed under his wise guidance. He is the Hokage. Senju, when it announced to hide the surname and integrate into Konoha, was already declining. What can an ambitious boy change? However, this little guy has given me a difficult problem. Looking at the maple leaves gently, Sarutobi Hiruzen is like a kind old father. The intimacy he showed makes people feel that he is a competent Hokage. After all, the boy in front of him is the grandson of his mentor. Restore the surname of Senju? That can only be announced in the name of the clan leader. But you are only 10 years old, can you really be the clan leader of Senju? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly smiled. Teacher Yamazaki. Turning his head to look at Ryuji Yamazaki next to him, Sarutobi showed a blaming look. Ryuji Yamazaki's heart tightened and he nodded quickly. Teacher Tobirama did tell me about Maple Leaf. When he graduates, he will replace Tsunade as the acting clan leader and become the real clan leader. That's what he should do. Acknowledge the other party's identity as the clan leader? Ryuji Yamazaki widened his eyes in disbelief. Really? But... At this moment, Sarutobi suddenly changed the subject. As the third Hokage of Konoha, I am also the teacher's disciple, and I have promised the teacher to take good care of the only remaining direct bloodline of Senju. Especially the teacher's grandson, he must be strictly protected. After all, Fenjai will become the patriarch of the Senju clan in the future. What exactly does he want to say? Fenjai raised his eyebrows, waiting for Sarutobi's next words. In fact, this is also the reason why I came to school. The words suddenly became heavy, and Sarutobi's eyes were full of nostalgia. The Senju have given everything for Konoha. I don't want to see the only child who can bear the Senju surname go to the battlefield. That clan has exhausted all its strength for Konoha. So in order to preserve the bloodline of the Senju, I, as a Hokage and a disciple of the teacher, will conduct a special graduation test on you. Little guy, you should know what the Senju clan leader represents. I think you need to be able to protect yourself at least. Otherwise, you need to stay in the village and continue to accompany Master Mito. I believe even Tsunade will agree with me. After all, I was the one who got it right. Sarutobi regained his composure and looked at the descendant of the Senju who had given him a problem. The last words left by the second Hokage were that he could only become the clan leader of the Senju after graduating from Maple Leaf. And this sentence can also be understood as that the other party can only become the clan leader and lead the Senju clan members when he has a certain strength. In other words, if you don't pass the test, you can't become the clan leader and can't give orders. Then what you just said about restoring the Senju family name is not counted. He doesn't need too long. As long as he waits for Uzumaki Mito to die, he will be fearless. Sarutobi is not a fool, he also understands that Mito is still alive, he can't deal with or interfere in the family affairs of the Senju clan leader openly. But what if you can't become the clan leader? How can a little kid destroy my plan? I will never let you restore the influence of Senju. This is how he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, responds. Overt conspiracy. An unbreakable overt conspiracy. As for whether the assessment can be passed, this time the initiative is in his hands. Anbu has a lot of talents, how could they lose to a 10-year-old child? Senju. Maple Leaf? You will watch the decline of the Senju clan with your own eyes and be powerless. In an instant, Maple Leaf has seen through Sarutobi's purpose. But he also wants to laugh at the third generation's overt conspiracy. Slowly turning his head, Maple Leaf stared at the other party. Shouldn't the Hokage personally take part in the assessment? Is this an insult? Sarutobi's mouth twitched. The Hokage personally assesses a 10-year-old child? He's not that shameless. Of course not. Tilting his head, Maple Leaf's smile suddenly made the third generation feel a little familiar. Is it a cross-generational inheritance from the teacher? This smile is so similar. That's good. Nodding modestly, Maple Leaf's next words surprised the third generation. Since it's a special assessment, please give me some time to prepare. In half a month, I will wait for the assessor of the Hokage in the playground of the ninja school. After saying that, Maple Leaf turned and left, leaving Sarutobi no room or space to refute. Half a month? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes in thought. His eyes finally fell on Noeki and flashed by. But with Maple Leaf's presence, Noeki is no longer important. The students swallowed and kept quiet. Although I didn't quite understand today's farce, even they knew it. KONOHA. A storm is coming. P.S. Covering his face with a bitter smile. Well, 81 flowers are still to thank all the readers. The update is sent, please give some flowers and votes. This is really important. Happy reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 6, Second Master's Ninjutsu Manual, Peeping Orochimaru. Sarutobi's actions were much faster than Fenjai expected. In just one night, the whole Konoha seemed to know about his half-month appointment with the Hokage. Even Sarutobi publicly stated that he would invite many ninjas to watch the assessment at that time, as a witness. He wanted to tell Fenjai in this way that no one could help him to default on this exam. This method can also be used to shut up Uzumaki Mito. If he loses, he will not be able to travel the appointment in a short time, become the so-called clan leader, and announce that he will bear the surname of Senju again. This is a seemingly fair bet. But everyone with a discerning eye knows that the third Hokage does not want Fenjai to graduate, and will definitely do something during the assessment. But what they are curious about is that everyone knows that Fenjai is just a 10-year-old child. Although his grades are outstanding in the ninja school, even if all the things in the ninja school are transformed into strength, he is at most an inexperienced genin. So, how will the Hokage embarrass the other party? What method can be used to save face and make the other party fail? This is the real highlight of the assessment. Similarly, people are surprised that why the boy dared to challenge the authority of the Hokage? Is it because he is a direct descendant of the Senju clan? Even if he is a genius, it doesn't matter if he doesn't grow up. Many people are even worried about Fenjai's future. He is not low-key enough. Even if he announces that he will bear the name of Senju again after graduation, the Hokage will not be able to do anything to him at that time. Young and impatient. Understandable. But he seems to have ruined his own future. The atmosphere of Konoha and the comments of the outside world. This has no effect on Fenjai. After a night of training, facing the rising sun, he returned to the clan land of the Senju clan. But today, he waited for the person he wanted to wait for. Back in the small courtyard, Uzumaki Mito got up early. At this time, she was carrying a kettle to water the flowers in the yard. When people get old, they like some flowers and plants, and watching new life grow and spread is a kind of enjoyment. But in the process of this observation, she is more likely to feel her own aging. Mito knew that she could not hold on for much longer. In order to protect the foundation left by her husband, she has done her best. With her, no matter how lively the fight in the rain country is, no one dares to step into the fire country. She is Senju Hashirama, the wife of the god of ninjas. A woman who can even suppress 9 tails and even force the 9 tails chakra to burst out. No one wants to anger her before she is dying. People prefer to wait for a few years, waiting for her to die. Looking at this woman, this senior, Fenjai finally smiled in front of her, which is rare. It's cold, Grandma Mito shouldn't get up so early. Fenjai's attitude towards herself has changed. But Mito didn't feel surprised. She understood that her grandson was pretending. He was trying to stimulate his silent heart. But as she got older, Her fiery heart, like her hair, had lost its original color. In her last days, she just wanted to do her best to protect the legacy left by her husband. But the unpleasant things that happened in Konoha. It's not that she didn't see them. She just didn't want to see them. No matter what the future of this village is, she just wanted to tell her husband when she died. I'm tired, but I really tried my best. Even if the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, she kept her strength to protect Konoha, without venting or investigating secretly. She knew the truth. But after seeing the truth too much, she let it go. But at this juncture, she didn't expect her grandson to make trouble. Sighing helplessly, Mito led Fanfiction back to the room. As a ninja, the first thing you have to learn is patience. I think you should learn this principle in ninja school. Patience? Patience, eh? Fanfiction rolled her eyes, obviously not listening to this sentence. But Fanfiction understands this truth. You can endure it. But it is not necessary. And if I endure it, the unlucky ones are the SENJU. Fanfiction looked at Uzumaki Mito with burning eyes. Do you believe it or not, if I do that, the SENJU will be like the Uzumaki, or even worse than the Uzumaki. After all, being stabbed in the back by the village that you have given everything to protect is not a result that ordinary people can endure. Do you think I will believe it? Mito remained calm. I don't want to guess what you think. I just hope you can see it with your own eyes. Standing up, Fanfiction bowed to Mito. You have been working for this village and the SENJU all your life. The former is the one that the great-grandfather should thank you for, and the latter, leave it to me. Take a deep breath, and Fanfiction patted his chest. I once thought of living an ordinary life, marrying several beautiful wives, and lingering on the bloodline of SENJU. But Grandma Mito, the passion in my heart. It won't agree. As eloquent as your great-grandfather. Mito was silent for a while. To be honest, she suddenly felt that Fanfiction was a combination of Hashirama and Tobirama. But Grandma Mito, I know you are waiting for me to say something. But I hope to have a good chat with you after I pass the graduation test, not like now. It was nothing more than some boring words of patience. Fanfiction only had half a month, and he didn't want to waste time. Whether he could pass the graduation test was a potential agreement between him and Uzumaki Mito, and both of them understood this. If he passed, it would also give Uzumaki Mito a shot in the arm. As soon as the voice fell, Fanfiction turned and left. But when he was about to leave, a strong wind came from behind. He reached out his hand and grabbed it reflexively, but after he got it, the ancient book fragrance made Fanfiction stunned. This is what your grandfather asked me to give to you after you grow up. As the next generation of the clan leader, this thing should also be kept by you. I'm tired, you go. Turning the page and looking down, Fanfiction's pupils shrank. On it, it was the second master's ninjutsu manual. And the first ninjutsu was multiple shadow clone. Hey! I understand. Taking a deep breath, Fanfiction looked at the old figure. This is a kind of recognition. But more. It is a kind of pressure. Night fell. As usual, Fanfiction came to the training ground of the SENJU clan. But just after arriving, his exploration nerves keenly discovered a small soul fluctuation. Squinting his eyes and inadvertently scanning a certain place in the training ground for a moment, Fanfiction retracted his gaze. The next moment, he took out the ninjutsu manual he got from Mito from his arms, and the cover was facing the obscure place. At that moment, Fanfiction felt the strong soul fluctuation and the obsessive desire again. Obviously, the identity of the person in the dark can be confirmed. Has he returned to Konoha? That's right. After all, after Noeka graduated, he was Noeka's mentor Jainin Orochimaru. P.S. Thank you for your 19 evaluation votes. Additional updates are sent. If readers vote, there will definitely be additional updates. This is the additional update rule. Now, shamelessly ask for more evaluation votes, thank you all. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7 Letting Go? No need. Same as what Maple Leaf mentioned before. In the Shinigami world, the Hollow's nerve detection is to directly sense the nearby Ryotsu fluctuations. Maple Leaf's first inheritance, the black-winged demon Urikshora, is the king of the Hollows, and controls the existence of the second stage of the return blade. Even if the nerve detection is only the primary level, this perception technique is already above the ordinary perception. In addition, he inherited the excellent perception talent of the second master. It can be said that it is impossible to avoid Maple Leaf's detection. And his advantage is that he understands the world of Hokage. With foresight, he can also determine the enemy's origin from the fluctuations on the soul. For example, now, Orochimaru is indeed well hidden. But at the same time, he has a morbid desire for the second master's ninjutsu manual. The soul cannot deceive others, at least people in the ninja world cannot do this. Think about it carefully. At this stage, he has just experienced the killing of the Second Ninja World War and has an intuitive understanding of the fragility of life. He is troubled by the fact that he wants to study all the ninjutsu in the world, but he does not have such a long life. He has not completely turned black, but has gradually deviated from the original path. Uncle Snake is such a person. However, he appeared in the training ground of the Senju clan. Narrowing his eyes, Fenjai seemed to think of something and slowly closed the second master's ninjutsu manual. He was sure that Orochimaru in the distance had seen the words on the cover of the manual. "Mr. Snake, how is my sister?" After uttering a few short words, Fenjai's eyes were directly locked on Orochimaru's hiding place. His tone was calm, as if he was chatting with the air. Was she discovered? Orochimaru in the dark showed a look of surprise on his face. Sister. Needless to say, the sister of the eldest master of the Senju clan must be no one other than Tsunade. The question is, how did the boy in front of him find him? Orochimaru didn't know. Step by step, he walked out of the darkness, and he didn't want to continue hiding. If he was discovered, there was no need to hide. And now he became more interested in the boy in front of him. Their eyes met. The two began to look at each other. Uncle Snake is still very young now, but Fenjai always feels weird. Well, how should I put it? Uncle Snake is the one who gets younger and younger in the whole Hokage. In Boruto, he looks young and beautiful. Although Uncle Snake is young and has fair skin now, he lacks a kind of femininity. Why do I think it is normal for Uncle Snake to be feminine? Fenjai fell into deep thought. This kid has a strange look. Orochimaru looked at Fenjai in silence, but his original evaluation of this boy gradually changed in his mind. People in Konoha village think that Fenjai is a high-profile person who can't hide himself. Ninjas who can't hide themselves will not have a good end in the end. High-profile, arrogant. Not a genius, but has the arrogance of a genius. This is the evaluation of those people. Even after many people waited for half a month, the heir of the Senju clan failed in the graduation examination. Senju trees attract wind when they are big. Maybe the common people still believe in that surname, but there are more people who want to see Senju jokes. Before coming here, Orochimaru also thought that the kid in front of him could not complete the test. Because the person in charge of the test is him, Orochimaru. When he came, the third Hokage had communicated with him, and from the teacher's obscure words, Orochimaru heard the other party's meaning. 5 minutes of test time. Be ruthless, just don't beat him to death. Orochimaru didn't mean to wade into the muddy water of Senju. But Sarutobi told him that if Fenjai passed the test, he would become his disciple. The patriarch of the Senju clan. My disciple? In that case, he seemed to have no reason to refuse. And this is the main reason why Orochimaru came here to observe Fanfiction. He wanted to see his disciple and the object of the test in advance. But now, the so-called disciple and the object of the test are not important. She is fine, and there will be no danger during the stalemate of the war. The voice was hoarse and as cold as ever. But Orochimaru's fiery eyes were always locked on the ninjutsu manual in Fanfiction's hand. He wanted it very much. That was the precious treasure left by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. But he did not dare to do it. Boldly sneaking into the Senju clan's territory was already a taboo. He was sure that if he showed even the slightest bit of malice, he would face the furious Uzumaki Mito the next second. Don't underestimate the perception of the Uzumaki clan, especially Uzumaki Mito. Orochimaru even knew that Uzumaki Mito had already known that he was approaching Fanfiction. After all, this was the clan land of the Senju clan. So even if he wanted Iryi's ninjutsu manual, he couldn't snatch it. That would be courting death. It would also drive the old woman crazy. You want it? Playing with the ninjutsu manual in his hand, the system's built-in copy function had already recorded everything in the ninjutsu manual, including Iryi's understanding of ninjutsu, and even his proud water style. Fanfiction still knew it clearly. Looking at Orochimaru with a smile, Fanfiction suddenly had an idea. To be honest, he didn't plan to cultivate any friendship and feelings with Orochimaru, that was all false. The most reliable thing between people is interest. Orochimaru appeared here, Fanfiction could probably guess something. Uncle Snake was not so idle, he would only let him approach if he was interested in a target. There was no doubt that the only thing that could interest him now was the assessment target. Take it. As soon as the boy finished speaking, he casually threw the precious ninjutsu manual to Orochimaru. Shocked, Uncle Snake stretched out his hands to catch the manual as if it was a conditioned reflex, and then stared at Fanfiction with the urge to open it and read it directly. This kid. What does it mean? It seems that he thought of something. Orochimaru suddenly frowned. Fanfiction-kun, don't you want to let me go easy? Sometimes it's really easy to talk to smart people. Fanfiction guessed that Orochimaru was the person in charge of the assessment, and Orochimaru didn't deliberately hide it. Go easy. No need. The boy shook his head slightly. The matter of the assessment has been known to all KONOHA, and there will even be many people watching at that time. If he lets the teacher off in that situation, he will be criticized as the head of the Senju clan who is not worthy of graduating, which will only discredit him. Fanfiction wants more than just the result of an exam. Fanfiction smiled gently and modestly. If I am not mistaken, after successfully passing the assessment, Mr. Snake will most likely become my mentor Jainin. Then as a disciple, I don't think there is anything wrong with giving a gift to the teacher. Gift? The second Hokage's ninjutsu manual? Orochimaru was silent. The thing he valued was just a gift from someone to bribe the teacher. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. It seems that Fanfiction is very confident. After a while, Uncle Snake took a deep breath and nodded to Fanfiction. I accepted the things, but I will not let you off during the assessment. But on the contrary, I will evaluate you in the way I really assess my own disciples, and I will not be influenced by others. If you have the ability to graduate, you will definitely graduate. This is very obscure. But Fanfiction understands. Orochimaru's meaning was simple and clear, that is, he promised not to make trouble during the assessment, and even to conduct the assessment fairly without being influenced by others. This was already helping Fanfiction in disguise. In return for the ninjutsu manual. But watching Orochimaru's leaving figure, Fanfiction shook his head calmly. Orochimaru was wrong. He got the wrong direction. How could the purpose of the gift Orochimaru be a mere assessment? You are the most critical step to ruin Sarutobi's reputation. Uncle Snake. The Senju's transformation needs a reason. Then if the Senju masters knew that someone dug up the first Hokage's grave, this reason should be enough, right? when he reached out to take the manual. Orochimaru, he has been fooled. The manual is just a beginning. What's more, the manual was modified by him, Senju Fenjai. Well, Mr. Snake, the immortality you pursue. I will start the first step. With a grin, Fenjai stretched out his hand and summoned the Moonlight Sword. Practice continues. The 7th update of the first day. Ah, please give me flowers, big guys, even one will do. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8. He inherited everything from Senju Tobirama. Half a month passed quietly. After Hitaki Sakumo's Kamui, the battlefield of the Land of Rain fell into a stalemate again. But Fenjai knew that this stalemate would not last long. And the day when Nawaka died in the battle that made Sunan famous is not far away. The disappearance of the Senju clan will also enter the countdown. Today, the agreed time has arrived. The atmosphere in Konoha is still the same, but many ninjas went out to the ninja school early in the morning. The fact that the eldest son of the Senju family is about to be assessed has attracted great attention under the promotion of Sarutobi. But obviously, basically no one is optimistic about him. Because this time, he has to fight against the Hokage. It's a bit funny to say. The dignified Senju clan, the strong man of the Sengoku period, 2 consecutive Hokages have devoted themselves to Konoha. But now their young master has to fight against that position. It's ironic, but also very realistic. A new emperor has new ministers, that's the truth. Although Sarutobi never showed a taboo attitude towards Senju, he felt uncomfortable as a Hokage when the Senju clan was there. Because everyone knew it. If the second Hokage died a few years later, the next generation of Hokage would probably still appear in the Senju clan. And he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, always seemed to have a sense of picking up something ready. In this way, it is reasonable for the third generation to weaken the influence of Senju. Brother, do you think that kid can succeed? In the audience seats next to the playground, Hyuga Hisashi stood beside his elder brother and asked doubtfully. At this time, he had passed the graduation test and had Konoha's forehead protector on his forehead. In fact, except for Maple Leaf, all the students of this class also passed the test and officially became ninjas, but what they didn't know was that a bloody battlefield was waiting for them. The more stalemate the period, the more fresh blood needs to be contributed to the battlefield, and the pressure on logistics is also the greatest. I don't know, just watch. Hyuga Hayashi looked a little blank. In a way, he is similar to Fenjai. After graduating from the ninja school, his old father, Hyuga Hayashi, the current head of the Hyuga clan, had a deep talk with him. After all, as the next generation of the clan head, he must learn to grow up. This time, he understood a lot of things. For example, the way of survival of the Hyuga clan in the future. Supporting Hokage, being cautious, and knowing how to endure. Can Hyuga be preserved? Hyuga Hayashi, who had just graduated, did not understand his father's words. But when he came here and felt the pressure from all directions attacking Fenjai, he suddenly understood something. One day, will it be his turn to bear that kind of pressure? This time it was Senju. What about the next time? Thinking of this, Hyuga Hayashi suddenly felt a little cold behind his back. If the treatment of Senju becomes the future of Hyuga, never let that happen. Endure. Only in this way can Hyuga be preserved. Hyuga Hayashi suddenly understood what his father said. But he never knew that even Shinobu would suffer the same oppression in the future. It was also that time that he lost his brother, Shikaku. In the distance, Yamanaka Hai looked at his companions and shouted. Shikaku shook his head with a complicated look in his eyes. As a person who graduated in the same batch, he has a high level of intelligence and often talks about the problems of the village with his father. His heart is also complicated. SENJU. The chaotic Sengoku period. That clan has a favor to Inoshika ch. There is no doubt about this. But now, what can they do? He doesn't know. Time passed by minute. Finally, when a group of people in the distance approached from the entrance of the playground, people quieted down. Konoha's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is here. And the few people he brought with him were also very eye-catching. Two of his favorite students, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Also following behind him was one of Konoha's high-ranking officials, Shimura Dans. But only Tsunade was missing. This was obviously abnormal. Jainin appointed Orochimaru and Jiraiya to guide them back to Konoha, but did not give Tsunade this information. What did the Hokage mean? Didn't he want to see the hot-tempered Senju princess confront him in front of everyone? That's right. After all, the person who was embarrassed this time was her cousin. Haven't you arrived yet? Danzo, who was next to Sarutobi, frowned when he came to the center of the audience, and seemed a little dissatisfied. It seemed that in his opinion, coming later than them was disrespectful to the high-ranking officials. This kind of disrespect was most annoying to the Senju clan. Senju? It was just the past tense. Like Sarutobi, he didn't want to see Senju continue to grow. You dare not come. Jiraiya next to him said jokingly. No. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, his attitude was much firmer than Jiraiya's. You are confident? Jiraiya shrugged his shoulders and looked at Namikaze Minato in the distance. That was his disciple. He thought he was a better disciple than anyone else. He was even the key to changing the ninja world. Here we come. Just at this moment, people's eyes fell on a figure at the entrance. Silver white hair, cold and calm face, especially the calm and deep eyes. Danzo's pupils contracted and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him. Sarutobi, too similar. The third generation knew what Danzo meant. Yes. Whether it was temperament or that look, it was exactly the same as the former second Hokage. It seemed that the only difference between the two was the free and easy and confident nature of this young man. But this free and easy and confident nature was also a reflection of the second master himself. Behind Maple Leaf, they seemed to see the shadow of Senju Tobirama. To be honest, I was also a little surprised when I saw it a few days ago. Sarutobi said in a deep voice after taking a deep breath. There was no way. The pressure from teacher Tobirama to him and Danzo was too great. When they found that feeling again in this young man, they would instinctively be in awe. That was a great Hokage who was testing them even before his death. But Danzo, who was a little overwhelmed by his emotions, suddenly looked at Orochimaru. Go, leave it to you. Are you here? Orochimaru nodded calmly. I'll try my best. It's not trying my best, it must be completed. Danzo emphasized in a scolding tone. At this time, he was nominally Orochimaru's boss, the leader of the route. And Orochimaru was just the captain of the route. Sorry, I can't guarantee it. Orochimaru's eyes flashed coldly, and he was a little dissatisfied with Danzo's attitude. Why? Sarutobi suddenly raised his head and looked at Orochimaru. He inherited everything from Senju Tobirama. Talent, power. Including will. Orochimaru took a deep breath and jumped down from the audience, landing steadily in front of Fenjai. He witnessed the growth of a demon in just 15 days. Let's get started. The 8th update on the first day. Please support the author with flowers and votes. This book has been signed, please feel free to vote. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9, Unleashed is the Senju family tradition. Something is wrong with Orochimaru. Danzo frowned and whispered. You don't need to remind me of this. Sarutobi also didn't understand Orochimaru's attitude. Inherited everything from Senju Tobirama? What a joke! There is only one Senju Tobirama in the world, and there is only one speed ninja in the ninja world. At this stage, even Konoha has no one who can master the Flying Thunder God technique created by the second Hokage. Sarutobi doesn't believe that he, Senju Maple Leaf, can turn things around in just 15 days. But that kid has never made a formal move since he was a child. Even in the practical assessment of the ninja school, although he always ranked first, he didn't have any amazing abilities. Senju has a good foundation and a high level of practical skills. But Senju without wood style should not be a threat. At least, the assessment task he gave to the other party is definitely not so easy to pass. Ahem. On the field, when Orochimaru jumped to the center, Yamazaki Ryaji walked over step by step. To be honest, as the referee of this test, he was under a lot of pressure. And when Orochimaru fell, the strange looks around him also made him uncomfortable. The examiner turned out to be the third Hokage's favorite student, Orochimaru. This was obviously unexpected. Using a Jonin level to examine a freshman who has not yet graduated. The eyes of the ninjas slowly gathered towards their great third Hokage. Where is your face? Do you really not want it? Sarutobi didn't care about it, but looked around with a smile. Everyone knows that Maple Leaf carries the blood of the Senju family, and I also attach great importance to this. To be fair, I don't want him to step into the ninja field too early. Although the test is difficult, it is for Maple Leaf and the Senju family. Great! The clan leaders gave thumbs up in admiration, and Uchiha Fugaku in the distance almost laughed out loud. He knew a lot about Senju from his father. But I have to say that Sarutobi made a good move. I just want to increase the difficulty of the test, but not for selfish reasons, but to protect the Senju lineage. Do you have any objections? Of course not. I even have to say that the third-generation adults are broad-minded. This is not to make things difficult for the younger generation, but to protect the younger generation. This reason alone is enough to shut others up. Well, the test content is specially prepared by the third-generation adults. Maple Leaf, Senju Maple Leaf needs to persist in front of Lord Orochimaru for 5 minutes. During this period, admitting defeat and losing combat power will be considered a failure in the test. Yamazaki Ryaji looked at the two people on the field with a complicated expression and said the content of the test. 5 minutes. Let a 10-year-old kid persist for 5 minutes in front of Jonin who has experienced several wars. This doesn't seem to be suspenseful. In the textbooks of the ninja school, the growth experience of each Jonin can be written into a biography, and it is an ordinary Jonin. What's more, the one standing in front of Fenjai is Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage. As if seeing the result, the ninjas shook their heads. That's Orochimaru. Fenjai-kun. Pulling the distance, the seal of opposition has been formed. Orochimaru looked at the boy in front of him calmly. No suspense? Perhaps he thought so before he saw Fenjai. They met for the first time at the training ground of the Senju clan half a month ago. After returning home and starting to study the ninjutsu manual left by the second Hokage, he completely changed his mind. That is not a pure ninjutsu manual. In addition to the second Hokage's summary, the boy also added his own understanding. At first, Orochimaru didn't care about Fenjai's views, but the more he read, the more shocked he was. He even merged Fenjai's theory into his own experience, and found that it was actually effective. For example, for the water-style ninjutsu Water Dragon Bomb, second Hokage Senju Tobirama simplified the seals into 4, and then used the unique chakra to guide the route to successfully release it. But according to Fenjai's theory, it can be released by simplifying 1 seal. 3 seals can release B-level ninjutsu. In that unique way of thinking, Orochimaru saw some techniques of the no-seal release, which gave him a bold idea. That is, Fenjai has mastered the no-seal release. This is a true ninjutsu genius. talent, comparable to or even beyond the second Hokage. No wonder Fenjai gave the second Hokage's manual to himself indifferently. Obviously, after watching it once, that thing has no meaning to Fenjai. But what Orochimaru didn't know about this is that the reason why Fenjai was able to do this step, in addition to his own unique talent and perfect inheritance of the second master's ability, is his strong physique. Urushora's essence is a hollow. Above the king hollow, high-speed regeneration is just a piece of cake. With a strong physique as a backup resource, even if you are injured during the practice, you can recover quickly. Inheriting the power of Urushora, the high-speed regeneration strengthened by the Dark Lord system can play a big role even if it is only low level. So Fenjai is confident that when he gave Orochimaru the manual, he had been fooled. Because for Orochimaru, Fenjai itself is the most precious treasure. He can't help but approach slowly out of curiosity, and finally falls into Fenjai's palm. Finally, Yamazaki Ryaji nodded to the two. This is the signal for the start of the assessment, and the 5-minute countdown officially begins. At this moment, Orochimaru threw out 3 shurikens at high speed, blocking Maple Leaf's left and right positions respectively, and the shurikens in the middle quickly stabbed his head. At the same time, Uncle Snake's clear battle ideas made him quickly seal with one hand. Wind style. Great breakthrough. One move is a killing move. This is the way ninjas fight, without big moves and too fancy moves. All the skills are only for killing the enemy quickly. This is the daily life of real ninjas. For example, the scene where Naruto greets each other before fighting in the future is impossible to see in real ninja battles. The shurikens are extremely fast, and the ninjas present are also watching this scene nervously. They can see that Orochimaru is serious and has no intention of going through the motions. 3 shurikens, 1 ninjutsu is used in just a moment. If it is an inexperienced genin, he may be killed instantly. How will he deal with it? The people in the audience looked at Maple Leaf nervously. The boy's expression did not change, and then he stretched out his hand in the surprised eyes of everyone. Buzz! Lightning flashed. A sword that shouldn't have appeared suddenly descended. Thunder God's sword. The second Hokage's personal weapon. Ding ding ding. With 3 crisp buzzing sounds, the attacking shuriken was instantly shot down, and the clean and neat appearance made the shadow of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama in people's minds clearer. But then, Maple Leaf's actions made people exclaim in amazement. Facing the ensuing wind style, Maple Leaf was not at all panicked, but calmly placed the Thunder God's sword on his chest and hummed. Water style. Water barrier. When the surging water like a waterfall swirled around Maple Leaf, Danzo sat up from his chair with wide eyes in disbelief. Unsealed. He really did it. It's just the tradition of the Senju family, nothing to be surprised about. Maple Leaf calmly glanced at Danzo in the distance, and then smiled humbly and spread his hands. Don't shout. Just use your hands. The 9th update on the first day. Please vote, I'm working hard. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10. As a teacher, I recognize Senju Maple Leaf's strength. I don't agree with what Maple Leaf said. After the first round of exploratory confrontation, Orochimaru's eyes were shining, as if he was excited to find prey. But it was obvious that he was opposed to Maple Leaf's theory that it was enough to have hands. Because, the unprinted release does not require hands. Sometimes Uncle Snake would show his sense of humor. But saying such things in this occasion is not in line with the atmosphere after all. The test was over. The momentum of the 2 people on the field changed, and then Orochimaru did not distance himself like before, but drew out his close-fitting sword and took the initiative to rush towards Maple Leaf. It is sometimes stupid to fight ninjutsu with the Senju clan. Because you don't know how small your chakra is in the eyes of others, and Orochimaru knows this very well. Unless it is a ninjutsu that can kill with one blow, it will not have a consumption effect. But there is nothing wrong with using ninjutsu to harass in close combat. But he also, Uncle Snake promised that he would test the level of his students as a teacher, rather than fighting as a life and death enemy. At this time, Orochimaru has his own beliefs and reason, which is very different from the cold man who would do anything to achieve his goals in the later period. He promised Fenjai when he got the result manual that he would definitely do it. The change of personality takes time. The current Orochimaru has not completed the most important transformation. That is to witness the corpses scattered all over Kikyo Mountain in the Third Ninja World War. Although he feels weak, he is not crazy. He did not lose the battle for Hokage with Namikaze Minato and was found to be conducting human experiments privately. He even regarded the existence of Fenjai as the key point to change traditional ninjutsu. He would not kill Fenjai, but wanted to sit down with Fenjai to talk about their respective views on ninjutsu. It was also at this time that Orochimaru was most easily induced by Fenjai. At least, he now has his own bottom line. From the perspective of a teacher to test students, everything is simple and clear. The first step is to test Fenjai's ability to respond on the spot, and test how he would react when he suddenly faced the attack of shuriken and the harassment of ninjutsu. Maple Leaf's response was very good and quick. The second step was for Orochimaru to test Maple Leaf's close combat ability. In a ninja battle, if a strike fails, there is a risk of exposure, and the weakness caused by limited chakra and excessive consumption is fatal on the battlefield. So it is inevitable to engage in physical combat and sword clashes with the enemy. This step of the test is more important than on-the-spot reaction. Orochimaru is not good at physical combat, so it is reasonable to choose to fight with swords. Swordsmanship? Looking at the attacking Orochimaru, Maple Leaf understood. There are many ninjas with superb swordsmanship in the ninja world, and the most typical example is Hatake Sakumo, the father of Kakashi. The man known as Konoha's White Fang killed Scorpion's parents, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, not long ago. But when Orochimaru's attack was about to come, Maple Leaf suddenly sighed. On swordsmanship, there is still some gap between the ninja world and Shinigami. After all, the ninja world is destined to rely on various blood limits and ninjutsu to collide, and swordsmanship seems to be auxiliary from beginning to end. But in Shinigami, swordsmanship has risen to the level of kendo. And Fenjai has already upgraded the elementary basic swordsmanship to the intermediate level in this half-month. Even if Olakshora is good at waving sickles and spears to harvest, his swordsmanship inheritance is not weak. Seeing the right time, Fenjai's Thunder God sword swung quickly, and Orochimaru's long sword was blocked in advance when it pierced Fenjai. Not bad. Uncle Snake did not hesitate to appreciate it, and nodded to Fenjai. The speed of swinging the long sword increased again. At the same time, a light blue light shone on the long sword. Chakra. Fenjai suddenly realized that his pattern seemed to be a little small. While focusing on swordsmanship, he ignored the most important thing in the ninja world. Maybe the level of kendo is a little weaker in the ninja world, but ninjas can inject chakra into swords to enhance the power of swordsmanship. Realizing this, Fenjai became completely serious. This is the most direct opportunity to get to know ninja swordsmanship before meeting Hatake Sakumo. Never underestimate your opponent. But transmit chakra into the weapon? Fenjai suddenly had an idea, holding the Thor's sword with one hand, and chakra slowly penetrated into it from the meridians. Tear. In an instant, the Thor's sword, which was originally shining with weak lightning, made a harsh buzzing sound, and the violent lightning suddenly flashed from the tip of the sword. Are you a beast? Orochimaru looked at Fenjai, who seemed to have understood, with a complicated look in his eyes. Although the Thor's sword is made of a special material, it is more in line with the characteristics of chakra metal than the long sword in his hand, which is convenient for chakra conduction. But even if a novice can draw chakra out of the body and transfer it into the weapon, it may not be possible every 10 days or half a month. But He just took a look and then learned it himself? This is an unacceptable talent. Sighing, Orochimaru looked solemn. He did not have an advantage in weapons, but in terms of experience, he decided to teach Fanji a lesson. The test continued. The expansion of the sword made a crisp sound, which was mixed with the chakra attribute changes that the Thor sword originally possessed. The real confrontation began. Uncle Snake's swordsmanship was not weak. He even followed Hitaki Sakumo to ask for a lot of time about the use of swordsmanship. But what surprised everyone was that Fanji, a novice, a genin who had not yet graduated, could cope with Orochimaru's violent attacks with ease. He could even effectively counterattack in the intervals between dealing with the attacks. Who taught him swordsmanship? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. White Fang. It seems that I haven't heard of him having any contact with Maple Leaf. Why hasn't Orochimaru taken action yet? At this moment, Danzo suddenly approached Sarutobi and whispered. The rhythm of the battle seemed to be different from what was said before. From beginning to end, Orochimaru did not use the strength of Genin to give Senju Maple Leaf a sense of oppression. What is he doing? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Like Danzo, he didn't understand what was going on. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp breaking sound came. People looked over and saw that Orochimaru's long sword finally failed to withstand the destruction of the second Hokage's sharp Thunder God sword and became broken into pieces. There was no way. The sharpness of the Thunder God sword was ranked among the best in the entire ninja world. It was normal to be able to cut off Orochimaru's sword. But, what surprised the ninjas was that the weapon shattered, but Orochimaru did not show any abnormality or plan to summon a new weapon. Instead, he looked at Fanji with a calm look. You did very well in the first two tests. But next, I have a question for Fanji-kun. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Orochimaru fell into deep thought, as if he remembered a dangerous situation he encountered with Tsunade and Jiraiya before returning to Konoha. At that time, Jiraiya was seriously injured. And in line with the ninja's mission priority, he tried to attack Jiraiya to prevent him from leaking Konoha's intelligence after being captured. But if your companion is seriously injured and becomes a burden during the mission, what will you choose? With confusion and hesitation in his eyes, Orochimaru asked his own question. Jiraiya in the distance was suddenly stunned, opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end, but looked at Orochimaru with a complicated look. Obviously, he didn't forget the scene not long ago. What will I choose? Fanji suddenly smiled. First, that situation will not happen. With me here, no one can hurt the person I want to protect. Second, if there is, they will have to step over my body. Step over my body. The same answer as Tsunade. For some reason, after hearing this answer, Orochimaru's nervousness suddenly relaxed a little. He already knew whether the answer to the question was right or wrong. Jiraiya is still alive, and he is also alive. When he came back, he was punched by Tsunade. Turning around suddenly, Orochimaru looked at the third Hokage in the distance. As a teacher, I recognize Senju Fanji's strength. Similarly, I think he has the power to protect himself. 5 minutes are up, the assessment is over. The 10th update. ABA, 10 updates on the first day are sent, and it's time to add more updates. 10 flowers/5 reviews/1 monthly vote, a reader voted and directly wrote more updates, the little author did what he said. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11 A Brief Moment of Warmth. Updated. Orochimaru. Whoosh. Danzo instantly got up from his chair and stared at his root subordinate. Originally, he would not show his anger in front of others. But this time he really couldn't help it. Orochimaru disobeyed his order. At the same time, he also disobeyed the implicit meaning of his old partner Sarutobi. Not only that, he also took the initiative to tell everyone as an auditor that Maple Leaf passed the assessment. What does he mean? Rebellion? But just when he was about to get angry, he suddenly thought of something. He will become Orochimaru's disciple after graduation. In a trance, Danzo understood. Orochimaru is a member of the root. Does that mean he will not join the root, and that person will not agree? I disagree even more. Next to him, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly came. In an instant, Danzo's back was full of cold sweat. Thinking carefully, it seems that all the changes in his expression just now were seen by this old partner. From Sarutobi's perspective, what is he? A clown? If you act rashly, it will only arouse suspicion. Sarutobi slowly stood up. When Orochimaru finished speaking, he already understood. He lost today. He lost completely. Maple Leaf's assessment has ended. Under such circumstances, no one can stand up and continue to stop his graduation ceremony. Right now, he publicized the assessment and pulled so many ninjas to watch, but it only had a counterproductive effect. In full view of the public, Senju Maple Leaf successfully completed the assessment and gave him a loud slap in the face. He used practical actions to tell Sarutobi that he was not afraid of any conspiracy. Because he was the one who hid the deepest. Excellent reaction ability, swordsmanship comparable to Orochimaru, and the ability to instantly cast ninjutsu. Only these are far from enough. Did he lose? It's just the beginning. The third generation narrowed his eyes and did not show his inner dissatisfaction. He even put on a happy and relieved expression, took out the genin forehead protector that seemed to have been prepared long ago, and walked step by step from the audience to the field. But now, Fenji's attention is not on Sarutobi. He looked at Orochimaru in front of him with some surprise. Who would have thought that the cold-blooded man in the original book was the first person who was not from the Senju lineage to lend a hand since he crossed over? Fenji didn't expect it anyway. But thinking carefully about this era and time, Fenji understood in his heart. Even Uncle Snake did not belong to the dark from the beginning. Don't thank me, Fenji. Seeing Sarutobi getting closer and closer, Orochimaru turned around and said to Fenji calmly. I just fulfilled my own promise, that's all. I don't want a person who understands ninjutsu so deeply to only squat in the nursery of Senju to live for the sake of living. Suga. Fenji understood. The cold Lord Orochimaru in front of him. He seemed to lack someone who could truly understand him from beginning to end. And Fenji's insights into ninjutsu probably made him feel the breath of the same kind. Whitewash Uncle Snake. No need. Orochimaru is Orochimaru. In order to learn all ninjutsu, he pursued immortality. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who died in the hands of Orochimaru, made comments. In that turbulent era, he was talented. Also, this kind of assessment is already very harsh for ordinary genin. Maple Leaf-kun can complete it, all because of your own strength. Well, Tsunade, she doesn't want to see me embarrass her brother. The last sentence seemed to be Orochimaru convincing himself. Looking at his pale face, Fenji smiled. Uncle Snake always has his own pride. Thank you. After spitting out 2 words, Fenji paused and his eyes became sincere. Orochimaru. Teacher. Yes. From today on, he is the disciple of Langjun Orochimaru. The Senju clan leader is a disciple? He is also Tsunade's cousin. And his grandfather is his teacher's teacher. This generation. Uncle Snake fell into deep thought. But I guess your future life will be equally difficult. Glancing in Sarutobi's direction, Fenji sighed. I, Orochimaru, don't need my own disciples to worry about me. With a snort, Orochimaru didn't say anything to Sarutobi, and turned away on his own. Sarutobi replaced Orochimaru's position, and he also tacitly didn't ask Orochimaru anything. Some words are not meant to be said in this kind of occasion. Sarutobi handed the forehead protector to Fenjai with a loving face, and spoke slowly. Fenjai, congratulations on becoming a genin of Konoha. I was overthinking before, and I didn't expect your strength to reach this point. I promised that if you can protect yourself, I will allow you to become a ninja for training. This is your forehead protector, and it is also your responsibility. But there are some things I still have to nag about. Putting the forehead protector on Fenjai's head personally, Sarutobi's voice was heard by Fenjai. Ninja is a high-risk profession. For the bloodline of the Senju clan, please protect yourself. Is this a warning to me? Fenjai nodded, and calmly untied the forehead protector on his forehead in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then skillfully took out the forehead protector with the Senju clan emblem and put it on again, and threw the forehead protector of Konoha into his pocket. Finally, he looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thank you for your reminder, Hokage-sama. I am also here to remind Hokage-sama to take care of your body. After all, in terms of age, you are in the high-risk category. Age? I am in my prime. Sarutobi's mouth twitched. Although he looks a little anxious, he is not old. There are two people on the field, one big and one small, each with their own ulterior motives. But to outsiders, the way the two remind each other is quite harmonious, with an old man caring for a child and a child caring for an old man. But in fact, a new round of confrontation has begun. Sarutobi admitted that he underestimated Fenjai. But he still didn't think that Fenjai's existence would threaten his position. And for this assessment, this kid also revealed his trump card in advance. Like being a ninja? Ninjas must obey orders and shadows. Even if it was Uzumaki Mito, she couldn't say anything. There are plenty of opportunities, no need to worry, but we must also be on guard. And we must investigate clearly how his strength has improved so quickly. But the farce of the assessment. It's over. Who asked you to graduate? Do you know how dangerous the battlefield is? One Noeki is enough to make me anxious, how can I protect you two together? As soon as I returned to the Senju clan's land, a figure like the wind rushed directly over in the yard. From head to toe, she began to check whether Fenjai was injured or not. And that seemingly angry face was full of worry and concern. Tsunade. She's back. From the first reaction, others would think she wanted to rush over and beat herself up. But Fenjai understood that she was only worried about herself. Maybe after she came back, she knew that the person who was going to take the test was Orochimaru, and she was afraid that he would do something dirty, or maybe it was because of the war. Sister, why did you come back? Noeki, who came back with Fenjai, was a little curious. Weren't you helping to mobilize the command on the battlefield? Hitaki Sakumo felt that there were not enough people when Jiraiya and Orochimaru returned to the village. If Tsunade also came back. I sneaked back. The old man is sick. Jiraiya and Orochimaru can come back, so why can't I? Tsunade said calmly. Okay, you are worthy of it. Noeki rolled his eyes. And you? If you don't want to graduate, then don't graduate. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Looking at Fenjai with a reproachful face, Tsunade was furious. These two younger brothers made her worry more and more. Isn't it a good thing not to graduate in wartime? And she was on the front line, but she knew what those graduates would do next. They were all cannon fodder. A victim of war. Fenjai didn't explain anything, but just calmly fell into Tsunade's arms and closed his eyes. I'm tired, Sister Tsunade. Some words are not suitable to be said to Tsunade now, saying them will only make her worry. Starting tomorrow, he will start the clan meeting of the Senju clan and officially become the clan leader of the Senju clan. There are still many things to do. Half a month of training has also made him a little tired. Now, he just wants to enjoy the warmth given by his relatives. Even if Fenjai knows that this warmth is short-lived. But this warmth tells Fenjai that everything he has done is worth it. It also drives him to stand up straight and hold up a new sky for the people around him. More chapters are here. Thank you for the flowers and votes from the big guys. Thank you for the support of all the parents who provide food and clothing. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12 Madara. At that time, the Senju tribe meeting. Fire Country, Konoha. The fact that the bloodline heir of the Senju family, the grandson of the second Hokage, graduated successfully caused a stir in the village. People were curious about the achievements of the boy in the future, and they also looked at the towering Hokage rock with some nostalgia. After all, it was Senju. They always compared Maple Leaf with the first generation and the second generation. Whether the clan would decline or shine again depended on a 10-year-old child. Because he graduated successfully, he would be the new head of the Senju clan in the future. Northern part of the Soup Country. Under a hidden mountain valley near the Rain Country and the Earth Country. The dark cave entrance made a ticking sound from time to time, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear after passing through the dark passage. Under a huge and hideous golem, an old man with white hair was resting with his eyes closed. Crash! The sound of the earth moving came, and the old man suddenly opened his eyes. The old face was marked with traces of time, and the messy hairstyle told of the man's former glory. His eyes were calm, but the sharp light that flashed from time to time seemed to pass through the darkness of the cave. Madara-sama. He is Uchiha Madara. The man who has been planning the ninja world all his life. The ground stopped crawling, and a head suddenly popped out from under the land. The dark skin looked extremely greasy, and combined with the face that was not born to be a good person, it was enough to show that his identity was not simple. You should keep an eye on him now. Although the tone was calm, there was no doubt in it, which made Black Zetsu next to him swallow his saliva. Although he used Madara as a chess piece. But even he had to admit that the sense of oppression on this man was innate. After all, when he was in Konoha, Uchiha Madara clearly wanted to help the little girl who fell to the ground, and he was able to scare the child to tears. After all, he is Uchiha Madara. But the him Madara mentioned. Nagato is fine. But there is an interesting news from White Zetsu, which Madara-sama should be interested in. It's about Senju. Senju? A familiar word. There is a trace of reminiscence and irony in Madara's eyes. A pity. Senju. After Hashirama, there is no Senju. That's right. The only man in the world who is recognized by him and worthy of the name of Senju is dead. And even if the people he left behind chose to hide their surnames and integrate into the so-called village, they will eventually disappear into history. Madara seems to have seen the future. The village is the way to peace? How naive. Hashirama. Madara-sama. Seeing Madara lost in thought, Black Zetsu's helpless speech interrupted the other party's thoughts. Madara is old. When you are old, you will always recall the past. But now is obviously not the time for Madara to die. Nagato's Rinnegan now has only some basic functions, and can't even summon the Gedo statue. And the successor who can inherit Madara's will has not appeared. Continue. After coming back to his senses, Madara looked at Black Zetsu, waiting for his next words. Two messages came from White Zetsu. The first is about the intelligence of the successor you asked for attention. According to analysis, Uchiha Fugaku does not have the potential and qualifications to be your successor. He has inherited his father's endurance potential and will not explode easily. Endurance potential? To put it bluntly, his father was suppressed by Senju Tobirama, that BD, and dared not make any move. I guess he also instilled the concept of cowardice into his head, right? Madara sneered, when selecting qualified candidates in the future, don't choose the clan leader's lineage, they are all trash. Are you scolding yourself? The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth twitched. I understand, Madara-sama. After coughing, Black Zetsu's eyes became strange. The second piece of news is what I just mentioned to you. The SENJU clan has a new patriarch. And he is the grandson of SENJU Tobirama. SENJU Tobirama. In an instant, Black Zetsu felt the oppression from Madara again. But unlike before, this oppression came from anger. Yes. Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna, died at the hands of SENJU Tobirama. Even when Konoha was just established, first Hokage Senju Hashirama wanted Madara to become Hokage, but was stopped by SENJU Tobirama. Although Madara understood that even if he didn't stop him, the people of that village would not let him become Hokage. But it still felt bad to be said by others. It was also that time that Madara understood that it was impossible for people to be honest with each other. Madara-sama, should we? Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed, and he asked in an inducing manner. Madara knew what the following words were without him saying anything. Black Zetsu's purpose was simple. He had no grudge against Senju Maple Leaf, and even wanted to thank Maple Leaf's grandfather. After all, if he hadn't forced Madara to leave Konoha, he wouldn't have succeeded so easily. He had only one purpose in inducing Madara. That was to find something for Madara to do. Again, he was afraid that Madara would always get stuck in meetings and be suffocated to death, so at least let Senju Maple Leaf attract his attention. Black Zetsu. But not long after, he met Madara's calm and terrifying eyes. Madara-sama. Black Zetsu was nervous. He found that Madara's anger had disappeared. This was not a good thing. A person who was dominated by anger would be particularly easy to see through. But when he could control his emotions, it would become extremely terrifying. Don't judge me with your narrow-mindedness or your own thoughts. And never think of teaching me to do anything. You are just a part of my will. And remember my words. After Hashirama, there is no Senju anymore. Don't mention these two words in front of me in the future. That kid, paying a little attention to him is already a high opinion of him. Slowly closing his eyes, Madara lost the desire to continue talking. The grandson of the enemy? That had no effect except to cause a ripple in his heart. For infinite Tsukuyomi, he has given everything. When a person sets his sights on the whole world, his pattern has long surpassed that of ordinary people. The cave finally returned to calm, with only the sound of dripping water that never stopped. Hshu. The land of fire, Konoha village. At the entrance of the Senju clan shrine, a loud sneeze spread in. Can you do it? Tsunade looked at Fenjai suspiciously. Isn't this the first time you've been nervous in front of those old guys as the clan leader? Is your family nervous and sneezing? Fenjai was helpless. It's probably because some old man is talking about me. However, these old guys? Looking at the ancestral hall, Fenjai took a deep breath and strode in. The Senju clan has been integrated into the Konoha shinobi and hid their surnames, but some people have been left behind. Among them are the so-called elders, and the guys whose bloodline of the direct lineage and collateral branches is purer than that of ordinary clan members. And today is the first clan meeting after he took office. First update. Sorry for the late update, dear readers, I'm typing. By the way, I want a flower. Vow. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13, First Hokage, Is It Right to Fail? Unlike the Uchiha clan, the Senju shrine does not have that kind of gloomy or dark discomfort. It can even be said that the style is completely opposite. Overall, it gives people a gentle and comfortable feeling. The shrine is a place to worship ancestors, and the room next to the shrine is where the clan leaders of all generations open the clan meeting. At the beginning of Konoha, the shrine of the entire Senju clan was the most lively every time the clan meeting was opened. This should be a place full of vitality. But now look. Maple Leaf stood at the top and looked around. There was only one feeling in sight. Empty and withered. It was as if the original tall universe of the Senju was falling apart. It was as if the behemoth was being eroded by termites, emitting waves of painful wails. All the people in the shrine were only about 20 years old. The old ones were too old and looked listless. The young ones were the same age as him and Noeki, but their eyes were burning. This is Senju of the forest. Why do they look worse than those small mystical tribes? As soon as these words came out, the already silent atmosphere below became even quieter. Senju of the forest. A great surname, they represent an era. But what Fenjai said is absolutely correct. The current Senju looks like just a shell. Ahem, clan leader, you can't say that. Seemingly a little embarrassed, the elderly third elder Senju Wall coughed not far away. The tribe members have integrated into Konoha, and the prosperity of Konoha represents the prosperity of Senju. Senju clan. Hush. Unfortunately, before the third elder finished speaking, Fenjai showed a sarcastic smile and stretched out his index finger to his lips and shushed. The prosperity of the village is the prosperity of Senju? What a righteous speech! But is it really the case? I was shushed? The third elder was surprised. To be honest, as the oldest living elder of the Senju clan, his seniority is even the same as Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. In theory, Fenjai should call him third grandpa. Although the second generation does not need to respect him deliberately, as a descendant of the second generation, even if you are the clan leader, you have to give me some face. Shush me? What do you mean? Third grandpa was obviously unhappy. However, the family rules of the Senju clan are there, and the clan leader is the eldest. It is embarrassing to say that he uses seniority to suppress others. After thinking about it, third grandpa suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed to the spirit tablet where the first Hokage was enshrined. Patriarch, what I mean is, the practice of integrating into the village is stipulated by the first Hokage and the former patriarch. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. If you have any opinions, you can report to Shode. What are you going to do? As a worldly wise uncle, he wanted to bring up the first generation to pressure others, but before he could finish his words, the expressions of everyone on the field suddenly changed. Even Tsunade and Noeki, who were originally standing next to Fenjai, looked strange. The reason is very simple. When the uncle mentioned Hashirama, the man who had just become the patriarch stood up silently, and then walked straight to the spirit tablet of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Then, he simply took off his spirit tablet. What is he going to do? The tribe members were anxious. First Hokage. Fenjai calmly carried Hashirama's spirit tablet back to his seat, and then stretched out his index finger to knock on the spirit tablet. How dare you! How dare you! When the tablet that represented supreme glory was desecrated by Feng Yat, the tribesmen in the ancestral hall instinctively went wild. What was he doing? The new clan leader is crazy. He is so disrespectful to Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha, the ninja god who created great achievements for Senju. Maple Leaf. Tsunade was shocked and quickly pulled Maple Leaf's sleeve and whispered. That's my grandfather. I don't know. Maple Leaf shrugged and didn't explain anything to Tsunade. He has his reasons for doing anything. It's not a matter of a day or a night for such a big Senju to become like this. Pressure from the top, hostility, and fear from the ninja world. There is no super existence like the first generation, even the second generation. These are external conditions. It seems that everything indicates that the era of Senju has passed, and even the clan members have tacitly accepted this fact. After all, the lack of peak combat power is a fact. Under the influence of Senju Hashirama, they also feel that it is inevitable to integrate into KONOHA, and even sacrifice a clan for the growth of KONOHA. This concept has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and it is not so easy to change. But in addition to external reasons, Fanfiction sees the problems existing within the Senju clan. Their fighting spirit seems to have disappeared with the death of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. They who have reached the peak of the ninja world seem to have lost their goals. If we analyze the disappearance of the Senju clan from the perspective of an observer, then they themselves are also a big part of the reason. That's right. Their ambitions are gone. But the ability to rest on their laurels is not hidden. Even, they still position themselves as the meritorious figures who founded KONOHA after following the first generation to build the country. What will such emotions lead to the most? Arrogance and arrogance. Thinking that the Senju are different from others, and even becoming a dragon arrogant like the Uchiha clan. Unable to recognize themselves, unable to step out of the light of Senju Hashirama. Naturally want to intervene in the affairs of the village. There is an endless stream of opposition from the third generation. It seems that the second master has considered this, so he finally integrated the Senju into the village according to the wishes of the first generation. But that is definitely not the right way. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. How to make the Senju recognize themselves again, how to make them see clearly the attitude of KONOHA towards the Senju at this moment. This is the key point. Obviously, Fanfiction's prestige is not comparable to that of the first generation. Change also needs to be done step by step. Fanfiction has only one thing to do today while the clan meeting is open. He wants to let the clan members know. Take a deep breath. Fanfiction looked at the indignant clan members below, and raised the tablet of Senju Hashirama. Shuo. In your heart, in your eyes. The legendary ninja god, the first Hokage who founded KONOHA. The former clan leader Senju Hashirama. He must be right. Crazy. There was a deathly silence below. People opened their mouths but could not make a sound. He, a 10-year-old boy, is now publicly refuting the first Hokage. Second update. This. Is it the day after the comment? Damn, I'm crying. Where are you, dear readers? Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 14. Then I will surpass the god of ninja. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. If he had just picked up Senju Hashirama's spirit tablet and flicked it, it could only be considered disrespectful. At this moment, the new clan leader openly questioned them, was Senju Hashirama right? This statement can be understood in reverse. The meaning is obvious. He was telling the clan members that he thought Senju Hashirama also made mistakes. Disrespectful? No, he was challenging the authority of the god of ninja. Challenging the rules he left in the Senju clan. What is this? The new clan leader opposed the old clan leader. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall changed subtly. But this silence was exactly what Fanfiction wanted. Shocking words? No, Fanfiction said that he had his own considerations before doing anything. Since he decided to hold a clan meeting today, he had already thought about how to deal with it next. Changing the thoughts of the clan members step by step. Recognizing the shortcomings of the clan itself, and then letting the Senju clan members see with their own eyes whether what he said was correct. The transformation of a tribe requires a price. Fanfiction will choose to exchange the smallest price for the greatest benefit. Now, it is just the first step. And this step is actually much smoother than he expected. At least, he has just taken office, and there are no tribesmen who deliberately make things difficult for him. Although he is only 10 years old, it is obvious that the tribesmen have recognized his status. This is very important. Thanks to his grandfather Senju Tobirama's good management of Senju. After all, even in the Sengoku era, although the first Hokage is the tribe leader, he is not good at management, and many things are done by Senju Tobirama. The tribesmen have an instinctive awe for Senju Tobirama. Now, part of that remaining awe has been transferred to Fenjai. So even if they heard Fenjai's remarks, they patiently waited for his next words. With a solemn look, Fenjai put Senju Hashirama's spirit tablet back on the table. The shocking effect of the words has been achieved. Then the next step is to confirm his own words. I know that everyone here disagrees with what I said, and can even be described as dissatisfied. But what I want to say is that it is not a malicious denigration of the Senju clan's former beliefs, but an objective fact. Even gods can make mistakes. Maple Leaf's voice is still a little immature, but his words are innate and unquestionable. Sorry, Tsunade. I'll apologize to you later. Looking at Tsunade and Nawake with apology, Maple Leaf sighed slightly. This is really not something he made up. And the first generation is his great-grandfather, so Maple Leaf has no reason to blacken it. In terms of strength and affinity, Senju Hashirama is beyond reproach. But the way of handling things and the unique way of thinking are really something that Maple Leaf cannot agree with. For example, first, did the establishment of the ninja village bring peace? Please use your eyes to see, the First Ninja World War, the Second Ninja World War. KONOHA, how many Senju died in total? Although the number of wars has decreased, each war that broke out involves tens of thousands of people, and the number of deaths is several times more than during the Sengoku period. Silence. This. No one can stand up to refute Maple Leaf's remarks. The tribesmen lowered their heads and sighed slightly. This is indeed the fact. In the two wars, they Senju suffered heavy losses, and the ninja world seemed to be caught in a cycle. War, recuperate and then continue the war. In order to protect the land under their feet, people should regard their killing as justice, and other ninjas in other ninja villages think the same way. Everyone has a reason to fight, as if their own ninja village must be right and others must be wrong. This makes the scale of the war bigger and more tragic. So, who can truly represent the side of justice? No one can answer this question. Second, my great-grandfather has always believed that people can understand each other and achieve true peace. For this reason, he generously chose to distribute the tailed beasts that originally belonged to KONOHA, no, to the Senju clan, to other ninja villages during the shadowless talks. Although in the end, my grandfather stopped him from giving away the tailed beasts for free and changed to selling the tailed beasts in the form of buying and selling, this behavior is still wrong. It even directly led to the demise of the Uzumaki clan. This time, Fenjai's remarks were more explosive than before. He actually put the blame for the demise of the Uzumaki clan on the first generation. At this moment, a figure slowly walked in at the door of the ancestral hall. People's eyes gathered and they were a little embarrassed. That was Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. It seems that she was afraid that Fenjai could not calm these old guys down and came to see them out of worry. But the atmosphere now is a little inappropriate. Others are slandering your man. You continue, no need to look at me. Mito was silent for a long time, walked to the side of the ancestral hall and knelt gently, holding a stick of incense in his hand and seemed to be lost in memories. Fenjai saw clearly that this old man looked at the first generation spirit tablet and flashed a trace of unnaturalness. It seems that she has already understood this. Uzumaki Mito has lived long enough and has figured out some truths. Uzumaki clan. They are born Jinkraki. In the past, they were able to live in peace because of the protection of the Senju clan and their own strength. But there is also a reason, that is, those people have nothing to do with the Uzumaki clan, and there is no reason to attack the Uzumaki clan and cause trouble. But when every village has its own tailed beast and is worried about the most suitable Jinkraki, they will naturally set their sights on the Uzumaki clan. Why are Konoha's Jinkraki so good, but they are not? The distribution of tailed beasts is the fuse of the Uzumaki clan's extinction, but it is not the key factor. It can be mentioned, but it cannot be said that Senju Hashirama is intentional. Fenjai also knows this. No longer mentioning Uzumaki, Fenjai looked at the tribesmen below with tangled faces and sighed. The truth, he said, is like a nail that is wearing away the tribesmen's faith. Mutual understanding? You have no strength, how can others understand you? The First Ninja World War broke out not long after Hashirama died. People are only afraid of your strength. Finally, it is the theory of integration into Konoha mentioned by the third elder. Regarding this point, I want to show you something. Pulling out a statistical list from his arms, Fenjai motioned the tribesmen below to take a look. The first one to watch was the third elder. When he scanned with his eyes, his face changed instantly. Then, the statistical list was passed to all the clan members, and the atmosphere on the field fell to a low point. What? You don't dare to speak. I just did a very simple statistics, you can see it clearly with your eyes. Fenjai sneered and patted the table. Okay. Then I'll say it for you. Since the implementation of the plan to integrate into Konoha, the clan members. Okay. Before he finished speaking, Uzumaki Mito, who was kneeling in front of the ancestral hall, suddenly spoke. Today's clan meeting ends here, everyone please go back. She could not issue orders on behalf of Fenjai. The reason is very simple, she also saw the statistical list. Mito's words finally made the clan members breathe a sigh of relief, and they turned around and left with a sense of relief. After a while, only Fenjai, Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito were left in the ancestral hall. Noeki was sent away by Mito's eyes. I haven't finished yet. Maple walked calmly to Uzumaki Mito. I know what you are going to say. Mito looked up at Maple, but those words are not appropriate to say in this situation, unless you want your words to appear on Sarutobi's desk. There are dogs. Maple's eyes gleamed. Sure enough, even in the Senju, there are dogs who are close to dogs. Grandma Mito is kind. Maple's eyes softened a lot. Besides, do you know what you are doing? Mito spoke again. Refuting the first Hokage, and even, is stirring up trouble between the tribe members and the village. You are the tribe leader, but sometimes, even if you know that is the truth, you cannot act rashly. That will harm you and the Senju tribe. Standing up slowly, Mito sighed slightly, some things need to be done in secret. I will help you clean up the unclean people in the tribe. But do you know, Fenjai? The road you choose is blocked by no one else. It is the Hokage, and also my deceased husband, your great-grandfather, the god of ninja. The god of ninja? Fenjai smiled and helped Mito's trembling arm. So what? Although it is a bit inappropriate to say this, after all, he is your husband. But I just want to say. It's just the god of ninja. Just surpass him. Please live 2 more years. My era has just begun. The third update. Well, I dare to ask for a vote. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15. Give Danzo a big gift. 3 days passed in a flash. The fact that the young master of the Senju clan graduated and was promoted to the head of the Senju clan gradually faded from people's attention. For the villagers and ninjas of Konoha, this was destined to be nothing remarkable. Except that the Senju clan members would bear the surname of Senju again in the future, there was no other big sensation. After all, this Senju is no longer the invincible clan of the Sengoku period, and people's eyes on them have also changed. Konoha. Senju clan land. It was still the training ground. Noeki and Fenjai stood under the scorching sun, punching the wooden stakes in front of them one punch after another. In front of them, the lazy woman with a graceful figure was lying leisurely on the chair, scolding from time to time. Almost. Suddenly, Fenjai's eyes flashed with enlightenment, and the speed of punching was obviously much faster than before. Boom! A seemingly ordinary punch actually shattered the wooden stake into pieces in an instant. Super strength, learned successfully. Fenjai exhaled and shook his fist. Super strength. This is one of the unique abilities of the Senju clan. It is a representative of ninjutsu. The caster must have extremely precise chakra control to be able to control this ability. It is similar to the chakra-covered impact airflow that scared Nizuzi and Uncle Snake after Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were reincarnated by Impure World for the second time. Fenjai didn't want to learn super strength. After all, he has his own unique inheritance. Ulquiorra's template has unlocked 6.7%, and even controls the hollow bullet that is slightly weaker than Zero. But there is no way. Looking at Tsunade in front of him, Fenjai's heart is slightly warm. Although this woman was a little angry after the clan meeting because she humiliated her great-grandfather, she was worried about herself from the bottom of her heart. She came back in a hurry, and she sneaked away from the battlefield. The third generation didn't punish her too much, but a new journey will begin soon. She couldn't be sure if she could protect her two younger brothers on the battlefield, so she turned into a devil and gave them special training for 3 days. The minimum requirement for completing the special training is to learn super strength. He didn't say it, and he looked fierce, but that eager look couldn't deceive people. However, Fenjai had mastered the release of super strength on the first day. However, he didn't stop training, but tried to improve that super strength with his other moves in an all-round way. On ninjutsu, the Senju clan is the pioneer of the ninja world. Even the 8 inner gates, the kick that Guy Emperor almost kicked out of the finale, was the culprit on Iryi. It was Senju Tobirama who proposed the concept of 8 inner gates, and Might Dai just perfected 8 inner gates. This was known after Fenjai got Iryi's manual. But he always felt that Might Dai was going in the wrong direction after all. The reason is very simple. The original reason why Iryi proposed 8 inner gates was to improve the melee ability of the Senju clan. And it was because he considered that the side effects of 8 inner gates were too great. For ordinary people, it would cause irreparable injuries after using it, but the recovery ability of the Senju clan was different from that of ordinary people. Even the first Hokage Senju Hashirama could use the means of healing without seals, so the prototype of 8 inner gates came out. Unfortunately, after the second generation, Senju was gone. The 8 inner gates became something in the Book of Seals. At this stage, Might Dai has not opened Shikai to remove 8 inner gates, and Maple Leaf does not need him to perfect it. He even wants to try the consumption of 8 inner gates to see if it can complement the perfect high-speed regeneration. Normal 8 gate. Even if it is not fully opened. How strong will it be? This is also one of the reasons why Fenjai followed Tsunade to hone his physique in the training ground. Fenjai will not forget the promise he made to Uzumaki Mito. He is not just talking about surpassing the first Hokage. With a strong physique as the cornerstone, plus the inheritance of Ulquiorra, even if he does not awaken the wood style and is not the reincarnation of Ashura, surpassing him is a necessity. Looking at the broken wooden stakes, Fenjai sighed. He wanted to continue practicing, but time did not allow it. Graduation means that he has become a ninja of Konoha, just like Sarutobi Hiruzen said, to become a ninja, you must obey the shadow. Even the third generation directly erased the restrictions on the mission on the grounds that he was the elite of the Senju family, which means that he can accept sea-level missions from the moment he graduated. This is nothing more than a means for him to speed up his departure from the village. Fenjai understands that his intrigue with the top leaders has begun. Let's go and see the old man. The training is over. Tsunade, with a sad face, pulled Maple Leaf and Nawaki to the Hokage building. As mentioned before, Maple Leaf and Nawaki eventually became Orochimaru's disciples. Only Kushina was not assigned together. As the future Jinchuriki of the village, the third generation would not allow Kushina to have any accidents, so the tasks given to her were only safer around the village. As for why there are only 2 people in Orochimaru's team, the reason is very simple. This is the war era, and the genin in the village are very busy. So the division of classes is also very rough, and it is normal for the team to be uneven. What's wrong with you? Pulling Tsunade's sleeve, Maple Leaf asked curiously. It's still Danzo's BD. Ahem. The old man said that this time Danzo will bring his root ninjas and many Anbu ninjas, as well as reinforcements from other tribes to the front line. At the same time, Danzo will take over the position of Senior Sakumo and become the new commander-in-chief. He really couldn't sit still. Maple Leaf suddenly realized. That's right. It has been a hot topic for a long time that Hitaki Sakumo led the Konoha shinobi to victory after victory, and even killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. This incident also pushed the prestige of White Fang to the peak. It is obvious that the 3rd generation does not want White Fang to continue to take credit for the war, and the purpose of letting Danzo go to the Land of Rain is obvious. But can Danzo do it? Maple Leaf grinned and looked at Tsunade mysteriously. Sister Tsunade, I want to give Danzo a big gift. By the way, let the Jiro of our Senju clan who died in the battle vent their anger. Vent their anger? Tsunade's eyes lit up. She witnessed the cruelty of war on the front line. And the report on the death of the Senju clan also made her extremely angry. Compared with the Konoha high-level officials, she now trusts Maple Leaf more. Playing dirty. I am your ancestor. This time I just collect a little interest. With a smile, Fenjai stepped into the Hokage building for the first time. 4th update. Please vote, there will be one more later. P.S. The original 8 inner gates did not mention whether the fall was invented by Might Dai or Iryi. Here, I will assume it was Iryi. It is just a setting. Please forgive me. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16. Shouldn't the Hokage lead by example? Nothing unexpected happened. When he walked into the Hokage's office, Orochimaru was also inside. The 3 days of graduation time have been enjoyed, and the next step is the real ninja life. Uncle Snake still has no expression on his face. But from his rather cold eyes, it can be seen that he did not have a good time in these 3 days. There is no way. He announced that Maple Leaf's graduation assessment had passed. As Maple Leaf's teacher, he told everyone that he was satisfied with this disciple's strength and talent. But the result of doing so is also obvious. He offended his boss and his teacher. Uncle Snake sees things very thoroughly and can often see the essence of the problem. He just accepted a member of the Senju clan as a disciple, and he could keenly feel the anger from Danzo. So, why does the so-called village, the so-called Konoha, exist? First Hokage once said that he could attack anyone for Konoha, even if this person was his former best friend or even a relative. If this sentence is regarded as the will of fire, what is the behavior of these people who are trying so hard to make Senju disappear from the historical occasion? Senju, aren't they part of Konoha? The sharpness of the snake made him see the filth. So, he seemed to have a kindred spirit. But he chose to fight against this filth. Senju Maple Leaf. My disciple. Where does your wind end? Looking at Maple Leaf with a softer gaze, Orochimaru walked to his side step by step. Senju Maple Leaf, Senju Nawaki. Orochimaru will tell you about the content of the mission on the way. The 3rd generation smoked a cigarette, and in front of Tsunade, he didn't want to repeat the content of the mission. But a sharp woman will always find the problem in the details. She read something from Orochimaru's eyes. Hokage-sama, do you really want them to go to the battlefield? Calling him Hokage, instead of Sarutobi, the teacher he had always been. This shows that Tsunade has deliberately distanced the two of them. It is not difficult to understand why such a situation occurred. Looking at the disappearance of the Senju in the original work and Orochimaru's guilt after Noeki's death, it is not difficult to see that Tsunade did not know that Noeki also went to the battlefield at first. So much so that after the war, Tsunade's attitude towards Sarutobi Hiruzen changed drastically, calling him an old man, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was not displeased. This is enough to explain the problem. Sarutobi felt guilty about Tsunade, this is a fact. And Tsunade seemed to have discovered some problems from the top. So after Noeki died and the Senju clan was completely destroyed, he left the village disappointedly. It's just different now. Maple Leaf's existence made Tsunade's dissatisfaction with the top management towards her mentor explode in advance. Sending her two 10-year-old brothers to the battlefield? Although she had thought about this result early, when it really happened, the emotion called anger still made her want to explode. Because they carry the blood of the Senju, they should contribute to the village. Shode once said that the Senju will lead by example. That is a responsibility, and it is also the courage of Shode. It is worth being emulated by everyone, even his descendants. The third generation calmly lit up the pipe with a calm tone. This is what the Senjus said. What's wrong with giving it to you, the descendants of the Senju, intact? You. Tsunade was angry enough and wanted to say something, but Fenjai next to her gently pulled her sleeve and shook her head. Sarutobi's words were flawless, and at this stage of the war, Tsunade's public expression of dissatisfaction with the Hokage would have a bad impact. But what's the point of bullying Tsunade's brain? I'm here, don't worry. I'm the only one in the world who can't fight you. No one else has the qualifications except me. Giving Tsunade a reassuring look, Fenjai turned his head to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have to say he is very thick-skinned. But this doesn't mean that Fenjai has no way to cure him. At least, he can still embarrass him. Third generation is right. Grandpa did say that. Looking at the photo of the first Hokage hanging on the wall with nostalgia, Fenjai spoke again. Those who carry the blood of Senju should naturally lead the way. Similarly, Grandpa also fought at the forefront for Konoha and Senju, and my grandfather even sacrificed his life to help you, the Hokage, to cover the rear. That's absolutely right, said. Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction. But then, Fenjai's words made his face gradually change subtly. Well, apart from the first two generations of Hokage of Konoha, as far as I know, the Kages of other ninja villages are also leading the charge. For example, at this moment, the third Raikage AI of Cloud Shinobi Village. The third Tsuchikage Onoki of Uegakure. The third Kazekage of Sand Shinobi Village are all in the battlefield of Rain Country. What are you going to say? Sarutobi's hand holding the pipe gradually gained strength. Then, should you also lead the charge at the front? With your strong fighting power, even the first page of the ninja school textbook records you as the strongest Hokage of Nojiha. If you appear on the battlefield, Konoha's ninjas will naturally be able to sacrifice less, right? After all, I have never seen your heroic side except in the textbook. Hokage-sama, I represent the ninjas of Konoha. Please fight. With a pious look, Fenjai couldn't help but take out the forehead protector that proved his status as a Konoha shinobi from his arms and pointed. Please fight. Look at Onoki, then look at AI, then look at third Kazekage. Look at you, the strongest Hokage. Ask yourself, are you qualified to say the words lead the charge? After saying it in one breath, Orochimaru and Tsunade next to Fenjai suddenly looked strange. Hey? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that our third Hokage, apart from the one time he followed the second Hokage to the Land of Lightning for negotiations at the end of the First Ninja World War, did not have any penultimate achievements. And you never seem to have been on the battlefield since then. Leading by example? You were the first to say this concept, and it has nothing to do with me. Maple Leaf straightened up and looked directly at Sarutobi, holding Tsunade's hand with warmth. I'm sorry, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You shouldn't use your grandfather to suppress Tsunade. You shouldn't bully his clan members in front of the head of the Senju clan. As a Hokage, I have a lot of work to do. Sarutobi seemed to want to find an excuse for himself, such as being busy with official duties. But no matter how heavy the work is, Konoha has plenty of talents. Even if you die on the battlefield, there is no need to worry. What's more, Konoha has 2 clear-headed and outstanding elite consultants. I believe that Konoha will be glorious under the leadership of Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura. You can rest assured. Maple Leaf was aggressive and did not give Sarutobi any way out. Boy! A trace of anger flashed in Sarutobi's eyes, and he was about to say something. But at this moment, the door of the Hokage's office opened. It's just Rain Shinobi Village, there is no need for Konoha's Hokage to take action. I will take down the Rain country within 3 months. The person who came was Danzo. 5th update. Please give me flowers. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17. He couldn't see clearly that the decline of the Senju clan was the decline of Konoha. Puff. Ha. When Danzo broke into the room and said this, everyone in the Hokage's office except Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. Take over the Rain country battlefield within 3 months? You're dreaming. Orochimaru sneered and didn't even bother to look at Danzo. He was very good at judging people. He knew what kind of person Danzo was. He had ambition and the desire to succeed. But he didn't have the ability and courage to realize his ambition. There was no doubt that when Danzo saw Hotaki Sakumo's success, he was jealous. Orochimaru was sure that Danzo took the initiative to ask to go to the front line this time. He didn't even take any enemies seriously. This was ridiculous. The route had the information of most ninjas, but Danzo, as the leader of the route, did not absorb that information effectively. He couldn't see the strength of others and was always confident in himself. Shimura Dance? He was just a joke. Do you really think that Konoha is the invincible ninja world of the 1st generation, or the era of the iron-blooded wrist of the 2nd generation? Even Danzo always feels that even without the 1st generation and the 2nd generation, Konoha without Senju is still the 1st ninja village. Why? Is it so difficult to admit that the decline of Senju is the decline of Konoha? Why can't the weak see themselves clearly and admit that they are weak? Orochimaru doesn't understand. He only knows that when Danzo sees the reality of the battlefield in the Rain country, he will find one objective reason after another to cover up his incompetence. Only in this way can he find the meaning of his existence. But then again, Danzo's commotion has eased the awkward atmosphere left by Sarutobi's aggressive questioning by Maple Leaf. With a cough, Sarutobi finally spoke. As a Hokage, I admit that I haven't done as much as the 1st generation and the 2nd generation, but I have worked hard over the years and I think I have made some contributions. As Danzo said, I need to stabilize people's hearts in Konoha, but if one day I need to stand up to protect the village, I will sacrifice my life without hesitation like Shodai Nidame. Sacrifice my life? Fenjai didn't refute this time. He believed this sentence. You can doubt that Sarutobi Hiruzen has a problem with his character. He is submissive to the outside world and hits hard at home. From the perspective of an outsider, this is a very contradictory person. He sacrificed his youth for Konoha, tried his best to govern the village but didn't have the ability. He worked hard and then abandoned the donkey. Isn't this a problem with his brain? But when the real crisis comes, he will choose to protect this village. For example, the future Chunin exam. It's just. Fenjai's eyes flashed. This does not mean that Fenjai has any good feelings for the 3rd generation. After traveling through time, when he inherited the surname of the Senju clan and even the position of clan leader, it was destined that he would be on the opposite side of the top leaders of Konoha. No matter whether he was low-key or high-profile, the enemy was the enemy and would always cause trouble for himself. This was an irreconcilable contradiction, very similar to the problem between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. Since it was an enemy, then there was no need to be polite. This was Maple Leaf's purpose. In the Hokage office, Maple Leaf's game with the third generation had ended with the arrival of Danzo. Before Danzo went to the battlefield, the third generation had to explain some more things, which they obviously did not want Maple Leaf and others to know, and the short meeting was over. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Maple Leaf raised his head slightly, enjoying the dazzling sunlight, and the boy looked around the scene around the Hokage building. Finally, a sigh came. He never sees it clearly. This village is not made up of the Hokage high-ranking officials. It is made up of one tribe after another. He also doesn't understand that suppressing those tribes and forcing them to weaken is actually the essence of Konoha's own weakening. Just like the SENJU clan can hold up the sky for Konoha, but when the SENJU falls, the sky will also collapse. This village is no longer the first ninja village. After casually catching the falling leaves in the air and crushing them with one hand, Maple Leaf looked at Orochimaru with admiration. Listen, how well this child said it. At this time, Uncle Snake was full of recognition in his heart. But what surprised him was that a 10-year-old child understood the truth. Why didn't his teacher understand it at all? Is it an intelligence problem? Orochimaru didn't know. Tell me about the mission, Teacher Orochimaru. Maple Leaf said, blinking at Uncle Snake. It's a bit complicated. When mentioning the mission, Uncle Snake looked solemn. This time, Konoha sent a lot of reinforcements to the front line. Tsunade and Danzo will lead them directly to the land of rain. And we. Speaking of this, Orochimaru paused with a complicated look. Did the troops split into two groups? Or revenge came so quickly? Maple Leaf remained calm. I am S class, and you are A class. According to the intelligence, Cloud Shinobi Village wants to use 8 Tails as a deadly weapon on the battlefield. My mission is to stop them from deploying 8 Tails. This time when I return to the village, in addition to accepting you two as my disciples, I was ordered to research drugs that can make Jinchuriki go berserk. And you two need to help me complete the mission. Jinchuriki. 8 Tails. Cloud Shinobi Village. When Maple Leaf heard these pieces of information, his brain worked frantically. Ruby. Formerly known as Fukai, he was the previous generation of 8 Tails Jinchuriki before Killer Bee. And the information about his death was that during the Second Ninja World War, when Killer Bee was still young, he was killed by Orochimaru's plan to make the tailed beast go berserk. Is it time? Sarutobi Hiruzen actually wanted him and Nawake to participate in this mission? Good boy. You are really amazing. It's a mission of life and death. Cloud Shinobi Village has 2 Jinchuriki, and the reason why they are not suitable for using the 2-tail is easy to find. According to the information, the time when Wooden Golem became Jinchuriki was younger than Killer Bee. She had already sealed the tailed beast when she was 2 years old. Calculating the time, she is only 4 or 5 years old now, and Killer Bee is only a few years older than her. Even if she is very talented and can master the ability to transform into a tailed beast and skillfully use the 2-tail in the future, she is just a child and can't do anything now. So the only one who can be used is 8 Tails. After thinking about this, Fenjai already knew what level this character is. In the original work, Orochimaru can do it on his own, but with him and Nawake, there will always be some changes. But Maple Leaf. Orochimaru stared into Fenjai's eyes. Please tell me the truth, are you afraid? Afraid? Fenjai stroked his heart that was beating faster and his slightly trembling hands. Am I afraid? No. That's excitement. A sense of excitement, of eagerness to fight. His blood is agitated. Let's go. My fists are ready to move. First update. Ask for flowers. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18. After the bloodbath, the seedlings will also grow. Brother, why didn't Orochimaru ask me if I was afraid? On the way, Noeki asked curiously. You are a reckless person, that's different. Maple Leaf said calmly. What is a reckless person? Noeki scratched his head and didn't understand. Isn't he a reckless person? In the original book, the man who rushed into the detonating trap on his first mission. And from childhood to adulthood, Noeki has grown a lot in character after following him, at least he still has the courage of a man. This is not because Orochimaru treats him differently. Orochimaru knows about Maple Leaf's strength, and only when Maple Leaf puts down his fear during the mission can he better protect Noeki. If Maple Leaf is afraid, Noeki will naturally be afraid, so there is no need to ask. The scenery along the way in the Land of Fire is nice. Unfortunately, because it is in a period of war, even places that are not affected by the war will have a tense atmosphere. This is the first time Maple Leaf has left Konoha village. The excitement before leaving the village slowly turned into calmness after embarking on the journey. He was not the eldest son of the SENJU clan who came out to travel. He was the head of the SENJU clan who shouldered the responsibility. Orochimaru admired the speed of adjusting his mentality. A child's mentality determines his future height, and he still looks forward to Fenji's performance. So, Hokage means that during the period when you let Eight Tails run wild and cause unrest in Cloud Shinobi Village, Noeki and I need to seize the opportunity to invade the intelligence room of Cloud Shinobi Village and take away the documents. The assistance you said actually has another purpose. As the team was about to leave the fire country, Fenji checked his equipment while looking at Orochimaru and asked. It's just a document. Orochimaru shook his head. There is only one target that is truly dangerous. Third Raikage. The battlefield is in a stalemate. According to the intelligence, he has returned to Cloud Shinobi Village. As expected, he has already planned to use Jinchuriki. But don't worry, when Eight Tails goes berserk, he will continue to fight with Eight Tails to protect Cloud Shinobi Village. As long as the chaos is not quelled, you are safe. The tailed beast going berserk is naturally the biggest thing in the village. For example, the Nine Tails rebellion in the future also left Konoha with painful memories. But, looking at Orochimaru, Fenji has some feelings. You have to admit that Uncle Snake is a well-deserved talent. According to the original comics, it is also Eight Tails' own memories. This time, Eight Tails was in a genjutsu and was unconscious from beginning to end. Even until the end, it couldn't remember what the process was like. The reason is that the pill developed by Uncle Snake is too powerful. A crazy pill that can make the tailed beasts fall into illusions. He can even research such things. Unlike Maple Leaf, Orochimaru's scientific research talent is not limited to ninjutsu, he is also good at other aspects. And this invention is probably one of the reasons that forced Orochimaru to defect from Konoha. Did he really leave the village just because the human experiment was exposed? Definitely not. It is very abnormal that so many people disappeared in a row in the human experiment. That is not Orochimaru's style. He would not be stupid enough to use only the children of Konoha village as experimental subjects. Even a normal person would not commit a crime at his doorstep, let alone a scientist like Uncle Snake who has 3 burrows. And the third generation cannot be unaware of human experiments. In Konoha village, how can it be so easy to escape the eyes of the Hokage? The real reason for Orochimaru's defection. I'm afraid that the top management is afraid that Orochimaru will fail in the competition for the position of Hokage and will retaliate against the village. Kushina is close to giving birth, and the safety of Jinchuriki is above all else. They were afraid that Orochimaru would use the same drug on Kushina. Probably, that's it. But what they didn't expect was that even without Uncle Snake, Nine Tails still went berserk. In the end, the Uchiha clan took the blame and had to move their clan land. What's wrong, Fenji-kun? Seeing that Fenjai was a little distracted, Orochimaru couldn't help but shout. If you are worried about the mission, Fenjai-kun doesn't have to do that. I will make Eight Tails run away as soon as possible, and then rush to the intelligence room of Cloud Shinobi Village and we will work together then. It's not that simple. Fenjai smiled, he knew Orochimaru was kind. But it's easier said than done. Time waits for no one, who knows what kind of accidents will happen at that time, and Orochimaru must be in a difficult situation, and it may be difficult to provide support. And Fenjai is sure that if his mission fails this time, he will face direct pressure from the third generation. No, I just want to know what method Orochimaru will use to make Eight Tails run away. I see. Uncle Snake suddenly realized, and a certain smug look suddenly flashed on his face. He took out a bottle from his arms, and the blue pill inside looked quite different. Pills? Can you show me? Maple Leaf asked with a curious look. This. After hesitating for a while, Orochimaru finally opened the bottle and handed the pill to Fenjai. The material for this thing is hard to get. Just one pill has consumed all the reserves in my laboratory. But the effect is also outstanding. Not to mention 8 tails, even 9 tails. Seemingly quite satisfied with his work, Orochimaru couldn't help but say something extraordinary. But looking at Maple Leaf, Uncle Snake quickly shut up. 9 Tails Jinkriki is someone's grandmother. This kind of remark seemed to reveal something. Maple Leaf shook his head and didn't care about Orochimaru's words. It works on 8 tails, so 9 tails can't stand it either. This is as it should be. But... Slowly putting away the pill, Maple Leaf locked his eyes on the 2 big trees next to him, and then approached step by step. The powerful exploration nerves of the hollow have already allowed him to discover the hidden stink bug. Sujie. So, you also know the medicinal properties of this thing, right? Shua. A sound of breaking through the air came. The sound moved. The Maple Leaf, who was still standing in the same place, turned into a residual image. The next moment, he rushed to the front of the tree and stabbed it with a long knife in his hand. Puff! Unlike the crisp sound of the tree being pierced, the sound of the sharp weapon penetrating the body and shattering the bones was creepy. Blood suddenly burst out in the human-shaped shadow in front of the tree and sprinkled on Fenjai's face. And the boy remained calm from beginning to end. In the war, we are reborn. Licking the corner of his mouth with his tongue, Fenjai showed a weird smile and stretched out his bloody hand to take off the forehead protector on the forehead of the corpse that had already appeared. He was a Konoha shinobi. The root, or Enbu sent to strengthen Fenjai and others. Teacher Orochimaru. It seems that your teacher is not very confident in you. Pulling back the sword inserted into the corpse, the bloody smell only made Fenjai feel a brief discomfort and quickly adapted. That's it. After stepping into the battlefield, he was in hell. Not adapting is a dead end. As soon as he finished speaking, Fenjai's figure disappeared again like a ghost. After a few flashes, he had another terrified ninja in his hand. And this time, he brought the man to Nawaki. After the bloodbath, even the seedlings will grow. Nawaki, my brother. Pick up your kunai. Pierce his heart. The second update. I dare to ask for a monthly ticket. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19. The door of the Senju clan is always open to you. The battle ended quickly. Under the horrified gaze of those tails who followed out of Konoha, the slaughter was orderly. Nawaki was obviously not used to slashing people for the first time. He did not have the psychological endurance of Fenjai's pervert. After all, he was still a child. After stabbing the kunai into the enemy's heart, he had lost his strength and leaned against the tree to think about life. The rain fell at the right time, washing the blood on the ground. And Orochimaru obviously did not expect that the first person he took action to repay after leaving the village was not the enemy, but the ninja from the same village. This made him even more angry. But this kind of anger, there is no place to vent, can only turn anger into fierceness when attacking. Go back to question Sarutobi, teacher? No. That is a very stupid thing to do. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen can take the lead. He will say that these Anbu ninjas were sent by him to protect Orochimaru and his party. He will also question why Orochimaru attacked his fellow villagers. This reason would put Orochimaru in a passive position, so even if he knew that these people were monitoring him, he could only pretend not to know. He was suspected. There was no doubt about this. The reason, was it the pill that could drive the tailed beasts crazy? It was not that simple. I am afraid it was related to maple leaf. Orochimaru looked at his disciple and fell into deep thought. That test, after all, made his teacher no longer trust him, and even assumed that he was a member of the Senju side. Perhaps, I should have thought of it a long time ago. Letting the rain wash his face, there was some kind of doubt in his eyes. Senju maple leaf. He was his disciple. But it was not until now that Orochimaru realized that Maple Leaf did not use his full strength in that graduation test. At least that ghostly speed even surpassed his teacher, and that speed he had never used during the test. In addition, what shocked Orochimaru was that keen perception. Terrible perception. Even he did not notice these ninjas following him. Of course, it's not that Orochimaru has poor perception, but that there is something wrong with the people sent by the Hokage this time. He knows these people. They are elite ninjas from the Moonlight clan of Konoha that Anbu recruited. They master the extremely precious transparent escape from that clan. The so-called transparent escape is an ability to completely hide one's breath and make the whole body transparent. This ability can only be achieved by a few gifted ninjas from the Moonlight clan. Hiding the breath, unable to sense the chakra changes, even so, Fanjai still easily discovered it. Just like when he discovered his existence in the Senju clan's training ground. How did he discover himself and these transparent escape ninjas following behind? Orochimaru was a little confused. Fanjai is not simple, he knows this very well. But that sense of mystery. Are you thinking about life? Teacher Orochimaru. Wiping the blood on his hands with a smile, Fanjai walked in front of Orochimaru. After witnessing the blood, his mentality has changed subtly. Fanjai discovered. He is quickly integrating into this cruel world, this is the real world. If you don't kill people, you will die yourself. Thinking about life? Orochimaru smiled bitterly. When the person you risked your life to protect on the battlefield doubts you in return, you should really think about life. He can't help but think about the meaning of what he did. Do you think it's easy to sneak into Cloud Shinobi Village? Do you think it's easy to risk your life to let Eight Tails go berserk? That's something you can only do if you risk your life. Beware of the enemy. You have to be careful behind you. What's the reason? I don't know about others. But Orochimaru teacher, you can trust me with your back. As soon as Orochimaru looked at him, Fanjai understood what he was thinking. Others wouldn't feel good about this kind of thing. Leave your back to your own disciple? Orochimaru's eyes were complicated. He remembered his true thoughts when he took the ninjutsu manual left by the second Hokage from Fanjai. Get close to him and get more valuable ninjutsu. But now, there seems to be some subtle relationship between the two. Real teacher and student? Also, if one day, Orochimaru teacher has nowhere to go, the door of Senju is always open to you. This is my promise as the head of the Senju clan, your disciple. This time, Orochimaru's eyes finally changed. Senju clan. The head's promise? Thank you. After a long time, Orochimaru nodded after regaining his composure. Maybe there will be that day. Orochimaru didn't know. He also didn't know that the reason why Fenjai said this as the head of the clan at this moment was because of his unintentional kindness during the graduation examination. As the first person to lend a helping hand to Fenjai, he will never forget it. Fenjai smiled after wiping the pills in his arms. He who has the system has spent 20 ability points to copy the formula of the pill, which means that as long as he has the materials, the pill that can make the tailed beast crazy can be mass-produced. He has consulted the system, and the materials that are considered precious in the ninja world are available in the system mall, and they are not expensive. In other words, Maple Leaf is the only one who has mastered this ability to make the tailed beast crazy after Orochimaru. This pill. It is very useful. All the monitors of Konoha have been killed, and the Orochimaru team is on the journey again. The experienced Orochimaru used a special method to melt all the corpses into slag. No one will know that they killed those people. And this matter can only be regarded as a minor episode for Maple Leaf. After all, he and Sarutobi have reached the critical stage of tearing their faces apart, and it is not unreasonable for him to monitor himself at this time. But Maple Leaf also understands. The dissatisfaction with the upper management and his teacher in Orochimaru's heart has taken root. The royal scientific research master of the SENJU family is not far away. The land of lightning. As a traditional country that has long believed that force can solve any problem, their village also believes in the strong. And the most outstanding martial arts expert is the physically strong Third Raikage. It is said that he can confront the Eight Tails head-on with his body. Unlike Konoha, Cloud Shinobi Village is located in a towering mountain, and deafening thunder often echoes. 3 days later. On a certain mountain. The Orochimaru team, ready to go, finally arrived at the designated location. In front of them is the misty Cloud Shinobi Village. According to the plan, the action time is set to night. If I can't reach the intelligence room of Cloud Shinobi Village to support you before the storm is over, this will be our last meeting place. As he said, Orochimaru took out a kunao and carved a symbol under the hidden tree next to him. Please remember this symbol, Maple Leaf, and Noeki. If there are special circumstances that make it impossible to wait, this symbol means that you are safe and have evacuated first. Erasing the mark, Orochimaru looked solemn. I will break the barrier of Cloud Shinobi Village at the agreed time to attract the attention of those sensing ninjas. You have plenty of time to go to the intelligence room of Cloud Shinobi Village. The specific location has been marked on the map. Remember, before the Eight Tails go berserk, you must hide yourself and don't expose yourself. Go. As the team leader, I announce, the mission. Begin. The third update. Please, forget it. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20, Second Brother, why don't you kill this little girl to avenge Brother Jen's hung? Night falls. Outside the barrier of Cloud Shinobi Village, Fenjai and Noeki squatted quietly in the bushes, observing the movement ahead. Are you nervous? Fenjai asked, glancing at Noeki who seemed a little uncomfortable next to him. No. Noeki pointed to his stomach shyly, I want to fart, but I'm afraid of alerting the enemy. Are your farts so strong? Can the Raikage smell it in the office? Fenjai's mouth twitched. Teacher Orochimaru said to be cautious. Noeki scratched his head and said embarrassedly. You should let it go, don't let your farts become not simple after holding them in for too long, and something else pops out. Fenjai kicked Noeki's butt speechlessly, not knowing what to say. This is the outskirts of Cloud Shinobi Village. Although the vigilance near the village will be strengthened during the war, Fenjai's detection nerves are suspiciously sharp to detect the approaching ninjas. With his radar, there is no need to be so nervous that you dare not even fart. But it's not far from the agreed time. Fenjai looked at the time, his eyes flickered. According to the third Hokage, sneaking into Cloud Shinobi Village is just to steal some information? Don't be ridiculous. As the head of the SENJU clan, how could Fanjai be a dog for the third generation? He still has this awareness. So, coming to Cloud Shinobi Village, Fanjai has his own ideas. Slowly closed his eyes. The detection nerves inherited from Ulquiera began to extend. In just a few breaths, Fanjai's mind seemed to have a huge map of Cloud Shinobi Village, and countless light spots suddenly appeared on the map. That was the soul fluctuations of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas. No matter how strong or weak, they have nowhere to hide under the powerful perception. In this world where no one can hide the breath of the soul, Fanjai's detection nerves are the strongest perception. Eyebrows slightly raised. Fanjai's detection nerves swept through one area after another. Reikage Building. Anbu Base. Cloud Shinobi Village Patrol Team. An Uncle Snake who is trying to break the barrier outside. Soul fluctuations will not lie. And a person's strength can also be sensed from the soul. Specifically, in the Shinigami world, a person with strong Ryutsu can easily suppress a person with less Ryutsu and make him crawl on the ground. There is no doubt that the person with the strongest soul power in the entire Cloud Shinobi village is the third Reikage. And because the Jinkraki is bound to the soul of the tailed beast, the soul power will also be extremely strong. 3 very bright beams of light, representing the Reikage, 8 tails Jinkraki, and Bulabai. A&D. Found it. Suddenly opening his eyes, Maple Leaf locked on the real target of his coming to Cloud Shinobi Village, this time by probing the nerves. It's time, Nawaki. Waving to his brother who was pulling up his pants in the distance, Maple Leaf's mouth twitched. In the end, did that fart have some kind of chemical reaction? In the darkness, 2 figures rushed into Cloud Shinobi Village. At this time, in the Reikage building, the third Reikage was sitting on a chair, thinking about the anonymous letter in front of him. None of the consultants and assistants dared to come forward to disturb him. This is the biggest difference between Cloud Shinobi Village and KONOHA. In Cloud Shinobi Village, Reikage has absolute authority. But the third Reikage never disappoints the villagers who believe in him. Although he looks big and strong, he is thoughtful, treats the villagers gently, and is the most trustworthy companion on the battlefield. This confirms the saying. It is not that you can get recognition by becoming a cage, but you can become a cage by getting people's recognition. This sentence is fully reflected in him. Similarly, in the future Third Ninja World War, he also voluntarily chose to sacrifice himself for his companions. The legend of a real man who beats tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas has not yet been staged. Is everything ready in the intelligence room? Finally, the Reikage's muffled voice broke the silence of the Reikage's office. Don't worry, Reikage-sama. The intelligence personnel inside have been replaced by Anbu's elite ninjas. Traps have been set up outside to prevent escape. If anyone breaks in without permission, they will definitely be caught. The subordinates beside him answered quickly. Yeah, not bad. Putting down the letter in his hand, Reikage relaxed his shoulders that were a little tight due to his muscular development. For this kind of information, you can't believe it completely, nor can you not believe it. It said that they want to give us Cloud Shinobi Village a big gift. Just treat it as a fart. In addition to strengthening the vigilance of the intelligence room, the safety of the village must also be guaranteed. Let me see who is so bold that he dares to come to my Cloud Shinobi Village to steal secrets. With sharp eyes, the third Reikage guessed the source of the letter. But if Fanjai was present, he would definitely understand something. Reikage's control over the intelligence room has been strengthened. This is enough to show that the content of his mission has been leaked. Master Reikage, there is movement in the barrier. At this moment, a figure rushed into the Reikage's office with an anxious look on his face to report the situation. Are you here? Reikage clenched his fists, and just as he was about to continue speaking, a deafening sound rushed straight into the sky. Roar! This is 8 Tails. Reikage's expression suddenly changed and he stood up instantly. At this moment, he had only one thought. He was played. Second brother, this doesn't seem to be the route to the intelligence room. When the huge figure of 8 tails appeared in the original place, Noeki, who saw this scene for the first time, swallowed his saliva. But after looking around and comparing the map in his hand, Noeki found something wrong. This place is getting farther and farther away from the intelligence room. Yes, Fenjai didn't go to the intelligence room. No hurry, grab a little girl first. Looking around, the whole Cloud Shinobi village became extremely chaotic after 8 tails roared. The running villagers, the bewildered ninjas, and the humming of the shaking earth. This scene is comparable to the 9 tails chaos in the original book. Little girl. Noeki was stunned and looked at Fenjai with a strange look. As he said that, his gaze towards Fenjai began to slowly move downwards. Second brother, you have grown up. What's in your head? Fenjai rolled his eyes helplessly and was too lazy to explain anything. He pulled him to a corner of the street and pointed to the wall in front. You wait here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he didn't give Noeki a chance to talk nonsense and rushed up directly. By wooden golem, I'm not in a good mood today. Maybe the girl's intuition told her that something seemed to be going to happen. So after returning from the ninja school, she returned home early to take a shower and go to bed. But just as she was enjoying the pleasure brought by the warm water, the deafening sound forced her to put on her yukata and rushed to the window eagerly to look over. That roar was familiar. At least the two in her body were familiar. It told the wooden golem that 8 tails had gone berserk, as if he had lost his mind and was in great pain. As a Jinkraki, the kind-hearted wooden golem wanted to rush out to help his companions. But just as she wanted to wipe her wet hair, a silver-haired boy suddenly appeared in front of the window. This boy looked a few years older than her, with a good appearance and a good temperament. He was the kind of little boy that a little woman could easily fall in love with at first sight. But she, the wooden golem, was not a little woman. She was sure that she didn't know this guy, didn't know him, and appeared here, so his identity could only be an enemy. Pulling out a kunai to protect his chest, the wooden golem looked at Maple Leaf vigilantly. But the next move of the handsome man directly stunned the wooden golem. Well, the beige-brown long straight loli, it's you. Maple Leaf smashed the glass with a punch, jumped into the room, and then snatched the kunai from her hand without saying anything. He stuffed the prepared handkerchief into her mouth, threw it on the quilt next to her, and skillfully rolled up the quilt, directly imprisoned you wooden golem so that he couldn't move, and lifted him up and carried him on his shoulders. He moved smoothly all day, as if this was not the first time he did it. What is he going to do? A flower thief? A beast? Pervert? You wooden golem, whose mouth was blocked, was full of fear. Climbed over the wall and landed safely. Noeki heard the noise and hurried over. And when he saw you wooden golem, he drew out the kunai with a ferocious face. Second brother, why don't you kill this little girl and avenge brother Jensung? At this moment, you wooden golem was completely desperate. She just wanted to know one thing before she died. Who is Jensung? Did she provoke him? The 4th update. Because of a cold, my typing speed is limited, please forgive me, dear readers. Well, I'll try my best to update 5 more. I have a severe headache. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 21, Yin. Sorry, I am more yin than you, and a little more ruthless. This reckless guy. Fenjai sighed. Believe it or not, if I put her down and you two fight one-on-one, you can't beat her. Is it that exaggerated? Noeki curled her lips. Taking her away is much more valuable than killing her. Pinching the chin of wooden golem, Fenjai looked calm. If Uncle Snake hadn't made too much noise and attracted the ninjas guarding wooden golem, he would have had to use a lot of tricks to catch him. Compared with taking advantage of the chaos to obtain the secrets of Cloud Shinobi Village, Fenjai naturally chose to take the two-tailed Jinkriki away. Do you know? Lifting wooden golem's chin, Fenjai stared into the little girl's eyes. The tailed beasts once belonged only to the Senju. Now, I am just following the proper steps to return the property to its original owner. Senju. Wooden golem seemed to understand something. Senju clan. Konoha shinobi. The identity of the man in front of him seemed to have been revealed. But isn't he afraid that his actions will escalate the war between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha? Fenjai is not afraid. He even hopes that the decisive battle will start in Cloud Shinobi Village. The one who will have a headache is 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it has nothing to do with him. Senju Hashirama once sold the tailed beasts to other villages, and when Fenjai came to power, he publicly opposed Senju Hashirama's decision to sell the tailed beasts. Now that he is the head of the Senju clan, Fenjai believes that he has the right to take back the tailed beasts that have been sold. At most, he will compensate you with a few dollars, and he doesn't even want to pay you. But no matter what the result is, when he returns to Konoha with the wooden golem, he will return with the penultimate credit. And the great achievements of the Senju clan head who went deep behind enemy lines will also raise Fenjai's prestige to a higher level, which will be more conducive to controlling the Senju clan in the future. Even his purpose of taking the wooden golem away is far more than that. Jinkriki. Sarutobi, Danzo. You must want it very much, right? Unfortunately, it belongs to the Senju. As if he was in the mood, Maple Leaf couldn't control his emotions and smacked wooden golem's little face, and then skillfully carried her on his shoulders again. He was declaring sovereignty. The sovereignty of the tailed beasts. Damn. This might be my second sister-in-law in the future. After seeing this scene, Nawaka finally understood. If it was my second sister-in-law. I just said that she was a little girl, and I had to kill her to avenge the Genshung brothers. This. The misunderstanding was a bit big. Nawaka came to his senses and quickly approached wooden golem with a sly look and bowed. Sister-in-law, don't take what I said just now to heart. Sister-in-law? What does this have to do with that? Wooden golem rolled his eyes in anger. The mission continues. 8 tails are still wreaking havoc. However, when a tall man stood in front of 8 tails, its pace of destruction finally stopped. 3rd Raikage. At this time, his face was full of anger. He felt that he was being played, and others played him very happily. A dignified Raikage was fooled by a letter and put the focus of defense on the intelligence room, but ignored the most important strategic resources of the village. Tailed Beast. He came back to the village this time just to have a good chat with Brubby and use the power of Jinkriki on the battlefield to contribute to Cloud Shinobi Village. After all, Brubby's condition has been a little strange in recent times, so this kind of conversation is still necessary. But now, he has received the news. The 8 tails in Brubby's body have been completely extracted, and he himself has lost his life characteristics. What does this mean? In the short term, at least before the wooden golem and the next generation of 8 tails Jinkriki grow up, Cloud Shinobi Village will lose an important strategic weapon. It is not easy to train a Jinkriki, and the most difficult thing is to get the recognition of the tailed beasts. Brubby is very good, and even 8 tails is willing to share chakra with him. But now, everything has become a bubble. Looking at the crazy 8 tails in front of him, who even lost a horn, the Raikage was so angry that his teeth were itching. Who is playing tricks on him? Shu. At the same time, Konoha village. In the Hokage's office. Danzo sneezed for no reason and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. It happened that Sarutobi was smoking hard, and his face turned pale after taking a deep puff. What do you mean? As the commander-in-chief of the front line, I asked you to explain your work ideas, and this is how you explained it. The 3rd generation looked at each other with a bad face, wishing that Danzo would go to the rain country right away. Tsunade had already left, but this guy insisted that the commander-in-chief had to make plans and go a few days later. However, there were other things that called him here today. According to the time, Orochimaru and the others should have arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village. Danzo didn't even intend to explain the sneeze problem, and changed the subject on his own. Anyway, he was about to leave the village for the front line of the rain country, and Sarutobi couldn't make things difficult for him. He should have seen the message I left for Reikage. Obviously. That letter was given to Reikage by him. Are you sure it won't affect Orochimaru's plan? The third generation took a puff of cigarette, looking solemn. No. Danzo shook his head, and this is where I'm smart. You're smart? Sarutobi shook his head disdainfully. I mentioned the intelligence room on purpose. According to normal people's thinking, even if they don't believe it, they will strengthen their defense. But it is inevitable that they ignore other problems. I even helped Orochimaru so that he could get closer to Eight Tails Jinchuriki more smoothly. What then? Sarutobi waited for the next part with interest. By then, Eight Tails will go berserk, Jinchuriki will die, and the third Reikage will have nowhere to vent his anger. But he has captured 2 people from the SENJU clan, and one of them is even the patriarch of the SENJU clan. What do you think the third Reikage will do? Vent. Sarutobi smiled, puffed leisurely on his cigarette and nodded, worthy of being Danzo. Damn it! What can the third Reikage do? You can guess it at random, there are only 2 options. 1. Kill Maple Leaf and Noeka to vent his anger. 2. Capture them and go to Konoha to negotiate and ask for an explanation. No matter which one, they will permanently solve the problem of Maple Leaf. In the first case, Maple Leaf will die directly. As for the second one, he called the captives back to Konoha, then the so-called genius and the like will all turn into bubbles. Even Maple Leaf, who has lost his halo, will have problems controlling the tribe members in the future. The SENJU clan does not want a waste to be the clan leader, nor will they obey the orders of a waste. Thinking of this, Sarutobi smiled with satisfaction. It must be said that Danzo calculated very well this time. But they overlooked one thing. A very critical question. That is whether Maple Leaf will be stupid enough to go directly into the intelligence room of Cloud Shinobi Village and be caught honestly. Especially after he has obtained the 2-tailed that is more meaningful than intelligence. What's wrong, second brother? Cloud Shinobi Village. Only 100 meters away from the intelligence room. Noeka looked at Maple Leaf, who stopped and looked strange and asked in confusion. Now the chaos is not over yet, it is a great opportunity. No need to go in. Carrying the wooden golem, Maple Leaf grinned. His probing nerves have already discovered that this so-called intelligence room is waiting for him to fall into the trap. There is no doubt that his mission has been exposed. And at this moment, all his thoughts are straightened out. Orochimaru's mission was received from the third generation and Danzo, and no one else can leak the information except them. Want to use Cloud Shinobi Village to get rid of me? Sure enough, I knew that this mission is not easy. What a pity. It's quite shady, but it's a waste of energy in front of me. With a sigh, Maple Leaf shook his head, and more shady. I said, I am your ancestor. Go. Eight Tails ran away, Reikage should be very angry. Give you a reason to go wild. He casually took out Konoha's forehead protector from his arms and threw it on the ground. The boy turned around with the wooden golem on his shoulder. Forehead protector. This is the most direct evidence. Regardless of whether it contains the factor of frame-up, Maple Leaf gave him the opportunity to retaliate against Konoha. I am not only cunning. I am also a little more ruthless than you. Enjoy the wrath of the Reikage. 5th update. Enjoy reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22, Combat Mode, Terrifying Recovery Ability. You know what, Noeki? Where there are people, there will be fighting. These are inevitable. And every village will be dirty and dark under the sun. People are cautiously carrying their burdens forward, only seeking a brief peace. But sometimes, you have to stand up and choose to confront those people head-on. The second brother started again. Outside the Cloud Shinobi village, on the mountain where they first gathered. Noeka looked at the maple leaves next to him in confusion. But this time, he seemed to understand something. Yes. Looking at the change in the attitude of the second brother from graduation to now, even he can see something. The second brother is a little high profile. Even he understands the truth that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The second brother cannot not understand. But sometimes in this world, you have no choice. According to the second brother's words, he is not high profile, and the unlucky ones are the tribesmen on the battlefield. Those who want to deal with the Senju clan must have a goal to attract their attention. The second brother chose to stand up and bear everything himself. Noeka shuddered after wiping the blood off his face. He even knew that after returning to Konoha this time, his second brother would be more high profile than before. Recalling the crazy look of those people when he followed his second brother out of Cloud Shinobi village, he realized that his second sister-in-law's identity seemed to be more than just a little girl. Especially just now, he learned from his second brother that his second sister-in-law's true identity was Jinkriki. He was completely confused. Jinkriki. Just like Grandma Mito. Once the tailed beasts in their bodies go berserk. Looking at the 8 tails still roaring in the distance, Noeka couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What does it mean that his second brother brought back Jinkriki? It's time to go, Noeka. Carrying the wooden golem again, Fenjai took a deep breath. His exploration nerves have found that many ninjas rushing out of Cloud Shinobi village are chasing in all directions, and one of the teams is heading for this place. Didn't wait for Uncle Snake after all? After hiding the 2 symbols under the tree, Fenjai looked around. Uncle Snake didn't come, but this situation was reasonable. 8 Tails' rampage was unexpected, but Reikage could stop 8 Tails, and the storm would eventually subside. But Fenjai was sure that AI must have received the news of Wooden Golem's disappearance. Although the entire Cloud Shinobi village is in chaos now, the general order has not collapsed. Reikage is responsible for stopping 8 Tails, and his men have sent out a signal to start searching for Wooden Golem's traces in all directions. In this case, not only Cloud Shinobi village, but the entire Lightning Country is probably already in a state of war readiness, and the domestic passages will also be closed. And the vigilance around Cloud Shinobi village, which is closest to the outbreak site, will also be raised by several levels. Uncle Snake's failure to come here to meet at the specified time is also easy to explain. Fenjai knew that it would be a matter of time before he was exposed if he continued to stay here, and now he and Noeka must leave in the chaos. Even if we leave this mountain, the way back will probably be several times more difficult than the way here. This is a bloody battle. It is also the only way for Maple Leaf to transform. Even if we have the detection nerves, we can try to avoid fighting, but under such a tight blockade, direct conflict is still inevitable. But, looking at his system panel, Maple Leaf licked his cracked lips. Just after he came out of Cloud Shinobi village, he found that the daily training tasks had changed. It seems that because the system can determine whether Maple Leaf is in a safe state by itself, the tasks given to people are also different. Host, Senju Maple Leaf. First Inheritance, Urushira, Sephir. Unlock Progress, 7.2%. Ability Mastery. Ring Turn, Intermediate, High-Speed Regeneration, Intermediate, Steel Skin, Primary, Basic Swordsmanship, Intermediate, Nerve Detection, Intermediate, Hollow Bullet, Primary. Ability Points, 245. Daily Tasks. Due to the persistence until the host environment changes, the Combat Task template has been opened. Combat Mode. Control yourself and the enemy in the battle. In this mode, the host gains template progress by 50%. After each battle, the system will give the host template progress rewards and other rewards according to the intensity of the battle. This mode will be completely unlocked when the host returns to the safe area. After unlocking, you can switch between combat mode and daily mode freely. Please explore the specific functions by yourself. Combat mode. A new function unlocked by the system. But it seems to be temporarily turned on. However, when SENJU returns to KONOHA, he can freely control whether to turn on the combat mode. Obviously, this mode switching is very convenient. In a safe place, he can improve the template progress by practicing, and if he does not have time to practice on the battlefield, he can use the combat mode to obtain template progress and improve his strength in battle after battle. Each of them has its own convenience. But now, there is no doubt that the combat mode is more suitable for SENJU. Looking at the way down the mountain, SENJU drew out the Thunder God sword and pointed it at a distance. 3 genin, 5 genin. Nawaki, are you afraid? Am I afraid? SENJU Mangsa smiled grimly, waving the kunao and slashing at the air. My sword has been thirsty for a long time. Rolling his eyes, SENJU used the rope to tighten the blanket wrapped by wooden golem to himself. The real test has begun. In the distance, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village have shown their heads, and SENJU's eyes are cold. The Thunder God sword in his hand seems to understand his heart and buzzes. Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder. Its former master was buried here. SENJU has never forgotten the death of Senju Tobirama. He and Cloud Shinobi Village are enemies. Kill. The sound is moving. The figure of the young man landed in front of the leading genin like a ghost, and the Thunder God sword stabbed into his chest without hesitation. The emotions on the man's face changed accordingly. Surprise, fear, and then a fierce look without hesitation. The pierced chest aroused his ferocity. He used the last weapon to stab the kunao at SENJU, but the boy's reaction speed was beyond his expectation. He blocked it with his arm before he finished the action. Puff! Blood slowly flowed from the place where the kunao was connected to the arm. But the pain made SENJU very sober. Staring at the ninja in front of him who seemed to be satisfied with the counterattack before death, the boy with blood on his face showed a weird smile. Do you think your desperate counterattack can really hurt me? Calmly pulling out the kunao inserted in his arm with his other hand, the last scene the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja saw was the wound that had healed in just a few seconds. Cancel the iron plate, I just want to see the effect of the SENJU family's recovery ability plus high-speed regeneration. Since the goal has been achieved, then. Leaving the man's body behind, SENJU's eyes were fixed on the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas around him, revealing that familiar gentle smile. Please die. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23. Not only did he come back, he also captured the two-tailed Jinkriki alive. The Land of Fire. Konoha. In the Hokage's office. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was somewhat unpredictable. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked calmly. Orochimaru stood below in silence. 2 Hokage advisors sat beside Sarutobi to support him. You did a great job on this mission. Konoha will remember everything you have done for the village. Orochimaru. After a while, Mitokado Homura spoke slowly. As a Hokage advisor, he was responsible for sorting out the mission scrolls, giving evaluations and rewards for this mission. Long before Orochimaru came, Sarutobi had already consulted with him. As for what reward to give to Orochimaru, they also knew. But Mitokado Homura narrowed his eyes and sighed. Of course, regarding the death of Senju Mabel and Senju Nawaki. They are not dead. Below, after hearing Mitokado Homura's words, Orochimaru refuted very calmly. His 2 disciples are not dead. They must not be dead. Of course, we do not rule out this possibility. Yuta and Koharu also spoke at the right time. But Orochimaru, according to your description in the quest scroll, Cloud Shinobi Village was in chaos after Eight Tails went berserk. At the same time, the entire Land of Lightning seemed to be on full alert. Although we don't know the reason for the alert, whether it was because of Eight Tails or other reasons, you yourself said that it is not easy to cross the cordon of the Land of Lightning and return to the Land of Fire. Even you almost couldn't return to the village. After a pause, Yuta and Koharu sat up straight. Two newly graduated genins, why are you so confident? Just relying on those two symbols representing safety. Don't be naive. Orochimaru opened his mouth, but finally said nothing. The situation in the Land of Lightning is indeed very special, and he doesn't know what happened specifically that made the Raikage so crazy that he made the whole country nervous. Yes, the village suffered a lot of losses from the attack, but Eight Tails has been controlled. In this war era, shouldn't they shrink their defense and reorganize the village? Why did they send countless ninjas outside to blockade the country? He is back. But he paid a big price, but he found another thing along the way in the Land of Lightning. And he didn't mention that thing to the higher UPS. Two-Tail. Maple Leaf. Did you do it? Before he came back, he went to the mountain to confirm the situation, and he was relieved when he found the two symbols. But after returning to the village, Orochimaru didn't find Maple Leaf and Noeki, and hurried to the Hokage's office to confirm the situation. What surprised him was that the two consultants seemed to know something in advance and believed that Maple Leaf was dead. This is not in line with common sense. If there is an explanation, it is that there is something wrong with this mission itself. I seem to have been calculated again. The coldness in Orochimaru's eyes became more and more intense, and the little sense of belonging left in his heart to Konoha was disappearing rapidly. Village? Teacher? Higher UPS? Each one is more hypocritical than the other. For that little bit of profit, you did everything you could to plot against the two children, you can even lose face. You plotted against my disciples, so don't blame me for hiding the information. It's the law of nature, this is what should happen. You can't say that. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking, suddenly spoke. Orochimaru remained calm, he wanted to see what his teacher had to say. Senju Maple Leaf and Senju Noeki may not have died in the battle, I think it's more likely that they became prisoners of the enemy. If it's the latter, there's still a chance. I promise that if the Raikage uses them as bargaining chips for negotiations, Konoha will do its best to protect their safety. These words made Orochimaru laugh out loud. Uncle Snake looked directly at his teacher with a hoarse voice that never concealed his sarcasm and disdain. Teacher Sarutobi seems to have expected that Maple Leaf and Noeki would get into trouble. Are you doubting me? Orochimaru. Sarutobi shook off the ash and remained calm, but he and Orochimaru both knew that Orochimaru's self-assertion during the graduation test had made them lose the trust they once had. I'm just stating the facts. This mission itself is very dangerous. I didn't want Fenjai and Noeki to go at first. But, it's you who let Fenjai graduate in the end. Good guy. You've been going around in circles and put the heaviest responsibility on me. Yes, Orochimaru, if you had paid more attention during the test and didn't say that you recognized his strength as a teacher, we wouldn't have made the decision that he could take the risk of this mission. I suggest that instead of arguing with us about whether he died in the battle, you might as well think about how to face Tsunade and Mito-sama. Yuta and Koharu followed. Is she wrong? At least not in the eyes of outsiders. Orochimaru told everyone during the test that Fenjai's strength was enough to graduate and was enough to be his disciple and protect himself. But now that something went wrong, the responsibility should be borne by Orochimaru. That's it. Even Uzumaki Mito couldn't blame them. And Orochimaru would also bear the mark of not knowing how to judge people, which would have a great impact in the future. This is the calculation of the third generation. From the beginning, Orochimaru had fallen into his trap. Sarutobi Hiruzen used practical actions to tell everyone that if they didn't obey his orders and act according to his ideas, this would be the end. From today on, neither the Senju nor the disobedient Orochimaru are threats. The third generation smiled when they thought of this. Konoha is not the era of the Senju after all. Orochimaru was silent. When he tore off the disguise, he saw the true face of his teacher. This is the real you. The atmosphere in the office began to liven up. Sarutobi and the two Hokage advisors were very satisfied with the result. But this atmosphere changed after a ninja in charge of the messenger opened the door. Hokage-sama just received the news that the Senju clan leader Senju Maple and his cousin Senju Nawaka have returned to the village. What did you say? In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up from his chair with a look of disbelief on his face. Hokage-sama, according to Maple-sama's dictation. This time, he also captured the strategic weapon of Cloud Shinobi Village alive. Two-tailed Jinchuriki. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, Hokage, what do you think? You don't know how much expression his face had just now. The backyard of the Senju clan. The afternoon sun makes people feel warm and comfortable. After hearing the news of Fenjai's return, Orochimaru came to find his disciple as soon as possible. Fenjai is more relaxed than he thought. He was lying on a recliner in the sun, and a 7 or 8-year-old girl stood next to him with a fan and fanned him with resentment. If nothing unexpected happens, she is the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Although it was only a few days since I last saw her. But Uncle Snake keenly discovered that the temperament of his disciple had changed again. He was more stable and decisive than before. Orochimaru was not surprised by this. Unlike the easy infiltration to the land of lightning, he spent a lot of effort to pass through the defense line when he came back. He didn't ask Fenjai about the specific process, but he could also think that it was not easy along the way. After fighting, you will always grow. His style is more enthusiastic than before. Uncle Snake is very clear about this. Even if Orochimaru didn't tell me, I can probably guess what it is like. Fenjai grinned. He had already figured out Sarutobi Hiruzen's little tricks along the way. Like using Cloud Shinobi Village to deal with him? What a pity. Even if he, Senju Fenjai, didn't have the pervert perception of nerve detection, he would not obediently enter the intelligence room of Cloud Shinobi Village to give himself up. After all, it was a task given to him by the top, and caution was a must. However, what about Sarutobi's expression? I'm afraid it's no different from eating shit. The carefully planned calculation failed, and he brought back Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village in front of everyone. With such merits, what's wrong with him not getting the information in the intelligence room? He didn't die, nor was he captured, which was the best stimulation for Sarutobi. He said you were dead, and he swore. The voice slowed down, and Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Obviously, he wanted to remind Fenjai something in this way, and at the same time express his position. There is an ambush in the intelligence room, so he naturally believes that I am dead. Fenjai said calmly. There is an ambush. Orochimaru suddenly woke up, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes the next moment. His IQ is not low, even if he is unwilling to admit that the mission was really leaked, but now the facts are in front of him. I, Orochimaru, was played. But I didn't go in. Fenjai gave Orochimaru a reassuring look, and I threw the forehead protector at their door. Forehead protector? Uncle Snake was stunned, and then he gave a thumbs up in admiration. Well done. If the furious Raikage found the forehead protector, it would be certain that he would go to Konoha to ask for punishment, right? And Cloud Shinobi Village, which could only suffer in silence, would find a target to vent because of this forehead protector. The so-called confidential mission would no longer be confidential. The top leaders leaked Maple Leaf's mission to Cloud Shinobi Village, so Maple Leaf leaked the top leader's secrets to the other party. This is a kind of revenge. A revenge that Konoha cannot bear. Maple Leaf doesn't care what the Raikage will do afterwards. He has his own way of dealing with it. How do you plan to deal with her? Uncle Snake suddenly asked after taking a look at the wooden golem. The existence of Jinchuriki itself is sensitive. Orochimaru, who knows Maple Leaf, is sure that he has no intention of handing over the two-tail. But in that case, he will directly face the pressure from the top leaders. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes had already seen Sarutobi Hiruzen, who pushed open the door of the courtyard in the distance and walked in. And the two Hokage advisors behind him. If Danzo had not rushed to the front line, I am afraid he would be there at this time. What a little kid who doesn't know the rules, he didn't even stand up to greet the Hokage when he came. The atmosphere changed instantly. Mitokado Homura spoke up at the first time, and his direct target was Maple Leaf. Don't know the rules? Maple Leaf was still lying on the lounge chair basking in the sun, but he tilted his head to look at the wooden golem next to him. Did you hear the dog barking just now? Dog barking? Mitokado Homura's expression changed and he was about to open his mouth to scold, but Fenjai didn't give him any chance. Xiangzuan moved, and a ghostly figure landed in front of him and grabbed his neck directly. How dare you! Seeing this scene, Yudatan Kohara roared two words in anger, but before he finished speaking, his neck was also grabbed by Fenjai. Xiangzuan started again. Fenjai had already landed at the gate of the courtyard with two consultants. Well, since the rules are mentioned, then I will also tell you the rules of Senju as the head of the Senju clan. Bang! Bang! With both hands, Fenjai pushed the heads of the two people into the door of the courtyard without any politeness, and he still had the familiar gentle smile on his face. Remember, you must knock on the door next time you come in. This is the rule. It's the Senju clan's land, and it's not the turn of others to bark. There is only one voice here, and that voice belongs only to the head of the Senju clan. Everything happened too fast. After the two consultants' heads hit the door and groaned in pain, Sarutobi's clenched fists and sharp eyes completely locked onto Fenjai. It seemed he would take action at any time. The scene in front of him even frightened Orochimaru next to him. Although he knew that Fenjai came back this time to make things difficult for Sarutobi, he didn't expect that he would play so big right from the start. Stuffing the heads of two consultants into the door in front of the Hokage? And telling them to knock on the door first the next time they come? This is no longer a provocation. It's a naked insult. He is trampling on Sarutobi's dignity as the Hokage. Will they fight? Uncle Snake moved slightly towards Fenjai. And this subtle movement made Fenjai feel warm. But fight? No. Uncle Snake thought too much. Even if he and Sarutobi were torn apart, he would still not fight on the surface. Sarutobi, don't dare to fight. Returning to his own recliner, Fenjai signaled Wooden Golem to continue fanning, and finally looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fenjai said he was an enemy, and he would not hold back any possible attitude of reconciliation. Especially since the man in front of him had just plotted against him. Not killing the two advisors directly was already Fenjai's greatest mercy. Even if there was no knocking on the door, the Senju chief should not have attacked the advisors. They are high-ranking officials in the village and have contributed a lot to the village. Sarutobi looked at Fenjai calmly, and this time he addressed him as the Senju chief. Then what? Fenjai raised his eyebrows. As far as I know, the Senju clan is also one of the high-ranking officials in the village, and as the chief of the Senju clan, I have inherited the will of fire from the first generation in Nidame. I am also a high-ranking official in Konoha, right? I teach my colleagues to be polite, and Mr. Hokage thinks it's wrong. Is this to let the Senju return to the center of power in the village? Sarutobi took a deep breath and his eyes shone. It's not impossible. But Shodei and Nidame have both made contributions to Konoha's penultimate. Should you also express your gratitude? For example, the one around you. Swish. When Sarutobi's eyes were fixed on the wooden golem, the girl instinctively hid behind Maple Leaf. If I don't give it to you, what will you do? A few simple and clear words were directly heard by Sarutobi. It seems that as the head of the Senju clan, you don't have the awareness to contribute to the village. Sarutobi's face was full of regret, but just when he wanted to put pressure on the village, a figure finally appeared at the door of the room. The two-tailed Jinchuriki stayed in the Senju clan's territory and was taken care of by the old woman. Hokage. What do you think? It was Uzumaki Mito, the nine-tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. And her existence is the reason and capital for Maple Leaf to dare to be arrogant. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 25, The Raikage Arrives, A Perfect Plan. Uzumaki Mito. She came from the Sengoku period and witnessed the rise of Konoha. She is the wife of the first Hokage and has been silently guarding the foundation left by her husband for decades. When she appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen already knew that he could not touch the two-tails Jinchuriki today. For decades, she hardly interfered in Konoha's political affairs. But once she took action, there was no room for negotiation. She is the only remaining spiritual symbol of Konoha. Her words can represent the dead first Hokage to a certain extent. With cold sweat on his back, Sarutobi raised his head with difficulty to meet Mito's eyes. With her around, he felt uncomfortable as the Hokage. Just now, the Hokage said. The Senju clan has no awareness of contributing to Konoha. Why does that old woman exist? Konoha's nine-tails Jinchuriki. The first generation made his wife a Jinchuriki, which had already shown his attitude. Sarutobi was choked up after a few words, but he couldn't find any way to refute the woman. I'm tired, Hokage, please go back. I will take good care of Jinchuriki. After all, I am one myself. Hokage, don't worry about that. An order to expel you? I don't seem to have the right to refuse. Sarutobi smiled bitterly. To put it bluntly, he felt guilty towards the Uzumaki clan, and the same was true for the Senju. And in front of this woman, he felt that his heart was seen clearly, without any secrets. Walking out of the yard in a panic, Sarutobi asked his subordinates to help the two advisors and finally left the Senju clan. But at the same time, after today, his inner thoughts became more determined. The remaining power of the Senju alone would suppress him as a Hokage. Uzumaki Mito? How long can you live? Or rather, how long can you protect the Senju? Even if you live, do you really think that I can't do anything? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi smoked and fell into deep thought. This just needs a small reason. A reason to shut up Uzumaki Mito. The Second Shinobi World War is still in a stalemate. And Konoha did not have any special atmosphere because of Fenjai bringing back the two-tailed Jinchuriki. The reason is very simple. The third generation had already ordered to completely block this matter. Including this mission, and all the news from Wooden Golem were blocked. Obviously, he did not want Cloud Shinobi Village to know that Konoha was responsible for the Eight Tails rampage. At the same time, Sarutobi did not want people to know that Fenjai had made such a contribution at such a young age, and did not want the topic of Senju to be discussed too much in the village. That would disrupt his plan. But it was a pity. Even if he blocked the news, Raikage still came. He brought his negotiation team and came to Konoha with great fanfare. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that the third Raikage came to Konoha this time not for negotiations, nor for peace. It was a rebuke. But surprisingly, the Raikage just stayed at the inn after being welcomed by the third generation and nothing happened. This behavior was a bit confusing. It was night. Outside the hall used to receive guests, a figure swayed, and the heaviest figure landed outside a room and pushed the door open. Have you investigated it clearly? The third Reikage inside was resting with his eyes closed, his solid muscles rising and falling with his breathing. It is certain that the person brought back by the Senju clan leader a few days ago was the wooden golem. Both the appearance and the importance of the Hokage match it. Plus the Konoha forward protector we found outside the Cloud Shinobi village intelligence room, all the evidence points to Konoha. The subordinate answered respectfully. Everyone likes to judge a person by appearance. And the muscles of the Reikage just became a disguise. If you judge the third Reikage according to the standard of judging a rascal, then you are wrong, very wrong. This is a strong man with a more delicate mind than ordinary people. Do you think that a ninja forward protector and some information about Konoha can attract him to Konoha? No. The third Reikage, and even the Cloud Shinobi village, never need a reason to retaliate against others. If they think you did it, then the response to you must be a fist. Senju Maple Leaf. You are really young and promising. Aiy sighed a little, this generation of Senju has produced a decent product. At least at this age, he dared to go deep behind enemy lines, which already represented his extraordinariness. But it's a pity that they are enemies. What's wrong with the last Senju? How is the investigation of the descendant of the Uzumaki clan going? The voice became low, and the Reikage asked. Yes. It's not enough to attract the Reikage to come to Konoha in person with just the forward protector. First, he had to confirm whether the wooden golem was in Konoha, and if so, how to bring her back with the least cost. Second, investigate what method Konoha used to make Eight Tails go berserk, and even make Eight Tails completely unaware of what happened at the time. Third, it was the selection of new Jinchuriki, which was his biggest headache in recent times. Jinchuriki are precious. The death of Brubai was a big blow to Cloud Shinobi village. In contrast, they also understood how important it is to have a Jinchuriki that is truly suitable for the tailed beast. Brubai is excellent, but he can't completely gain the recognition of Eight Tails after all. Then, the Uzumaki clan naturally became his target. Coincidentally, Konoha village theoretically has the last orphan of the Uzumaki clan. These 3 points together are enough for him to come to Konoha in person. She has a regular schedule, performs some not-so-dangerous tasks during the day, and is protected by Konoha Anbu ninjas throughout the journey. But when she returns to the Senju clan land, there is a short distance after that, and those who protect her will leave. It seems that those Anbu don't want the Senju clan to know of their existence. And according to intelligence, the Hokage has a delicate relationship with the new generation of Senju clan leaders. An old-fashioned conspiracy theory? Reikage shook his head. As a Kage, he understood why the Senju went from being a hero to a target of fear. After all, if someone was pressing on him, he would be very uncomfortable. But there is something to be said about this. Maybe it is possible to bring back the wooden golem without paying any price. Hokage, Senju, Jinchuriki. After the 3 concepts intertwined in his mind, a simple and clear plan appeared in the Reikage's mind. This is a perfect plan. After he understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart and what he would do when facing a threat. A perfect plan. He whispered something in the subordinate's ear, and the Reikage patted his shoulder. I will take good care of your family. I understand. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Bring the body and follow me to the Hokage's office. Brother Fenjai. Konoha. The clan land of the Senju family. It was late at night, but Fenjai was still sweating on the training ground. The game with the top management has completely begun. Although he beat up 2 consultants arrogantly, in the end, without Mito's protection, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely take action directly. Without strength, everything is just empty talk. Returning to the village and turning off the combat mode, Fenjai needs to practice more diligently. He has long been accustomed to practicing at night. But it's a familiar voice. Stop waving the long sword in his hand, the boy wiped his face and walked over. Didn't I say that you are growing up now, so there is no need to stay up late with me at night? Pinching Kushina's face, Fenjai said. Tisk, don't think so beautifully. Kushina pouted and handed over the lunchbox. I learned this from Mikoto this afternoon, you try it. Is this a rice ball? Opening the box, Fenjai looked at the 2 black coal balls and fell into deep thought. The heart is good. Kushina was afraid that she would be hungry during the night training, but this rice ball of yours, after eating it, will your parents not recognize you? Do you want to eat it? Kushina squinted her eyes and looked at Fenjai and said. To be honest, the rice balls that the girl spent an afternoon making have already shown her thoughts. If she was rejected at this time, it would be unpleasant. Alas! Sighed slightly. Kushina finally gave up and opened the middle layer of the food box, and the rice balls below, which were countless times more delicate than her coal balls, were placed in front of Fenjai. I knew it. This is made by Mikoto, but she can't come to Senju at night, you can eat hers. That's what she said. But Fenjai could see the grievance on the little woman's face. Everyone has something they are good at and not good at, but as long as they have worked hard and enjoyed the process, that is growth. Rubbing Kushina's little head, Fenjai stuffed the coal into his mouth, and then took a bite of the rice ball made by Mikoto and swallowed both rice balls. A real man should be like this. He ate it. Kushina was full of surprise. Obviously, for her, watching the boy she liked eat something made by herself, there is always an inexplicable sense of happiness. Go back and rest early, I still need to continue practicing. Smiling and nodding to Kushina, he seemed to want to stand up, but his face had turned purple from the effort just now. Yet, immersed in happiness, Kushina did not notice anything unusual and finally turned away. Ugh! Finally, when the girl's figure disappeared, the maple leaf standing in place finally couldn't help but sprayed violently. And at this moment, someone hiding in the corner slowly walked to his side. Good brother, thank you for your hard work. Patting Shadow Clone on the shoulder, Fenjai was full of admiration. To be honest, this was not the first time Kushina delivered food. In order to practice well and avoid the situation of punching and diarrhea, it was necessary to let Shadow Clone resist a wave of damage. Not hard. It's your turn next. Shadow Clone replied with difficulty while spitting, and then turned into white smoke with a bang. Good guy. Did he die directly from eating? When chakra returned to his body, Fenjai's expression changed suddenly. As we all know, Shadow Clone will return some feelings and pain to the main body after disappearing. This is why multiple Shadow Clone is listed as a forbidden technique. If you bear too much at once, you will really die. Shaking his head, Fenjai finally got used to the power of the coal balls and breathed a sigh of relief. Kushina really has no talent for cooking. If he continues like this, he can only cultivate an indestructible stomach. Well, when I marry Mikoto and Kushina in the future, it's better to let Mikoto cook. After a pause, Fenjai drew out the Thunder God sword again and planned to continue practicing, but when he just made a move, he suddenly turned around and looked at the place where Kushina left. Good boy, you dare to do it. With an angry roar, Fenjai's figure disappeared in an instant. The Senju clan's clan land is very large. Although most of the clan members are integrating into Konoha, the clan has also lost its former power. But Uzumaki Mito is still alive. This place, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never dare to move, even if he monitors the next generation of Nine Tails Jinkriki, he will proceed cautiously and try not to touch the brow of Mito. And Sarutobi knows that as long as Uzumaki Mito is alive, then the Senju clan land is an absolutely safe place for Kushina, and others dare not be presumptuous with that woman's terrible perception. Kushina is in a good mood now. Fenjai wanted to eat the food she made, which made her very happy. She knew that her food could not compare with Mikoto's, and she also knew that her food was not tasty. But the more this happened, the more moved Fenjai was after eating it. Because of this, she decided to work hard and must make delicious food for Fenjai. Fenjai's brother said, "Enjoying the process is the most important thing." Something is wrong. Raising her head suddenly, Kushina's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Just when the girl was distracted, 2 Gundam ninjas with their faces covered appeared in front of her without knowing when. She looked behind her in panic, and there were also 2 ninjas blocking her retreat. What to do? Kushina gritted her teeth and drew out her kunao. If others think of her as a little girl who gets flustered when encountering an emergency, they are wrong. Even if she dies, she will never give in. But even if she is determined in her heart, despair is still spreading in the face of such a scene. "I'm tired of living." At the critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly appeared. A figure landed gently in front of Kushina. It was Fenjai. "Fortunately, I didn't eat Kushina's coal briquettes, otherwise I would have really peed my pants if I activated the high-speed movement continuously." Fenjai was somewhat relieved. But more of it was anger. Since when, the Senju clan's clan land could be broken into by this group of smashers? The ninjutsu broke out, the angry boy stretched out his fingers, and the black and red light was instantly fired. Hollow bullet. It was much weaker than Zero, but the speed was several times that of Zero. Boom! The fingers kept shining, and the invading enemies were drowned by the violent explosion without even the power to resist. The power of the hollow bullet was not weak, and just when Kushina was afraid that the energy wave would invade her side, a pair of black wings wrapped her whole body and flew into the sky. Under the night sky, the girl saw a familiar face. This feeling of peace of mind has not been felt for a long time. Leaning on Fenjai's chest, Kushina closed her eyes. After a long time, the explosion caused by the hollow bullet subsided. Fenjai slowly fell to the ground and looked into the distance. A hunched figure was looking at him and Kushina. Uzumaki Mito. She had obviously discovered the invasion. But she did not take action, leaving the opportunity to Fenjai. She was old and wise, and she did not want to disturb Fenjai's heroic rescue. "But they are from Cloud Shinobi Village, you should not kill them." Mito sighed slightly. Reikage was definitely not that stupid, he could not have not known that she was in charge of the Senju clan's land. But he still sent someone here, and the meaning was obvious. It was to send his men to die. "I know, but Grandma Mito should know. No one can attack the people around me in front of me. If you dare to move, you must die." Fenjai nodded calmly. When he made a move, he discovered the identity of the other party. If he thought about it carefully, he could guess a little about Reikage's plan. "I still remember the Hyuga clan in the future. It was the same method that killed Hyuga Hisashi. What a pity. The Senju clan has never been Hyuga. They will never let anyone step on their heads and throw dirty water on them. Even Maple Leaf wanted to turn the tables. Someone come. Take the bodies of these people. Follow me to the Hokage's office. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27, Please let Hokage decide. At this time, Hokage Building, Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Looking at the rough man in front of him, the third generation really had a headache. To be honest, this was the first time that the third Reikage came to see him after coming to Konoha. Before that, he had wanted to visit him many times but was rejected. Originally, Sarutobi thought that Reikage had finally figured it out and came to discuss the war and the two-tail issue with him, so that he could take the opportunity to blackmail him. In fact, as long as Reikage opened his mouth, it would give Sarutobi Hiruzen a reason to force Uzumaki Mito. From the perspective of justice, didn't you say that you have always contributed to the village? There should be no problem handing over the two-tail this time, right? What a pity. His idea was beautiful, but when Rakage walked into the office and told him his purpose, the third generation was stunned. Tonight, the members of the negotiation team of Cloud Shinobi Village disappeared, and the Rakage came to ask for him. I need an explanation. After saying this, Rakage calmly sat on the sofa next to the office and closed his eyes to rest. He looked like he would not be able to leave work if he did not give it to someone today. No way, third generation did not care whether he left work or not. He was indeed a little worried that something might happen to the people in the negotiation team. At this critical moment, comforting Rakage was the most important thing. Sarutobi had no idea what Rakage would do if the people in the negotiation team disappeared in Konoha. So after getting the news, he immediately asked his subordinate Anbu to go out and investigate, and he would come back to report as soon as there was news. Rakage, don't worry. As a Hokage, I guarantee that your people will never have any problems. Sarutobi said as he lit his pipe. I hope so. Rakage nodded, and his calm attitude made Sarutobi frown. From the attitude of this old guy, it is not difficult to see that there is definitely something wrong. But he does not know where the problem is. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the door of the office was suddenly knocked. Before Sarutobi could respond, a young man pushed the door open and walked in. Senju Fenjai. The third generation frowned. Ever since this kid attacked the two advisors in front of him, they both knew that the window paper had been broken. Fenjai knew that the third generation was tampering with the mission, and the third generation also knew that Fenjai would never be at peace. If the Rakage next to him was not here, I'm afraid Sarutobi would scold him when Feng pushed the door open, and then teach him the rules in front of the Hokage. For example, you can't enter the Hokage's office without permission after knocking on the door. But now the third Rakage is next to him. If he, as a Hokage, doesn't have this kind of tolerance and has to argue with a child, it will be a joke. Fenjai, I'm discussing something with the Rakage. If you have anything to report, tell me later. With his habitual gentle fake smile, Sarutobi spoke slowly. I'm sorry I can't wait that long. Maple Leaf bowed his hands and said righteously. I'm here to ask the Hokage to make the decision. Make the decision? What decision? I'm talking about. Are you qualified? This time Sarutobi was confused. The two of them knew the relationship between him and Maple Leaf very well. When would the other party bow his head and let him make the decision? Maple Leaf didn't give Sarutobi a chance to come back to his senses, and directly pointed his finger in the direction of the third Rakage. I want to accuse the third Rakage of having bad intentions and sending his men to attack the Senju tribe without authorization. You are FG kidding. Sarutobi widened his eyes and looked at Maple Leaf in disbelief. Does this kid know what he is talking about? The third Rakage came to Konoha. Don't worry about his purpose, but at least outsiders think this is the attitude of his position as the Hokage. No matter what kind of talks or alliances, this will send a signal to other ninja villages that Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village are cooperating. But once Fenjai's statement spreads, these signals will become that Rakage went to Konoha to declare war. At that time, the pressure from the outside world will intensify. Staring at this shocking boy, the third Rakage had admiration in his eyes. Angry? No, there is no need. He just lamented that the Senju clan had a young and promising clan leader. Senju Fenjai appeared here, which means that his men are dead and their mission has been completed. But this also means that his next plan has been affected. The reason is very simple. His first plan is naturally to let two men die. At the same time, he will come to the Hokage's office and ask the Hokage to help find his men. Well, the body must be found in the end. When the time comes, he will use this as an excuse for negotiation or coercion, which is reasonable. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, Konoha's defense is very rough, and even let his men catch Uzumaki Kushina directly. This result is more profitable for Reikage. No matter which way, Reikage will open the situation and coerce Konoha. But now, the plan has changed. Senju Maple Leaf did not calm down and settle things like other tribes in Konoha after the incident. Instead, it took the initiative to come to the Hokage's office and counterattacked himself under the pretext of letting the Hokage make the decision. From this point of view, the boy in front of him has undoubtedly seen through the first 2 steps of his plan and even gained the initiative. Senju. Can that tribe still survive? Reikage understood it in his heart, but Sarutobi seemed to remember something and kept winking at Maple Leaf. He is not stupid. Reikage came to ask him to find the missing subordinates, and Fenjai came to accuse Reikage of sending people to attack the Senju tribe. Obviously, the missing subordinates are in Senju, and they may have been killed. Although he knew that it was impossible to wink at Fenjai to stop talking at this time, because this guy never listened to him, but he still wanted to stop the confrontation. Unfortunately, Fenjai shouted to the outside as if he didn't see Sarutobi's eyes. Carry it up. The next moment, several servants of the Senju tribe carried several corpses and squeezed into the Hokage's office. Fenjai was not polite and directly pulled off the cloth covering the corpse in front of Sarutobi and Reikage. The corpse had been blown beyond human form, and Reikage couldn't help but clench his fists. Ironclad evidence. What else do you have to say? Ironclad evidence. What else do you have to say? 2 roars came out of Fenjai and Reikage's mouths respectively, and their actions were unexpectedly synchronized. Please, Hokage. Please, Hokage, give me an explanation. Then, the 2 of them threw all the problems and troubles to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi, sitting on the chair, took a puff of his pipe and sighed. He was already confused. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28 Confrontation in the Office. Did you guys discuss this? After a while, Sarutobi looked up at Reikage, then at Maple Leaf. At the same time, kicking the ball to me will solve the problem? The 3 people in the office stared at each other. But, after all, this seems to be an opportunity. Sarutobi's eyes flashed. Okay, Maple Leaf. Squinting his eyes, Sarutobi looked at the kid who had caused him trouble. No matter what, now that the messenger of Cloud Shinobi Village is dead, I think the dead are the greatest. The dead are the greatest? Isn't it to use Cloud Shinobi Village to put pressure on Senju? The so-called dead are the greatest means very clear. Sarutobi wants to return the initiative to Reikage and let him speak first. Maple Leaf sneered and waited for Sarutobi's next words. His strategy was correct. Unlike the Hyuga clan in the future, after being attacked, the Hyuga chose to wait quietly for the reply from the Hokage, while he chose to take the initiative. There is a big difference here. If you don't say anything when you are bullied, but are treated as a criminal who kills people maliciously, then you have already lost the initiative. It's ridiculous. That time, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually forced Hyuga Hisashi to death on the grounds that Konoha had no capital to continue fighting. Yes, Konoha was indeed extremely empty at that time. Sunin defected and left the village. Coupled with the death of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and the Nine Tails Rebellion, Cloud Shinobi Village chose a good time. But even so, the Hokage did nothing, watching the people of his own village sacrifice themselves without even showing a little attitude. Is that really what a Hokage should do? Saying that sacrificing one person to protect a village is so high-sounding, doesn't Hyuga Hisashi, who is a member of the Hyuga clan, mean that he is no longer a member of the village? If even the people of the village cannot be protected, what is the meaning of the existence of this village? Just like now. Maple Leaf had reason to believe that, faced with the same coercion, Sarutobi would definitely stand on the side of Reikage and put pressure on Senju in the end. And the purpose and reason for the pressure were also very simple and clear. They all wanted the two-tail. The trophy that Maple Leaf fought so hard to get back. Reikage thought that Maple Leaf had only guessed his first 2 steps of the plan, which was a big mistake. Just after seeing the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village appear in the Senju clan land, he already understood what Reikage wanted to do when he came to Konoha this time. Kushina, by Wooden Golem. Regarding Kushina, Cloud Shinobi Village had taken action once in the original work. However, that time, because of the existence of Namikaze Minato, he keenly noticed the clues and rescued her. Calculating the time, this attack was not much different from the original work. Combined with the task of Orochimaru killing 8 Tails Jinchuriki, it is obvious that Cloud Shinobi Village is now lacking qualified 8 Tails Jinchuriki. He has been seen through by Maple Leaf. No matter how Reikage argued and how he threw dirty water on Maple Leaf, he was not afraid at all. He was even waiting for Reikage to make a move. These guys are indeed my men. Reikage sighed with a sad look. It's so sad that they didn't die on the battlefield, but died on the road to peace. As their leader, I feel sorry for them. Because I never expected that Cloud Shinobi Village came to Konoha with sincerity, wanting to cease fire with Konoha and form an alliance with Konoha, but in the eyes of others, it turned out to be malicious. After all, Konoha doesn't trust us, Cloud Shinobi Village. Alliance? Truce? Sarutobi's eyes lit up. These are what he wants. Cloud Shinobi Village is very powerful. If Konoha can form an alliance with Cloud Shinobi Village in the Rain Country battlefield, the benefits can be imagined. But even if Sarutobi is stupid, he knows that this is all nonsense. Cloud Shinobi Village cannot form an alliance with Konoha. A truce is still possible. Alas! I didn't expect them to die here. Reikage sighed again. In fact, this is my original intention when I came to Konoha this time. Resolve the misunderstanding between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha. Even though we already know that the 8 Tails Rampage is related to Konoha, we still want to reach a strategic alliance. Of course, as an ally, Cloud Shinobi Village will not blame the 8 Tails for their rampage. Konoha should show a little sincerity and return our 2-tailed Jinchuriki, even if it costs a little. Right? Hokage. Looking at Sarutobi, Reikage's eyes flickered. This. Sarutobi didn't answer directly, but looked at Fenjai, but the kid yawned, as if he was tired of listening. Let bygones be bygones? You're fooling me. Fenjai curled his lips and sneered. But. Sure enough, the Reikage changed the subject, and his aura suddenly changed. Just now he seemed to be a kind old man who was easy to talk to, but now he was full of anger like a flood in a beast. That was just my idea before my men died. Cloud Shinobi Village came to Konoha with sincerity, but your actions disappointed me so much. Killing kind ninjas with a peaceful wish, and now slandering them as criminals who attacked Konoha. I will never agree. Bang! He smashed a wall of the Hokage's office with a punch. Outside, countless Anbu ninjas rushed out instantly. When they heard the noise, they looked at Sarutobi, fearing that something might happen to the Hokage. Disperse! Sarutobi frowned, waved at the Anbu ninjas and asked them to go down first, then looked at Reikage. Then according to what Reikage means now. After so much chatter, Sarutobi believed that Reikage had his purpose. Since Konoha doesn't know etiquette, then we, Cloud Shinobi Village, will naturally settle accounts with Konoha one by one. First, according to our intelligence, the rampage of 8 Tails in Cloud Shinobi Village is closely related to Konoha, and our spies have seen your disciple Orochimaru in the Land of Lightning. The rampage of 8 Tails dealt a heavy blow to Cloud Shinobi Village. We need enough supplies to rebuild our home. Konoha can't escape from these. Second, since Konoha dared to attack the envoy group and my men, and killed my men, the materials originally intended to redeem the two-tailed Jinkriki will be invalidated and returned as impermanence. Also, KONOHA also needs to give me one person from Cloud Shinobi Village as compensation for the sacrifice of the former 8 Tails Jinkriki. I will personally choose the person. In addition, I hope KONOHA will hand over the culprit of 8 Tails Rampage and the culprit who killed my men to me. After saying it in one breath, Reikij's momentum was undiminished. And his body was even flashing with lightning. Originally, we could sit down and have a good chat. But now, if the Hokage cannot give an effective response to the above request. See you on the battlefield. The battlefield. The third generation took a deep breath. He knew that Reikij was not joking. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29, What the Hokage Can't Solve, My SENJU clan Will Do. Threaten with war? But your conditions. Sarutobi regained his composure. He did want to use Cloud Shinobi Village to put pressure on the SENJU clan, but that didn't mean he would tolerate others shitting on his head. He was polite enough to destroy his Hokage office and not let Anbu members surround Reikij. But Reikij's conditions were not completely unusable. Hand over Orochimaru, SENJU Maple Leaf, two-tailed Jinkriki and personally select one person. The best Jinkriki in KONOHA village was only Kushina. It seemed that Reikij knew that the survivors of the Uzumaki clan were in KONOHA after their demise. Combined with these information, even he knew who Reikij personally selected. These conditions could be used. Even SENJU Maple Leaf, a rising star, could be pushed to the forefront of the village to achieve his goal of crushing the SENJU clan. But there was one thing Sarutobi didn't understand. Please answer a question for me, Reikij. Ignoring Reikij's attitude, the third generation straightened his back. At this moment, he was not the old man who would resign from the position of Hokage under pressure and completely lose his ambition. What's the question? Reikij remained calm. Your Excellency said that the 8 tails went berserk and the 2 Jinkriki disappeared, all of which were done by us in KONOHA. What evidence do you have? His eyes gradually became sharper. The third generation's momentum gradually rose. This is his office, and he is the only one who can show off. Even if those things were done by KONOHA, without evidence, they are all false accusations. Don't underestimate Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. If Reikij can't produce evidence, he can teach Cloud Shinobi Village a lesson. Even if the 2 tails is in KONOHA now, he can still pretend to be flawless. Don't underestimate politicians. In the eyes of politicians, others are just objects for him to use. Evidence. Reikij sneered and slowly took out a piece of iron from his arms. The third generation was stunned after a glance. That was KONOHA's ninja forehead protector. This is the evidence. It appeared outside our Cloud Shinobi Village intelligence room. What else can you say? Forehead protector. Appeared outside the Cloud Shinobi Village intelligence room? Sarutobi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Maple Leaf a little unnaturally. No wonder. No wonder he didn't die, nor was he caught by Reikij. He didn't go in. He just stayed outside for a while, and then left KONOHA's forehead protector. So scheming. It's as if he knew the process of sending him into the trap in Danzo's plan. Open the forehead protector and look inside. The number inside is clearly visible. Ninja number. There were countless ninjas who died on the battlefield during the war, and those who were able to leave their bodies intact were lucky. And this number is the most direct proof of identity. 888,888. 6 8s. KONOHA's unique number, it only belongs to one person. SENJU Maple Leaf. I have been tricked by you again. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked directly into Maple Leaf's eyes with anger in his eyes. It's okay to be tricked. But what makes him most aggrieved now is that he has to clean up the mess for Maple Leaf even though he knows that the forehead protector belongs to him, and even has to deny that the forehead protector belongs to KONOHA. Otherwise, there is no way to appease the Reikage now. If there is a decisive battle. That's not what he wants to see. This is not. Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi opened his mouth as if he wanted to explain something. But Maple Leaf next to him rushed directly in front of him like a flash of lightning, and snatched the forehead protector with a face full of surprise. Isn't this my forehead protector? Swish, I accidentally lost it when I was on a mission last time. Thank you, Reikage brother. Thank you, Reikage brother. Snap. Pa pa pa. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the third Reikage were both stunned. They seemed to feel that the boy slapped them in the face. Yes. The most crucial evidence, the evidence that could best point to KONOHA as the culprit of the Eight Tails rampage in Cloud Shinobi Village, was actually generously admitted to being his. Sarutobi wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to help hide it, but he admitted it directly. He even told the Reikage openly that he lost it when he was on a mission. What mission? He had just graduated from SENJU Maple Leaf and had a mission. The mission to sneak into Cloud Shinobi Village. Sarutobi was stunned. The third Reikage laughed. He had never expected that the intelligence level of the SENJU clan leader was so low. Yes. Before, he seemed to have overestimated the other party. What young and promising. It was all fake. In this case, even if it was him, he would definitely not admit that the forehead protector was his. Even if it is the truth, you can't admit it. But the other party admitted it. Of course. He, the third Reikage, understands it very well. Well, the Great Reform is a fight between the SENJU and the KONOHA high-level officials, which has made them so crazy that they don't care about the interests of the village. Yes, that's right. The result of the fight between the clan and the high-level officials is the decline of a village. KONOHA. It's just a joke. Reikage coughed with a satisfied smile. So now, what else can Hokage say? The initiative is completely in his hands. Reikage knew that the request he just made was too much, and KONOHA would not agree to it 99% of the time. He thought that being able to extort one or even two compensations was already a lot. But now he feels that everything seems to be possible. Don't agree? Start a war. Then start a war. If the first Hokage or the second Hokage was standing in front of him, he, the Reikage, would not dare to be so arrogant. But he knows this third Hokage very well. Strong on the outside but weak on the inside, he has big ambitions but not much ability. Moreover, after he came to power, he did not bring any substantial changes to KONOHA except consolidating his position. This kind of person is a politician at heart. They like to attribute the achievements of their ancestors to themselves, and tend to make a big deal out of a small matter when facing a threat. Reikage thinks he can see through people very well. But is the situation really what he thinks? Sarutobi remained silent. He didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of him. But Maple Leaf, who put the forehead protector back into his pocket, smiled. The opportunity has come. The opportunity to improve my reputation and let the name of the SENJU clan reappear in the ninja world has come. The problem that Hokage cannot solve. I am the SENJU clan. This is the most critical step in Maple Leaf's plan. Do you really think that Maple Leaf's words about returning to the top of KONOHA are just a whim? No, he is serious. Step by step, Maple Leaf walked in front of Reikage and examined this tall and mighty muscular man. He admitted that the third Reikage was better than the fourth Reikage. At least he had a good brain, unlike the fourth generation who only knew how to solve problems with fists. But, Mr. Reikage, you seem to have overlooked something. Maple Leaf's gentle smile suddenly gave the Reikage a creepy feeling. What was he going to say? Reading books every day during the 11th Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, The Pride of the Senju. What did I overlook? Reikage didn't know. He thought he had calculated everything, including people's hearts. But looking at Fenjai's calm expression, Reikage instinctively felt that he was not pretending. Naturally, Fenjai didn't have the mind to pretend. He was watching Reikage's performance from beginning to end. He really admired the other party's delicate mind. But what era is it now? The Second Shinobi World War. He said that the Senju clan is not Hyuga, and Konoha is not the bronze rank that is in a precarious situation at the moment. In fact, it is the opposite. This time, it is Cloud Shinobi Village that has just experienced the Tailed Beast Rebellion. Don't think that Reikage is very tough, that is only because he knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have the courage to fight a decisive battle. That is all false. Eight Tails Jinkriki died, and Eight Tails has not found a new owner yet. The two tails were taken away by Maple Leaf, and Cloud Shinobi Village was in an unprecedented emptiness at this moment. Admittedly, Reikage blocked Eight Tails. But the incident happened suddenly, and the destructive power of Eight Tails must have left Cloud Shinobi Village with heavy damage that was difficult to repair in a short time. It was also because of this that Reikage came directly to Konoha to ask for compensation after confirming the target. They needed that compensation too much. The reconstruction of the village and the maintenance of the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village on the front line of Rain Country all require money. The stronger he is, the more he represents his inner weakness. In this case, the roles should be reversed. Maple Leaf shook his forehead protector lightly and spoke slowly. Since the words have come to this, I have nothing to hide. The forehead protector is indeed mine. And I have sent out a mission, and the destination of the mission is even Cloud Shinobi Village. Isn't this a disguised admission? It's also something I just knew. Sarutobi frowned, not knowing what Maple Leaf meant. Even Eight Tails went berserk, just as you guessed. My teacher Orochimaru played a great role in this mission. Of course, as his disciple, I am not bad either. I snatched Jinkriki, the second tail of your Cloud Shinobi Village, as my wife. You admitted everything. Sarutobi was so angry that he trembled all over. You admitted it. Reikage's eyes widened, and he looked like he was going to ask for an explanation. Yes, I admitted it. Maple Leaf shrugged, but so what? So what? Reikage smiled, and wanted to slap Maple Leaf twice to let him know the price of admitting it, but he didn't do it after all. This is Konoha. Even if the Senju and the upper echelons don't get along, he can't do it in Konoha Village. If he does it, he will definitely die here. As Maple Leaf thought, the current Cloud Shinobi Village is unprecedentedly weak. If Reikage dies, the consequences will be disastrous. So don't think he's pretending to be strong, he has no intention of taking action. But Fenjai doesn't tolerate him when it comes to psychological warfare. Friend. We are at war. Without retreating, Fenjai chose to look at the third Reikage. In the battlefield of Rain Country, many Senju clan members died at the hands of your Cloud Shinobi Village, right? Hehe. Since you are the enemy, then even if Cloud Shinobi Village kills your son. What's wrong with that? Boom. The dazzling lightning instantly surged out of the third Reikage. In just a moment, he had rushed to Fenjai's front, and his fingers were only a few centimeters away from Fenjai's glasses. Is it a hand? Are you anxious because you heard that your son's life is in danger? Fenjai didn't care at all, and even pushed the other party's hand in front of him aside with a disdainful smile. Shit, just like your expression now. War is about opposition, we have been enemies from the beginning to the end. What? The village was destroyed by the enemy, Eight Tails ran away, and the wooden golem was stolen. Now you still expect the enemy to apologize to you? And give you some compensation? What a joke! Go to the battlefield and ask Jiro of my Senju clan if he agrees. Go to the ancestral hall and ask my grandfather Senju Tobirama if he agrees. That's right. The third Reikage suddenly remembered. The man in front of him is the grandson of Senju Tobirama. He once came to Konoha to attend the funeral of the second Hokage. Be thankful. AI. You are still alive now, appearing in Konoha as an enemy, and even showing off your power in the lightning-style armor but not dying, just because I told Grandma Mito. I want to kill you with my own hands. That's all. Kill me with your own hands? The coldness in the Reikage eyes became more and more intense. Want to do it? You can try. But at the same time, please remember that I, Senju Fenjai, who inherited my grandfather's unyielding will never apologize to the Cloud Shinobi village that was beaten by him and fled in panic. Never think about it. At a certain moment, Fenjai's silver hair swung slightly. At this moment, even Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him felt a little familiar. The second Hokage. Senju Tobirama. He inherited everything from Senju Tobirama. Strength, talent, even will. These were what Orochimaru had told him. And now, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely understood the meaning of this sentence. He inherited the pride of Senju. There are only Senju who died in battle, not Senju who surrendered to the enemy. In the past, Senju of the forest was invincible to Sengoku, and now, this terrifying clan still exists. Just as Fenjai said. I did everything, so what? We are enemies. If you don't accept it, see you on the battlefield. This was his answer. Hey! For a long while, the lightning on AI's body finally dissipated. He didn't do it after all. Kill Senju Fenjai, exchange 1-for-1 at the limit, and finally leave an extremely weak Cloud Shinobi village? He can't do that, at least he can't do that before his son grows up. I admit it. The Senju clan, another remarkable man has appeared. Locked on Fenjai's face, Reikage took a deep breath. I admit that it was my fault to treat Senju with insidious wisdom. At the same time, I also feel sorry for attacking your grandfather during the rebellion of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. In fact, I respect the second Hokage very much and sincerely apologized at his funeral. But, just as you said, Senju Fenjai, we are enemies now. In that case, I will wait for you on the battlefield. To bear the name of Senju, you can't just rely on your mouth. It's over. The Reikage didn't even say anything to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the end. He just said something to Fenjai and turned away. Senju has its own pride. The Night Moon clan also has it. Waiting for Fenjai on the battlefield. This is a promise between men. The broken Hokage office returned to silence. Sarutobi's face was complicated. Should he be thankful? No, definitely not rejoicing. When he looked at Feng Yat, there was only fear in his eyes. Fear of everything he had. Here comes the fourth update. The author has had a severe cold these days, so the typing speed is very slow. It is really uncomfortable. It's not to be pitiful, I just want to take a day off. I can only update 4 times today. It's already the limit, I really can't write anymore. Sorry, if I feel better tomorrow, I will make up for it with 6 updates. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31 Nine Tails Jinkraki, I'll be the one. 1/6. The Land of Fire. Konoha. The Senju clan's homeland is still the small courtyard. Looking around, Kushina and Noeki are not there, as if they are out on a mission. Maple Leaf sits upright, and in front of him, Mito sits quietly on a chair, and behind her, 2 wooden golems rub her shoulders in a proper manner. The little cat is very well behaved now. It's not that she heard some rumors about Uzumaki Mito in Cloud Shinobi Village before. At that time, she only knew that she was the wife of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. But after getting to know her, she found that this old man was the first person in this village who had no ill will towards her. Although she was a hostage. But by this old man, Wooden Golem knew that she was safe. And the kindness that Uzumaki Mito inadvertently revealed could also make her feel a little more at ease. As for resistance, sudden attack and leave Konoha? This idea was completely dispelled after just a flash. The reason is simple. The two-tailed beast in her body told her that she would die if she did that. Yes. The 9 tails are in Uzumaki Mito's body. What's more, the Reikage has left. He didn't even send anyone to look for her before he left. What does Reikage mean? Cloud Shinobi Village doesn't need her anymore? What is the value and meaning of her existence in this world now? Wooden Golem lowered his head in confusion. Maple Leaf, people are talking about you outside now. After a long time, Mito sighed slightly and looked at his grandson below. It's really amazing. When his words in the Hokage building spread to Konoha, it naturally caused a sensation in the village. Even those tribesmen who integrated into Konoha became active. The name Senju finally returned to Konoha's sight. Maple Leaf didn't say anything. He was waiting for Mito's next words. Today, I want to have a good chat with you. With a slight sigh, Mito did not mean to let Wooden Golem go down, but the little cat understood that she was probably not qualified to listen to the next words, so she bowed to Mito and prepared to leave. You continue. But when she was about to leave, Fenjai stopped her with her eyes. Worried that she would leak the secret? There is no need. She doesn't have to worry about this when she is with Mito. Fenjai. At the beginning, I thought you just wanted to revitalize the Senju clan, and even let the name of Senju revive the ninja world and become the well-deserved first. But looking at everything you have done these days, I found it's a bit elusive. What exactly are you going to do? Staring at his grandson, Mito expressed the most doubtful part from the bottom of his heart. Just to revitalize the Senju. There is no need to do this, and there is no need to completely oppose the Konoha high level to the current situation of incompatibility. That's right. It's like fire and water can't get along. Maple Leaf seems to be extremely dissatisfied with Sarutobi, and it's easy to imagine what that dissatisfaction will lead to. If it continues like this, I'm afraid Senju and the top leaders can only accommodate one. Especially this Cloud Shinobi Village incident, which has completely pushed Maple Leaf to the forefront. The lofty ambitions of the Senju clan leader have been made public. See you on the battlefield? That's not just talk. Before. If the top leaders couldn't send Maple Leaf to the battlefield, now there is a sufficient reason. It was you who told Reikage that you would meet him on the battlefield. Your lofty ambitions were also based on the fact that Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha were enemies. Nothing unexpected happened. The decision of the top leaders will come soon. Maple Leaf's going to the battlefield is probably inevitable. In Mito's opinion, this is very strange. Even if you want to revive Senju, after having a certain voice, ask the top leaders for resources, and then gather the scattered clansmen step by step. This is a steady approach, right? Battlefield. Maple Leaf raised his head and looked at the sky. I must go. Why? Mito frowned. Danzo, that BD, has already gone to the land of rain. And as far as I know, a large number of Senju gathered on the battlefield of the land of rain. Those are the tribesmen who merged into Konoha after Grandpa's order. They were sent there by the top leaders for various reasons. Tsunade can't handle it alone. If I don't go, they will die miserably. The tribesmen on the battlefield. They will die. There is no immortality in war, Mito understands this. But she also understands that the death that Maple Leaf is talking about is not the number of deaths caused by normal wars, but the total annihilation. Of course, this is not the main reason. Maple Leaf smiled. He had many reasons to go to the battlefield. First, the gift he gave to Danzo before was not just talk. He would make Danzo, the dog day, bear the infamy step by step, and would also put the blame of incompetence on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. That's what the top leaders owed them. Second, the clan members on the battlefield need to be gathered together, and they need to see the faces of the high-level officials clearly, and then follow him firmly. Only in this way can the problems of the Senju clan be completely solved, and the Senju clan can survive this war. These 2 points cannot be done overnight. The Second Ninja World War lasted for a long time, and he had enough time to complete the true redemption of the Senju clan. As for the third point, it is Fenjai's own reason. He needs to fight to temper himself. He also needs that kind of tense and depressing atmosphere to force himself to grow rapidly. Fenjai is not just talking about surpassing the first Hokage. The growth rate in the village is too slow, and the combat mode is Fenjai's final destination. That thing is addictive. On the way back to Konoha from the Land of Lightning, he turned on the combat mode and went into killing. In just a few days, his template power directly increased to 10%. The new breakthrough brings new power, such as the black wings that flew into the sky with Kushina that night. Only by going to the battlefield can he transform into a real black-winged demon. I really don't understand what men are saying. Mito shook her head after hearing this. She didn't understand at all. It was clear that whether it was Maple Leaf's great-grandfather Senju Hashirama or her biological grandfather Senju Tobirama, they were all peace lovers. How could a Senju have a war fanatic? However, going to the battlefield to gain military merits. Mito seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise. You want to be Hokage? Puff. Maple Leaf almost laughed out loud. Why would such words come out of Mito's grandmother's mouth? Why would I choose the path that my great-grandfather and second-grandfather have taken? They proved that the establishment of the ninja village was wrong. Do I have to continue this mistake? Or, my Senju clan can't survive without Konoha. Quite the opposite, Maple Leaf. You chose the path that I don't want to see even more. Mito was silent. Let's talk about this issue later. Maybe I will change my mind later. After a pause, Maple Leaf suddenly came in front of Mito with a sincere look on his face. To witness the arrival of that day, please wait patiently, Grandma Mito. Leave the battlefield to me, and the people in the village to you. Mito touched Fenjai's head with a kind face. Take care of yourself, Grandma's old bones can still hold on for a while. Even if I'm gone, depending on your relationship with Kushina, wait until... Kushina. Mito's words were very obscure, and Fenjai understood what she meant. Even if she was gone, as long as Fenjai and Kushina had a harmonious relationship, or even became a family, then Nine Tails would be Fenjai's biggest help. But... Kushina? That girl is already pitiful enough. Fenjai smiled casually. So I'll be Nine Tails Jinkraki. When Fenjai finished this sentence, Mito was completely stunned. And the wooden golem who was rubbing Mito's shoulders was also stunned. He wanted to become Jinkraki on his own initiative? 11 Read books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, You guys are a bit prejudiced against Nine Tails. 2/6. Jinkraki. A familiar but intimidating existence. Even in the united village of Cloud Shinobi Village, you wooden golem could feel the villagers' fearful gazes that they didn't want to approach. And the rampage of 8 Tails in Cloud Shinobi Village made the entire ninja world understand that Jinkraki is a time bomb. Only Jinkraki and Jinkraki can understand the loneliness and pain. But now, you wooden golem actually heard such words from Fenjai's mouth. Actively become Jinkraki? For the sake of power, even if people are afraid of and alienated from now on, they will not hesitate? This person must be crazy. Are you serious? After a long time, Mito frowned and asked. Of course I am serious. Fenjai nodded. The name Jinkriki is indeed not very good. But the Jinkriki that Fenjai said is not the same as the real Jinkriki. If you have to explain, it's similar to the relationship between the owner and the pet, and the tailed beast will not die just because it is extracted. He has already found the answer to this in the system wall, and he only needs enough points to buy it. Of course, it takes a process to tame 9 tails, make it your pet and provide energy honestly, and even activate 9 tails chakra mode. And Fenjai is now in the process of cultivating that. Grandma Mito, I found that you, including my great-grandfather, are a little prejudiced against 9 tails. Sighing, Fenjai looked at Mito's lower abdomen, and seemed to see 9 tails' confused face through the seal. 9 tails is really confused. Damn it, for so many years, no one has said a fair word for it. Now that person seems to have appeared. What a combination of hatred, what a violent beast. 9 tails didn't do anything. In my opinion, the unreasonable one is clearly your husband Senju Hashirama. Good guy. Calling your great-grandfather by his name again. Mito's mouth twitched. Wasn't it enough that you took your great-grandfather's spirit tablet in front of the clan members last time? This is the truth. Don't be angry and listen to me. Maple Leaf shrugged. It was Uchiha Madara who controlled 9 tails with his pupil technique, so it followed Madara to attack Konoha. From a fair point of view, 9 tails is also innocent. He was pressed to the ground by the great-grandfather's wooden golem and beaten for no reason. He didn't even say an apology. Aren't you bullying the tailed beasts? Spreading his hands, Maple Leaf looked helpless. Besides, Grandpa clearly used the wooden golem to hold them in one hand, and said that they were too strong and had to be sealed. Is this really good? To be honest, I can't agree with Grandpa's approach at this point. It's not enough to just capture 9 tails. You have to capture all the tailed beasts and sell them to other ninja villages. You said they are alive and well, but you have to find Jinkriki to seal them one by one. Is this really good? Have you ever tried it? Why do you know you can't get along well with them? With another sigh, Maple Leaf seemed to feel sorry for the tailed beasts. After all, the tailed beasts are also lives, aren't they? Grandpa often says that we should understand each other. He himself seems to be unable to understand the pain of the tailed beasts. Isn't this a slap in his face? Well said. Sealed space. 9 tails seemed to remember the original scene. The huge wooden golem held itself down with one hand, and then the hateful man told it that it was too strong and had to be sealed. How many years have passed? Finally, someone has redressed my grievances. Yes. It was Madara who controlled me in the beginning. Why did it destroy Konoha for no reason? I feel wronged. Kurama looked at the adamantine sealing chains of Uzumaki Mito on his body with humiliation and fell into deep thought. You can't say that. After holding back for a long time, Mito finally thought of how to refute his grandson's remarks. As you can see, there are many evil people like Madara in the ninja world. If 9 tails is controlled again, it will definitely harm others. Your great-grandfather just wants to be safe. Isn't this moral kidnapping? Fenjai rolled his eyes. Then according to what you said, why doesn't a man like my great-grandfather, who is so righteous, fight Madara and seal people like Madara, but must fight the tailed beasts and seal the tailed beasts? The tailed beasts provoke you. Just because they are powerful, you have to beat them and seal them. There is no reason to explain it to you. Looking at Fenjai's face, Mito finally gave up. Nothing worked in front of his grandson's mouth. If he continued to talk, he would probably bury his great-grandfather even more miserably, right? We'll talk about the Jinkriki thing after you come back from the battlefield. Even if you agree, there will be a lot of objections from the village. What's more, if by that day, you don't have enough power to protect yourself, this 9 tails will be a disaster for you. At this point, Mito's face was full of worry. The Jinchuriki will be replaced. It means that her power to protect Fenjai and Senju will disappear. What will Fenjai do then? But she really tried her best. She tried her best to protect the foundation left by her husband. If she died, those people with ulterior motives would become more unscrupulous. No matter who is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki at that time, I'm afraid they will be greatly disturbed and restricted. Don't worry, Grandma Mito. Fenjai shook her head and grabbed Mito's old hand. The dry and cracked skin that had lost its vitality made people feel a little distressed. She is old and it's time to enjoy her old age. Another reason why Fenjai wants to become Nine Tails Jinchuriki is to reduce Mito's burden. This woman is an elder who cares for him from the bottom of her heart. When the time comes, leave everything to me. With a firm gaze, Maple Leaf expressed his inner thoughts. Even without the system, he has many ways to prevent Mito from dying after losing 9 tails, not to mention the countless items in the system wall that maintain vitality. He will not let Mito die. He wants Mito to watch him grow until he reaches the peak. That is the process that elders enjoy the most. Konoha, the clan. They all owe this woman too much. Not just Senju, but also Uzumaki. You will see it one day, believe me. What a strange man. Others stay away from becoming Jinchuriki, but you are getting closer. The wooden golem next to him has a flickering look in his eyes, as if thinking about something. But the two-tailed in her body does not hide his admiration for Maple Leaf at all. He has the temperament to be a leader. Better than the first Hokage who sold us to other ninja villages. Crack. Suddenly, the door of the courtyard was opened. A servant bowed respectfully. Master Mito. Master Hokage sent someone to ask Master Fenjai to go to the Hokage's office. Are they here? Standing up, Fenjai took a deep breath. Third generation. Do you think I gave you a chance out of recklessness? You are wrong. Letting me go to the land of rain is your biggest mistake. Battlefield. Here I come. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33, The Land of Rain, set foot on the battlefield. 3/6. Hokage's office. Sarutobi sat on a chair, and in front of him stood the Orochimaru team. The newly renovated office was much larger than before. But the impressive punch of Raikage also left a shadow in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. This represents a signal. Not only do the people in the village have little respect for him as a Hokage, I am afraid that the enemies outside also think that he is a picked-up Hokage. In Raikage's mouth, he only mentioned the second generation that he respected, and he, the third generation, could only watch him smash the wall. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen very humiliated. But at the same time, as Fenjai said, although he angered Cloud Shinobi Village this time, it also gave him a chance. Let the Senju clan, the newly rising bud, completely annihilate the opportunity. In short, the frontline matters are handed over to you, and Danzo, as the commander-in-chief, will give you other tasks. Handing the document to Orochimaru, Sarutobi said lightly. He had explained this long before Danzo left. This time will be the biggest step for him to completely rectify the opposition in Konoha. After the war, he will be the hero who led Konoha to victory, and Danzo will also completely gain a foothold in Konoha. Those Senju people who are annoying to look at will only bury their bones in the rain country. This is a kind of cooperation. Danzo and he both want face. And the rain country is the best place to brush up military merits. Didn't you see that Hitaki Sakumo could kill the son and daughter-in-law of Cho from Sand Shinobi Village alone? Just a group of rabble. History will remember this war. I understand. Taking the document, Orochimaru nodded and left the Hokage office with Maple Leaf and Noeki. Stepping out of the Hokage building, the two figures in front were waving at Maple Leaf. Go, the confrontation on the front line is almost over, and you probably won't be able to return to the village in a short time. Nodding to Fenjai, Orochimaru took Noeka to the entrance of the village first. Fenjai-kun. Fenjai brother. The waiting figure was no one else. Kushina and Mikoto seemed to have discussed it, and each of them handed a peace charm to Fenjai. But compared to Kushina, Mikoto's eyes had a trace of sadness. After graduation, she also knew a lot of things. Even her old father at home had a long talk with her and forbade her to stay away from Fenjai. Is it because she belongs to Uchiha, and Fenjai belongs to Senju? Or other reasons? Mikoto was a little confused. The mother of 2 children of destiny. If nothing else, when the 2 of them leaned against Fenjai at the same time, the sense of accomplishment made Fenjai a little satisfied. Kissing Kushina's forehead, Fenjai looked at Mikoto with a smile. I know what you are worried about. Wait for me to come back, everything will be solved. Wait for you to come back. Mikoto's confused eyes slowly narrowed, and she slowly leaned on Fenjai's chest. Perhaps because she was impressed by Fenjai's dominance during the years of school, or because he had already appeared in her heart, Mikoto was willing to believe Fenjai's words. Just a hug? Fenjai smiled slightly, and when he was close to Mikoto's pretty face, he suddenly showed a strange look, and then said something that puzzled the girls' discipline committee. Forgive me, Suzuki. This is the last time. Mikoto stared at Fenjai, who was close at hand. Who is Suzuki? Obviously, she didn't have the opportunity to ask this question. She didn't know that this was just Fenjai's bad taste. It seems that Fenjai's marriage is very worrying. In the distance, Orochimaru rarely made 8 trigrams. It's more than worrying. We only need 1 more to play mahjong. Noeka said with emotion. Wooden Golem's sister-in-law, plus Mikoto's sister-in-law, and Kushina's sister-in-law. I have a lot of relatives without realizing it. I'm not talking about this at all. Who discussed the number of Maple Leaf's wives with you? Orochimaru glanced at Noeki and his mouth twitched. No one stipulates that ninjas can only find 1 wife. In a world where strength is supreme, it's okay to find 10 or 8 if you have a good kidney. But look at who Maple Leaf is looking for. A Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, a Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, and a Uchiha girl. When they marry into the Senju, it may affect the situation of the entire Konoha. More importantly, will the Uchiha clan agree to Mikoto marrying Maple Leaf? Of course not. I'm afraid there will be another storm at that time. Let's go, Teacher Orochimaru. After a warm and tender moment, Maple Leaf came to Orochimaru. And there are 2 cute-looking amulets on his neck. Is this okay? As he walked, Orochimaru looked at Fenjai. Fenjai understood what Orochimaru meant. Before leaving, he swaggered and kissed a girl from the Uchiha clan in front of the Hokage's office. There are rumors that this girl will become the wife of the future Uchiha clan leader. And the person who kissed this girl is the clan leader of the Senju clan. If it is not done well, it may even affect the 2 clans because of a woman, thus causing friction. Believe me, this is just the beginning. Fenjai did not answer directly, but smiled gently and walked forward. Orochimaru now absolutely could not imagine what he was thinking. When I said that just now, it felt really wonderful. Forgive me, Suzuki. This is definitely not the last time. There is no need to say much about the environment of the rain country. Due to its geographical location, it rains all year round. What I want to tell you is the rumors about the Rain Shinobi village. As a gap that has been used as a battlefield by major countries for many years, the Rain country is also torn apart, but everything has changed since the appearance of Hands of the Salamander. They formed the Rain Shinobi village and began to resist under the leadership of the guy who claimed to be a demigod. That is to say, when stepping out of the border of the Fire country and arriving in the territory of the Rain country, in addition to the oppressive atmosphere and wet rain that followed, Orochimaru's face became more solemn. Now the territory of the Rain Country is even more chaotic. Sand Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, plus the previously mentioned Cloud Shinobi Village and our KONOHA ninjas. Everyone is crowded in the territory of the Rain Country, creating the current complicated environment. Before officially setting foot on the battlefield, I want to say that you must not underestimate the Rain Shinobi Village that is sandwiched by multiple forces. Rain Shinobi Village? Maple Leaf and Awaken nodded slowly. A man who could not be defeated and even fight back under the siege of multiple forces should not be underestimated. And that is. Near the KONOHA camp, Orochimaru's expression suddenly became strange. Don't trust the commander-in-chief's orders too much, otherwise you will suffer. Screw. Even Uncle Snake knew that Danzo would fall this time? Maple Leaf grinned. He knew about this, and this time, he came to do this. Danzo thought that the battlefield of the Rain Country was waiting for him to have a lot of military exploits. He was dreaming. Lord Orochimaru. Lord Danzo and several others are waiting for you in the war room. The messenger ninja reported the situation respectfully. Obviously, Danzo had been waiting for the arrival of Maple Leaf and others for a long time. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34 Integration, the order from the Senju clan leader. 4/6. Danzo has been in a good mood recently. Especially after he revoked Hitaki Sakumo's position as commander in front of everyone and took that position himself. That kind of inflated mood made him forget himself a little. The Rain Country front is still in a standoff. But as the commander-in-chief, he obviously has to do something every day to demonstrate and consolidate his position as the commander-in-chief. For example, even if there is no intelligence to share every day, he will hold a meeting and say some useless nonsense. Today is the same. Looking at the calm Hitaki Sakumo below, the yawning Tsunade, and the obviously distracted Jiraiya, Danzo knocked on the table. How can the commander-in-chief be distracted when speaking? He doesn't know about others, anyway. He stared at Hitaki Sakumo with a playful look. Shit. Are you unhappy? You should show it. As long as you show it, I can collect your dissatisfaction with the village's decision, and then encourage his old partner to make some plans. Konoha's White Fang? It's just a joke. Do you really think you are a hero of Konoha? Feeling Danzo's gaze, Hitaki Sakumo felt a little uncomfortable. To be honest, although he was confused about the dismissal of his position as commander, he didn't feel anything special after accepting it. As long as Konoha can win this victory, it doesn't matter who is the commander. He never likes fighting in his life. Even if he is a little naive, he knows that it's not good to be too dazzling with credit. But what do you mean by this look? Frowning, Hitaki Sakumo didn't say anything in the end. Hey! White Fang didn't speak, but it didn't mean that others would indulge Danzo. Among the people present, Tsunade was probably the only one who could ignore the authority of the commander-in-chief. Looking at Danzo with dissatisfaction, Tsunade slapped the table. I say, are you idle and have nothing to do? You called us to a meeting and sat there without saying anything. Swearing? Senju remnants. Danzo's expression turned cold. Senju, you won't be able to show off for too long. This time he came with Sarutobi's order. I am the commander-in-chief. You have to wait if I tell you to. Tsunade. Call me Senju Tsunade. Tsunade interrupted Danzo's words directly and stared at him coldly. Now she is no longer the ignorant girl who simply thought that the village and Senju were on good terms. After reading Maple Leaf's statistics and observing the fact that the Senju clan was being consumed on the battlefield, she already understood that the Senju and the top leaders were in a state of confrontation. Senju. Do you really think that anyone will obey the orders issued by that brat? Restoring the surname of Senju is just a joke. At least in Danzo's eyes. Similar to him, or Sarutobi Hiruzen, they have been suppressed by this surname for long enough. Even now, seeing the clan emblem of the Senju clan will make you feel uncomfortable. What did you say? Danzo's words were an open rebuttal to the order of Senju Fenjai, the leader of their clan. The angry Tsunade stood up and wanted to let Danzo understand the power of the Senju clan. At this moment, the door of the command room was slowly pushed open. Fenjai, Orochimaru, and Nawaki appeared in front of everyone. Giving Tsunade a reassuring look, Fenjai looked at Danzo. Just now, someone doubted the strength of this clan leader's order. Really? So what if they doubt you? Danzo looked at Fenjai with disdain. He is just a little brat. I really don't know what Sarutobi did in the village to let this kid return to the village alive. Of course, he never thought that his perfect plan would fail. Is that so? Fenjai touched his chin and seemed to be thinking. Just like what he said to Uzumaki Mito, it is impossible for Tsunade alone to protect the Senju clan members on the battlefield. Just a provocation from Danzo almost made Tsunade resort to violence. As expected, Danzo was provoking Tsunade, wanting her to be accused of being dissatisfied with the commander, and even to discredit the entire Senju clan. If Tsunade took action, then the next day there would be rumors in the military camp that the Senju clan was dissatisfied with the commander's decision and beat people. Compared with Danzo, Tsunade is still a little naive. But now, Fenjai is here. In this case, Sister Tsunade, help me do something, and let's show Lord Danzo the power of the Senju clan. Fenjai said calmly, sitting in the place where Tsunade had sat before. Wait. Before Fenjai could speak, Danzo waved his hand and looked at him with displeasure. War is not a joke. Who allowed you, a newly graduated genin, to sit in the position of assisting the command? It is a gift to let you come in and wait for orders. Do you want to dictate to Konoha's front line? Before I get angry, get out. Brat. Bang. With a loud shout, the table in front of Fenjai shattered instantly. Tsunade, who could no longer bear it, rolled up his sleeves. Old man. Who gave you the courage to talk to the head of the Senju clan like this? Get out. Brat. Second grandpa, if you were still alive, seeing Shimura-dan's attitude towards your grandson, would you slap him to death? He is now the head of the Senju clan. No matter what others do, she, Tsunade, must stand up to maintain the dignity of the Senju clan. Ahem, okay, Tsunade. Seeing that the atmosphere in the command room was not right, Jiraiya seemed to want to stop Tsunade from continuing to get angry. But Fenjai grabbed Tsunade's sleeve before him and comforted him slightly. Leave it to me. Fenjai looked at Danzo calmly. As one of the founders of the village, the Senju clan enjoys the same treatment as other clans, and also has the right to participate in high-level meetings and make decisions on the future of the village. You should be clear about this, Commander-in-Chief. And in times of war, the Senju will be on the front line, sending representatives to assist in command like other clans. This is the order of the second Hokage. As the head of the Senju clan, I am sitting here to replace Tsunade to assist in command. If you have any opinions on this, does it really mean that the Senju clan is no longer a part of Konoha? Answer me, yes or no. This. Beautiful. Backhand checkmate. Hitaki Sakumo next to him had an admiring look on his face. Danzo dares to answer this question? Of course not. If the answer is wrong and it is determined that the Senju no longer belongs to Konoha, then what awaits him is a violent attack like a storm. That is an insult to the entire Senju clan. Insulting the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Did Danzo dare to answer this? Of course not. What a Senju clan leader. Danzo's face flushed, then I'll tell you. Where is your Senju? Just a commander without troops. Hey, this is the order I just issued, the order of the Senju clan leader. Maple Leaf sneered and crossed his arms. What do you think I came to the front line for? Seize power. And I, Senju Fenjai, as the clan leader of the Senju clan, issue the clan leader's order. From now on, all Senju clan members who have integrated into the Konoha Shinobi Zhang surname will restore their Senju surnames, and all Senju clan members who have come to the front line will be reorganized and led by me personally. Lead in person. Snap. Danzo stood up suddenly. This brat. He wants military power. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35, What qualifications do you have to interfere in the family affairs of the clan? 5/6. There was silence in the command room. When Maple Leaf's ambition was initially revealed, they were shocked and had no other thoughts. Senju is a well-deserved big clan. On the battlefield, although they have been integrated into other teams, they still play a significant role. In other words, if they are reintegrated into one team, the number will be amazing. As the head of the Senju clan, he obtained part of the command power. Then he unified and gathered the team and obtained substantial military power. From these 2 points alone, anyone can see that he was not caught by the third generation and came to the front line in a hurry, but after careful preparation, he even thought about the future plan before leaving. Such a strategy is admirable. Hitaki Sakumo sighed with emotion. After all, that is the Senju clan. I will never agree. There is nothing to say. After the initial shock, Danzo directly refuted. Not only are you disobeying the first Hokage's orders, you are also treating war as a joke. What right does a newly graduated genin have to command a team? Can you bear the responsibility of life? He had to object. To put it bluntly, what he and Sarutobi Hiruzen needed was for the Senju clan to disappear silently, not to disappear all at once. Originally, these were all natural things. After the second generation died, the Senju merged into Konoha, and they placed the Senju clan members in the frontline team to perform certain tasks for various reasons. In this way, whether it was envy or the root, or they were killed by people from other ninja villages, it would not arouse suspicion. But once the team changed, if the Senju clan members gathered together, it would be a big commotion, and they wanted to kill a large army composed of the Senju clan. They also had no way to explain to the villagers. Maple Leaf's layout affected all their plans. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. Fenjai leaned back calmly. As I said, whether it's the return of the Senju clan or I let them reorganize, this is my right as the clan leader. To put it bluntly, this is my family business. I'm young, so what? Senju family affairs, let alone you, the frontline commander, have no right to intervene. Even if you are the Hokage, what right do you have to intervene? You can't. Hokage can't do it either. This time, Fenjai is determined to win. Only by putting the Senju clan in the open, then even if the top leaders are targeting, they can't do it openly. And is there anything wrong with what he said? This is indeed the family business of the Senju clan. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen has no right to intervene? So, you Danzo have no right. As for what you said, my ability problem. Fenjai looked at Danzo with a strange look. I have been specially assessed by the Hokage, and even the third-generation adults have tacitly accepted my identity as one of the top leaders of this village. Why do you object? That's right. On that day in the Senju clan's territory, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to be the wooden golem, but was suppressed by Mito. Fenjai said that as the head of the Senju clan, he should have a seat in the upper echelons. That time, Sarutobi didn't say whether he agreed or not, but Fenjai just assumed that he agreed. So what? Even if someone else told Sarutobi Hiruzen about this matter. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was unhappy, what right did he have to deny the status of the Senju clan? What's more, Fenjai helped Konoha solve the raikage who came to the door, and the purpose of that incident was to shut people up. Whether the ability is enough, whether it will lead the Senju into the abyss. That's Fenjai's own problem, it's not the turn of outsiders to intervene. Old man, I don't have the qualifications. Danzo clenched his fists tightly. This condescending tone again. Since the death of Senju Tobirama, he felt it again. Let's talk about it later. Seeing that Danzo had lost the capital to argue, Fenjai changed the subject and shrugged his shoulders. I integrated the Senju clan for the sake of war, didn't I? They are all clansmen, they know each other, and they can leave their backs to their companions. It doesn't mean that I will not obey the commander's orders just because I integrated the team. Why are you nervous? This is better than having to worry about backstabs when performing tasks, right? Swords are blind. What if someone stabs me in the back, wouldn't my clan members die unjustly? What does this kid know? Danzo's eyes were even colder, and Fenjai was obviously hinting at something. Oh, so stupid. You can lead the Shimura clan, why can't Fenjai lead the Senju? Tsunade, on the other hand, suddenly said this sentence very happily. Yes. The Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan followed Danzo to the battlefield this time, including the small clans of Mitokato Homura and Udaten Koharu, and are now under Danzo's command. It seems. They all regard this war as an opportunity to improve their reputation and military exploits. I think what Maple Leaf Chief said makes some sense. Hitaki Sakumo, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. He was pragmatic and didn't care about showing goodwill to Maple Leaf. He simply thought that the Senju clan would make a name for themselves again, and it would also make the enemy think twice before taking action. After all, it is the Senju clan that dominated the Sengoku period, and it can also put appropriate pressure on the enemy. Sure enough. Hitaki Sakumo has a problem. But the speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. When Hitaki Sakumo just said a word for Maple Leaf, Danzo instantly stared at him. It's just to make a little contribution to Konoha. He actually doesn't take me, the commander-in-chief, seriously? It's the same system as other tribes when they come to the battlefield. There's no problem for Senju to gather together. Orochimaru followed closely. He didn't care about Danzo's look. After all, he had made up his mind when he was carrying out the mission. What's wrong with uniting with his disciples? Good guy. This is not like you. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru strangely and touched his chin. Orochimaru has always been low-key and too lazy to participate in such things, but now he has taken the initiative to stand on the side? Is this really good? Looking around, Jiraiya smiled bitterly. The war is still going on, and the upper-level command cadres have been torn apart. He didn't want to care about the complicated relationships here, but just didn't want to see anyone lose their lives because of these reasons, that's all. The meeting was over. Danzo, who was busy delivering information to Sarutobi, didn't have the leisure to continue to confront Fenjai. In Tsunade's tent, Fenjai lazily lay on someone who was rapidly expanding. Strategizing? IQ crushing? Making Danzo speechless in one breath? Ha! It's not that easy to achieve this. Now, he just wants to be quiet for a while before the tribesmen gather together, that's all. Of course, there are habitual movements. Hands are honest. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Danzo's Mysterious Confidence. 6/6. Senju of the Forest. As a large clan that has been strong from the Sengoku period to the present, it should be ranked in the ninja world in terms of numbers. But when Fenjai came to the outside of the Konoha shinobi unit and took a look at the place specially designated for Senju, he was silent. In fact, it was not only Fenjai who was silent. Tsunade and Nawake beside him, and even the clansmen in front of him all had confused expressions on their faces. 2,000, less than. When the statistics were completed, Tsunade came to Fenjai with an unbelievable look on his face. This is the real number of people. That is the current situation of the Senju clan. Even if the Senju clan members who still exist in Konoha and have not been sent to the battlefield are counted, it is a problem whether they can make up to 3,000. If this number is not sensitive, then there is an intuitive concept that can be easily understood. In the future Fourth Ninja World War, the total number of ninjas invested by the Ninja Coalition plus the Samurai of the Iron Kingdom is about 80,000. Konoha's number of ninjas would not be less than 15,000. And this is the Konoha that had been broken by Orochimaru, experienced the horror of the Third Ninja World War, and was attacked by Nagato. If it was at its peak, the number of ninjas that Konoha could deploy at one time would not be less than 20,000. Of course, these 20,000 do not refer to the troops stationed on the front line. Including logistics, and the number of guards at each base in the country, only this number is added together. If this description cannot explain how exaggerated the number of people gathered by the Senju clan at this time is, a total of 2,000. Let me mention another number. Even in the Fourth Ninja World War in the future, the Sarutobi clan, where Sarutobi Hiruzen died, could deploy nearly 1,000 people in the battle with 10 tails. This is the case for a small clan. Not to mention how many people the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan are at this moment. Without experiencing the horror of the Third Ninja World War, it can be said that Konoha is at its peak at this moment. But what about the Senju clan? Where are they? Dead. Taking a deep breath, Fenjai looked at the tribesmen in front of him. Died on strange missions, and even the bodies could not be sent back to the village. This is the fate of the Senju clan after integrating into Konoha. If I come later, this number will shrink again until it becomes 0. However, in order to maintain the harmonious scene of Senju integrating into the village, some people who are not from the Senju clan will often appear in the village to replace the name of Senju and do some decent work. Some things you can't see on paper. Just like the data that Fenjai sent to the elders at the clan meeting. When you look at it, you will find that the number of Senju clan is constantly decreasing, but after being surprised, you will not take it to heart. Yes. Where is there no death in war? It's not surprising that the Senju clan charged forward, and it is acceptable to die more. Some people will tell Fenjai that this is the purpose of Senju integrating into Konoha. But now, when the tribesmen gathered, everyone was silent. Looking around, there were only a few of his former companions left, and familiar faces kept disappearing. They had nothing to say. There was even a feeling of anger slowly spreading. Because you have to know, how long has the second Hokage died? Before he ordered the Senju to integrate into Konoha, the Senju clan was at its peak. And this gap is Fenjai's purpose. It is not so easy to change the tribe members' ideas. Fenjai is not Senju Hashirama, and he does not have such a strong appeal now. It takes time to make the tribe members feel strange about the village that gave birth to them, and even to follow Fenjai and confront the top leaders without scruples in the future. Changing ideas is only the first step. In the next step, Fenjai will let the Senju clan see the true face of the so-called top leaders. In addition, establish the prestige as a leader and clan leader. Prestige is earned through fighting, not speaking. Even if your speech is inspiring, you will not be able to gain support if you are lame on the battlefield. Senju Hashirama thought that the main reason why his mutual understanding theory was successful was that he could not see how strong he was. Your strength is there, even if you say you are his father, you have a point. If you are a genin who keeps yelling that you want others to understand you, that's courting death. So Fenjai did not intend to give a long speech to the tribe members at this gathering. In the eyes of the tribe members, he is just a talented 10-year-old child. Even if he is the tribe leader, no matter how much he says, it is all bullshit. He just wants to see who he will protect next and what they look like. Fenjai. At this moment, a handsome man with silver hair came over from a distance. He was clearly unfamiliar, but his familiar look was very puzzling. His name is Kato Dan. A man who wants to get close to Tsunade whenever he wants. But obviously, after Fenjai told Tsunade the story of Kato Sakura when he was a child, Tsunade always kept a distance from people with the surname Kato. Therefore, the trajectory of the two has also changed. Now Tsunade and the other party are just colleagues, not even colleagues. Haha. Want to flirt with Tsunade? Dare to touch the things of this clan leader? Fenjai curled his lips. It's good that this guy knows what's good, but don't blame him if he doesn't. Nothing else. You are not worthy of Tsunade, just this one sentence is a death sentence. Please call me Lord Fenjai, or Lord of the Maple Leaf Clan. As if to declare sovereignty, he leaned into Tsunade's arms, and Fenjai reminded him. There is nothing wrong with this. After all, he is the leader who replaced Tsunade's command position, and Kato Dan is at most a working Jainin, so it is right to call him Lord. I thought we didn't need to be so distant. Kato Dan was a little embarrassed and looked at Tsunade. He thought he could say a few words based on the relationship between colleagues, but Tsunade's vigilant look really puzzled him. The story of Kato Sakura is so lethal that there is nothing we can do. Well, Lord Danzo asked me to go over there, saying that there is movement in Sand Shinobi Village. The opportunity has come. Maple Leaf's eyes flashed. It's the same as what the intelligence said. Sand Shinobi Village was not convinced after being defeated by Hitaki Sakumo last time. Now they have regrouped and rejoined the battlefield of Rain Country. Judging from their movements, their first target is our KONOHA. In the command room, Danzo had a smile on his face. He was very excited. Yes, there was no tension at all about the upcoming war. Instead, he felt that Sand Shinobi Village was just giving away heads. The reason is very simple. If Hitaki Sakumo could beat the enemy, why couldn't he beat it? Sand Shinobi Village was just giving him military merits. And Senju clan. Looking at Maple Leaf, Danzo sneered. You want command, right? But even if you gather the Senju clan, what about it? You still have to obey the orders of him as the commander-in-chief. Sarutobi just replied to him, and the two of them had the same opinion. Don't give Senju Maple any chance to gain military merit. This was Sarutobi's cryptic order, and Danzo understood it very well. Inoshika Ch, Hyaga, Uchiha, Shimura, the Sarutobi clan will follow me to face the enemy head-on. As for the Senju clan, he stretched out his little finger and shook it at Maple's position. At this moment, Danzo looked like a clown with bared teeth and claws. You, hold your ground. He will collect the military merit. Senju will go to die. This is his strategy. 6/6. Sixth update completed, make up for yesterday's one. Read books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 37, Pre-War Preparations, Sand Shinobi Village is coming. You like to command, right? You like to be high profile, right? This is the price you have to pay. After the short combat meeting, Danzo watched Fenjai's back leave, and his heart was already full of joy. Even if they formed a Senju tribe's army and Fenjai became a squad leader, they still had to obey the orders of him as the commander-in-chief. As long as he firmly grasped this point, Danzo believed that it would be no problem to kill a teenage kid with his own wisdom. Danzo, who became the commander-in-chief, was unprecedentedly inflated at this moment, but he didn't know what was waiting for him in the future. Senju camp. In Fenjai's tent. Sitting on a chair, the atmosphere seemed a little dull. After a long time, Tsunade walked to Fenjai, with comfort and encouragement on his face, as if he wanted to say something. Want to comfort me? Fenjai smiled and reached out to touch Tsunade's face. There will always be a chance in the future. Tsunade sighed. Coming to the battlefield, there was no chance to take action, and it was impossible to show the dominance brought by the Senju tribes gathering. It seems that this is also the disadvantage brought by the integration of the Senju clan. Without the opportunity to fight, there is no way to gain military merit. When the Second Ninja World War is over, the Senju clan will have fewer resources to obtain when the village distributes benefits. This is the tradition of every village. The victory of the war is rewarded according to merit, and those who have not performed well in the war will not be respected. But they can't do anything about this situation. After all, Danzo is the commander-in-chief of the front line. Although everything Fenjai did when he came to the camp seemed exaggerated, it was the name of the Senju clan and the reintegration of the Senju clan to organize the clan. But if you look closely, there is indeed no place that disobeyed the commander's order. Senju's family affairs and disobeying orders on the battlefield are two different things and must be distinguished. During this war period, the Senju clan cannot give others loopholes and leave handles. Sister Tsunade, you misunderstood. Fenjai shook his head. On the contrary, this is exactly what I want. What do you mean? Tsunade was stunned. Doesn't Fenjai know the impact of keeping a low profile on the battlefield on the future? Maple Leaf, you don't think that as long as you don't participate in the battle, the Senju clan will not be in danger, right? Indeed. It seems that staying in the rear is safe, and it can also achieve the purpose of preserving the strength of the Senju clan. But the problem is still that the Senju clan cannot disobey Danzo's orders. This time they are on standby, what about next time? I am afraid they will go up and die as cannon fodder. This time it is just a signal. But Tsunade can see that Danzo's conspiracy has just begun. How could Maple Leaf not know? But he is not panicked at all, and even wants to laugh. In the Second Ninja World War, Konoha did not take any initiative from beginning to end, nor did it gain any advantage. In the end, even if they tried their best, they still couldn't take down Rain Shinobi Village. As for the benefits Konoha gained, in addition to the nominal victory, there was nothing else, but the number of dead ninjas was extremely large. This is the end of the war. In this war, Danzo's incompetent performance also taught a lesson to the young and old men of Konoha, and even formed a sharp contrast with Hotaki Sakumo's leadership ability. It was precisely because of Danzo's failure in the Second Ninja World War that even after Sarutobi Hiruzen resigned and the Hokage position was vacant, Danzo still had no possibility of becoming Hokage. Helplessly, he began to train Orochimaru, wanting to compete with the third generation for successors. In the end, he still lost. These things analyzed from the original work have confirmed one thing. That is, Danzo not only did not gain any benefits in the Second Ninja World War, but also caused trouble. From his attitude of not taking Sand Shinobi Village seriously during the meeting just now, Fenjai had already vaguely sensed what was going to happen. Cho of Sand Shinobi Village will teach Danzo a good lesson, and the opportunity he thought to gain military merits was just a free gift. Especially at this time, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had just died, and she would definitely launch a fierce attack in anger. So the first war after the stalemate must end with Konoha's defeat. Before, Fenjai was still thinking about what reason to use to isolate the Senju clan and himself from this failed battle, but unexpectedly Danzo helped him instead. As for not being able to gain military merits by holding the position? Of course not. It is more convenient to do things when you are out of Danzo's sight. In fact, Fenjai has already thought of the next plan in his heart. If the plan goes well, the Senju clan will not be affected, but will make those tribes in Konoha except the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan grateful. Tell the tribesmen to be on standby at any time and be ready to join the defeated army at any time. Fenjai stopped thinking and gave the order directly. Defeated, a large army. Tsunade was full of doubts, and was a little confused by Fenjai's order. See. Even Tsunade thought that Sand Shinobi Village was a soft persimmon. Fenjai waved her hand without explaining, just asked her to be prepared. Danzo's failure was doomed. And what Fenjai wanted to do was to let Danzo understand the feeling of his own people dying beside him. This is just a small part of the interest that the Senju clan asked Konoha for. In the west of the Rain Country, under an unknown low mountain, the mighty Sand Shinobi Village ninjas are slowly moving forward. As the battlefield commander of Sand Shinobi Village, Cho stood on the mountain and looked up at the gloomy sky. The Rain Country is like this all year round. It's not the first time I've come here, and I'm used to this kind of scenery. Sister. Deputy Commander Ebis walked behind Cho step by step, as if he wanted to put a raincoat on his sister. But after thinking about it, he gave up. He knew very well how much his son's death had hit his sister. Especially after returning to Sand Shinobi Village, the crazy sister desperately obtained countless resources from the puppeteer clan to form a new army, and regained the support of the Wind Shadow. This war is for revenge. On rainy days, you can cry wantonly. Chiyo's eyes were red, and the rain washed her face. Suddenly, she looked back and looked at her brother. What's the situation in Konoha? This time, Sand Shinobi Village did not hide its route at all. Just telling Konoha that they were going to launch a large-scale attack. But if you think Cho was overwhelmed by anger, you are wrong. Grief makes people grow, but revenge makes people more forbearing. Cho is surprisingly calm now. Danzo has been fooled and is planning to confront us head-on with a large force. At this point, Ebis's face showed a ruthless look. They are finished. Cho took a deep breath. Notified Tsuchikage. The action begins. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38, Senju of the Forest is back. Danzo-sama, I think we should. I don't want you to think, but I think. As the army marched forward, Danzo interrupted Hitaki Sakumo in the temporary command post. Do you still think you are the commander-in-chief of the front line? I am in charge of the command now. Proudly patting the map in front of him, Danzo pointed to the route ahead of Sand Shinobi Village. This time, the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan will lead you, and you just need to follow behind to clean up the battlefield. Danzo said leisurely. What I mean is that before the war, it is necessary to let the Hyuga clan scout the nearby. Hitaki Sakumo spoke again and looked at the map with a headache. It seems that the route ahead of Sand Shinobi Village is flat, but the dense jungles and complex mountainous environments nearby are easy to ambush. If you don't scout in advance. Hitaki Sakumo's keen sense of smell made him feel something unusual. He had dealt with the enemies of Sand Shinobi Village and knew that Joe would not be so stupid as to put a large force in front of everyone to let others attack. Such an advance was not in Chiyo's style. And Danzo was not even familiar with the terrain of Rain Country, so it was very dangerous to give such a rash order. Don't doubt that Danzo at this time was not as smart as he would be later. He had not experienced the disastrous defeat of the Second Shinobi World War, and his growth experience was limited to following the second Hokage as a guard in the First Shinobi World War. The turning point that really made Danzo cautious was the defeat of the Second Shinobi World War, which made him learn to be tolerant, and in the Third Shinobi World War, he led the root members to pretend to be corpses in the Rain Country to obtain intelligence. But that was in the future. Now, Sarutobi has only been in the position of Hokage for a few years. After the First Shinobi World War, Danzo followed Sarutobi Hiruzen and enjoyed a peaceful and prosperous era, and dealt with people from his own village. The purpose of the route is completely different from that of Anbu. Perhaps Anbu will take the initiative to attack enemies from other ninja villages, while the route will only attack its own people. This is why the route is so scary. Hitaki Sakumo is different. He stepped into the battlefield of Rain Shinobi Village before Danzo, and fought against ninjas from other ninja villages many times. He also knows the style of the leaders of other ninja villages. so he saw that there was a problem at a glance. But now Danzo obviously didn't let him speak, so he thought that what he did was right. With a bitter smile, Hatake Sakumo finally shut up. Since he was dismissed, he has understood a lot of things. The merits gained on the battlefield seem to be a kind of honor, but more of a burden. Although Hokage praised on the surface, he is not a fool. Dismissal is a signal. Too many things that dare to command will also make outsiders think that he has ulterior motives. That's it. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, we will see on the battlefield. The order was issued. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan were relieved. To be honest, as the eyes of the Konoha Shinobi Coalition, their eye skills can provide effective information and have made many contributions to Konoha. This is true. But at the same time, as reconnaissance ninjas, their risk factor is also multiplied. It is better to save some energy. Although following the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan means that the merits obtained will be reduced, they don't care. The large army continues to move forward. Finally, when the two parties began to approach, the ninja's first ninjutsu hit the other side. The flames of war began to burn. And when the first intelligence was delivered to Danzo's command post, a smile appeared on his face. A mere sand shinobi village is nothing to be afraid of. How can a group of rabble compete with our first ninja village? See, Hatake Sakumo. They are beaten back by us again. This is the unusual place, Lord Danzo. Hatake Sakumo's face was full of solemnity. He had just observed the traces of the enemy being beaten back. Although it looked panic, the number of actual casualties was not many. They were luring the enemy deep into the depths. Lord Danzo, I suggest. After seeing the real purpose of the enemy, Hatake Sakumo hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. All troops attack. Go up and start a group. Before Hatake Sakumo finished speaking, Danzo directly issued a second order. And his order also echoed the excitement on the faces of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan in front of the battlefield. The enemy in front of them was a lot of military exploits. Even Danzo, the commander-in-chief, put down his status and rushed forward. But just as the ninjas fiercely plunged into a valley, the situation in front of them changed dramatically. Something is wrong. Looking at the tribesmen around him, and then looking at the vaguely swaying figures on both sides of the valley, Danzo finally came to his senses. Retreat! Retreat! The unexplained bad premonition made him issue orders quickly. But it's not that easy. Cho, who had been waiting for a long time, directly ordered the ambushed ninjas to attack. Ninjutsu, hidden weapons. When the sound of breaking air came from all directions, those attacks became real raindrops in the eyes of the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan in the front. Danzo-sama is not good. A large number of enemies were found on the retreat route, and their identities cannot be confirmed for the time being. Our retreat is blocked. The panicked ninjas from all directions pinned their last hope on their commander-in-chief, but they could not see any light on Danzo's face. Run! I can't die here. My goal is to become the Hokage of Konoha. How can I die on this battlefield? Danzo, with red eyes, directly pulled a ninja next to him to block his head, and then quickly retreated with his men. As long as a gap is opened, he can kill back. He doesn't want to die. The battle begins. Danzo's hasty attack cost the ninjas of Konoha a terrible price. Howling and groaning in pain became the main theme of this land. On a mountain not far from the main battlefield, thousands of ninjas in uniform stared at their clan leader with wide eyes. Senju Maple Leaf. Just now, he clearly pointed out the location of the enemy's ambush, and even predicted that the ninjas of Konoha would be surrounded. At first they didn't believe it. But when Maple Leaf led them to come here in defiance of the order to hold the position, they finally understood that what Maple Leaf said was true. The ninjas of Konoha are now in the most dangerous moment. And this is the opportunity for the Senju clan. Open the encirclement and pick up their companions. They are the heroes of this war and the targets of gratitude. My clansmen. Looking at the battlefield below, Maple Leaf waved his hand with a scorching gaze. Right here, in the land of rain. Use your fists to tell the world. Senju is back. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39. The black-winged demon spreads his wings and flies for the first time. Eyes were enthusiastic. Countless clan members breathed heavily as they looked at the figure in front of them. This was the first time that the Senju clan returned after integrating into Konoha. It was also the first time in the Second Ninja World War that a battle was fought in the name of the Senju clan. Senju of the Forest. How long has it been since anyone in the ninja world mentioned this surname? Even when the second Hokage was there, the influence of the Senju clan on the ninja world was not that strong. And the only person that the entire Senju clan could take out was probably Senju Hashirama. But even one person represented the peak power of the ninja world. Now that Fanfiction mentioned that surname, the blood in the hearts of the clan members boiled again. In the era of Senju Hashirama, they fought for peace. But after so many years of silence, they suddenly realized that they were born for war. From top to bottom, thousands of ninjas from the Senju clan roared and rushed towards the weakest part of the encirclement identified by their clan leader. From a distance, the ninja's indomitable spirit is moving. The leader of a unit determines the temperament of the unit. When emotions are mobilized, the former glory of Senju has become a thing of the past. The current glory will be created by themselves. With honor, why hesitate to die? This is the first time that Fanfiction has felt the scene of thousands of people charging together, and good men fighting on the battlefield are bloody. Maybe every man has a dream of becoming a general, and Fanfiction is no exception. He has completely integrated into this attitude. Fanfiction, slow down. And Noeki, you all follow me closely in a while. Of course. There will also be concern from relatives in that atmosphere. Tsunade did not forget his duties, and only his two younger brothers were in his eyes. Just follow behind the woman? While running, Fanfiction licked his lips that were a little chapped because of the boiling blood. As the head of the clan, how could he choose to be cowardly at this time? Yes. He is still young, and because of this, he cannot sweep the battlefield like Senju Hashirama in a short time. But this does not mean that he is a weakling. Fanfiction said. To win the support of the people, you don't rely on words. Although the tribe members are excited to follow him and charge into battle, if he, the tribe leader, shows the strength of a waist that can only be protected by others, he will still be looked down upon. After all, this is a world where power is supreme. Without strong power, how can the tribe members have firm confidence? However, the tribe members, including Tsunade, think that it is reasonable for Fanfiction to be weak. It seems. Except for the graduation test, Fanfiction showed his talent in ninjutsu, and did not show his strength in front of people. Even Orochimaru, apart from knowing that Fanfiction has strong perception and speed, he has no idea of his true strength. Even how he escaped the siege of the Land of Lightning and returned to Konoha, he did not let Noeki tell others. Instead, Wooden Golem mentioned it to Mito several times after becoming her maid. That's why Kushina wasn't too surprised to see Maple Leaf's wings when the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village tried to kidnap Kushina that day. I never forget that strength is the main reason for dominating this world. I never give up my training every night. The running speed suddenly increased. This is not the speed of the hollow, but the pure physical strength. Maple Leaf. Tsunade was stunned. She was a little surprised by Maple Leaf's sudden acceleration. She had never seen that speed and the deep footprints on the ground every time she stepped. She shouted and wanted to go over to protect her brother. But Noeki next to her grabbed Tsunade's hand and shook his head. Sister, you underestimated my second brother's strength. He will surprise you. Maple Leaf's strength. Tsunade opened his mouth and finally fixed his sight on Maple Leaf's figure. The running Maple Leaf did not respond to Tsunade's words. He was getting faster and faster. He had already surpassed the Senju tribe member in the front. After the tribe member saw the person coming, he was about to say something. After all, the tribe leader was still young and it was reasonable for him to need protection. But the next second, his eyes widened and his running figure almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What did he see? Dark wings, feathers as tough as bones. Swish! When Maple Leaf's speed reached the extreme, the huge dark wings finally appeared in front of everyone. Buzz! The wings were not over yet, and they extended again in front of everyone. A strong wind came, and a huge force rushed into the sky. When the black-winged demon spread its wings for the first time, this scene was extremely shocking. People rubbed their eyes and finally confirmed that the man flying into the air was their clan leader. Let's see it. After the fusion of Senju blood, plus the power of Hollow, with Chakra and Ryotsuo as dual energy sources. After reaching 10% of the template power, how strong is the power of the black-winged demon? The dual amplification mode of Chakra and Ryotsu, this is the strongest energy body in the ninja world. With this as energy, Fenjai's combat power will be terribly amplified. After reaching 10% of the template power, Fenjai found that his first inheritance was not simple. It can even be said that his inheritance template is stronger than Ulquiorra himself. Ahead. The enemies surrounding the Konoha coalition are close at hand. Fenjai's expression is calm, and the thunder spear emits bursts of buzzing. The blood in his heart has eased, but the desire to fight has suddenly risen. But he still keeps calm. The battle has just begun. And he needs to open a way for the tribesmen to pick up the Sarutobi tribe and the Shimura tribe. Yes. The life and death of those two tribes has nothing to do with him. The main reason why Fenjai led the tribesmen here is to gain the gratitude of other tribes, and by the way, let the black-winged demon fly for the first time. Let the ninja world re-recognize Senju. Although it can only be used once with the current strength of Ryotsuo and Chakra, it is enough. The thunder spear stretched forward. The light on the tip of the spear was different from the lightning on the spear body, but turned into a gloomy and terrifying emerald green. That was the unique zero of the black-winged demon. Tremble. Wang Su's flash. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Follow the Patriarch's Footsteps. What kind of power is this? When the black-winged demon paused in the air, the thunder spear emitted a green light. The Senju people behind Fenjai stopped unconsciously and looked at this scene with dull eyes. Including Tsunade, and even Senju Panjan and others who were worried about Fenjai's safety before, all swallowed and began. What kind of power is this? He was sure that the wings were real. And the changes in the Thunder God sword at this moment also moved them very much. Just the oppressive feeling given to them by the strange energy on it made them understand that once that kind of power erupted, it would not be weaker than ordinary S-level ninjutsu. Wings, and compressed energy body. Is this the power of Fenjai? But the Senju clan has never had such an ability. Tsunade swallowed her saliva, and she found that she didn't seem to understand this cousin, the patriarch of the Senju clan at this moment. Does the Senju have other bloodline limits besides Shode's wood style? A smart member of the clan suddenly realized something, and then said excitedly. New bloodline limits. Tsunade suddenly realized. It seems that before she also had Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan did not seem to realize that they had the bloodline limits of wood style, and now could it be that there is really a turning point? This seems to be a chance for the Senju of the forest to rise again. My second brother said that this power is more destructive than wood style. Nawake was not the first time to see this kind of flash, and naturally explained to Tsunade. That's impossible. Stronger than wood style? Tsunade didn't believe it at all. Great-grandfather's wood style ruled the entire Sengoku, even Uchiha Madara couldn't do anything about it. And wood style is also the pride of Senju. Now you say that there is an existence that surpasses wood style, she naturally doesn't believe it. Staring at the figure of Maple Leaf ready to go in the air, Tsunade frowned. That position was very close to the encirclement ahead, and she even saw some malicious ninjas making hand seals to prepare for an attack. Don't worry, my second brother is very tough. In response, Nawaka still said calmly, unless it is a decent ninjutsu, it will not have much impact on my second brother. You don't know, when he came back from the land of lightning, he was stabbed by someone and he was fine. The recovery ability of the Senju clan? For example, the great-grandfather's hand seal treatment? Tsunade looked strange. To be honest, she has been focusing on this direction recently, and has already made some progress. And sister. Nawaka squinted and squinted as she sneaked up to Tsunade. Did you see the light on my second brother's weapon? My second brother said that he would let all the members of the Senju clan master this power in the future. How is this possible? Tsunade was frightened by the maple leaf spirit. But before she could say anything, something strange happened. In front, several figures suddenly emerged from the enemy ninjas surrounding Konoha and rushed to Maple Leaf's bottom. At the same time, the ninjas in the distance launched an attack in an instant. Fire style, water style, and other long-range attacks have already hit Maple Leaf, and the ninjutsu attacks are accompanied by a large number of shurikens and detonating tags. Don't regard the battle of ninjas as a passionate duel. When the ninjas determine the attack plan, they will attack without warning. There are no grand and gorgeous moves, and the mission of the ninjas is to harvest the lives of the enemy. They are assassins in the dark. Although I don't understand where Maple Leaf's wings come from, and I don't know what the light will bring, but appearing here is the enemy. The attack came brazenly. But Maple Leaf in the air was not panicked at all. He wanted to interrupt his Zero with shurikens and ninjutsu. How could the body of the black-winged demon be so fragile? Even the lowest level iron skin cannot be cut by ordinary kunai. He had tried this in the Land of Thunder. And if you think his black wings are only used for flying, you are totally wrong. His face did not change at all, and Maple Leaf's wings blocked his way. Ding, ding, ding. Like the collision of real steel, the sound of metal clashing makes people's scalps numb. At the same time, those low-level ninjutsu were also blocked by the wings. There is no way to break the defense. The ninjas in the encirclement looked at each other and began to make hand seals again. The first round of attempts did not work. This time they will use advanced ninjutsu to fight against the enemy, which means they choose not to cherish the chakra in their bodies. What a pity! Fenjai did not give them another chance. He did not like others to pollute his wings. Moreover, that Zero was ready. Even if there was only 10% of the template progress, the Minos Grande of Ulquiorra's level would definitely release Wang Su's flash at will. This move will make the enemy fall into despair. Just like the hill that once blocked Fenjai's steps to return to Konoha. It has now been razed to the ground. Of course, the cost of this move is also very high. It will drain the chakra and Ryutsu in Fenjai's body at once, and only the physique of the Senju clan can keep up with this consumption. There is no way. The powerful moves will be replaced by huge consumption. This is nothing. The energy problem will no longer be a problem after Fenjai grows older and the template is unlocked. After all, Fenjai is still in the growth stage. If it is not a special situation, Fenjai will not use this move. Boom! The space suddenly vibrates. The completely bursting emerald green Zero hits the ground. But what is puzzling is that when the light falls on the crowd, the vibration of the space disappears. Just when they think Fenjai is pretending. Fear has come. The black-winged demon representing nothingness snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the vibration came again. Countless ninjas in the position that was just illuminated by the emerald green light turned into powder in an instant. And the devouring of nothingness is increasing at a weird speed. Death is coming. Those enemies disappeared completely before they even had time to scream. Even the soul was not spared. Yes. The essence of Zero is a dual attack of soul and physics. It will not only destroy the body, but also devour the soul. Those killed by Fenjai will never appear in the Pure Land, that's for sure. But it doesn't mean that Zero is invincible. Zero is not slow, but there are many capable people in the ninja world who can transfer themselves at the moment of Zero's launch, but this is only temporary. When the template power unlocked by Fenjai is increased to a certain level, even space will be completely annihilated by Wang Su's flash. Looking at the air that turned into nothingness below, Fenjai took a deep breath and then slowly landed. This is the first time he showed his strength. As for the effect, glancing at the shocked tribesman, Fenjai nodded with satisfaction. His goal has been achieved. From today on, he will be the real tribe leader looked up to by the tribesmen. Strength is the hard truth. Conservative hiding will only make people think you are a waste. Appropriate exposure can deter the enemy. If you want to be high profile to the end. Tribesmen. A low shout made the old and young masters of the Senju tribe come back to their senses, and this time, they looked at Fenjai with a touch of fanaticism. He said that he wanted to surpass Senju Hashirama and let Senju of the forest reach the top again. He is moving forward. He is working hard. Now, they just want to follow the clan leader. Roar. The high-pitched roar went straight to the sky. The invincible clan in the Sengoku era is awakening again. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41, Rescue? Sorry, our order is to hold our ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the cannon fodder genin in battle mode. The progress of the first inheritance template has increased by 0.001%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the unqualified genin in battle mode. The progress of the template has increased by 0.004%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the strong-willed genin in battle mode. The progress of the template has increased by 0.002%. The battle continues. A large area in front has been cleared by Fenjai Zero, and the encirclement has been opened. Fenjai led the Senju with burning fighting spirit to charge. The location of this encirclement is the weakest place that Fenjai found after probing the nerves. Neither Cho from the Sand Shinobi village of Onaki is here. So it is the right place to choose here. Extending his fingers to fire a virtual bullet that is much less powerful than Zero, Fenjai heard his favorite voice in his ears. Battle mode, born for battle. Unlike the training in the daily mode, the battle mode will not only give evaluations when fighting against the enemy in a regular battle, and then improve the template progress, but also improve the progress when killing the enemy. This is why Fenjai likes to turn on the battle mode the most, and it is also the main reason why he wants to come to the battlefield. He said. Sending him to the battlefield is the biggest mistake made by Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Sarutobi has no way to avoid this mistake. At the time of graduation, the third generation had already fallen into Fenjai's calculations. Enraging Raikage and other means are all his layouts. There is no shortage of people in the ninja world. And killing those ninjas who participated in the war will not burden Fenjai with any pressure. Not killing others means that they will kill your relatives and friends. This is the world. Everyone has their own justice, but their justice is often not justice. When Fenjai returns to the village after experiencing the war, he will let the so-called high-level officials understand that the patriarch of the Senju clan has long been beyond their control. Patriarch, the Hyuga clan trying to break through was found over there. The first Hyuga found? This is normal. They have the Byakugan, which can keenly detect changes on the battlefield. Fenjai should not be able to hide it from him when he opened the encirclement. But the fact that there is only the Hyuga clan also proves one thing. That is, the Konoha army was broken up and even in a divided situation. Control the breakthrough point and lead the Hyuga people to continue to go deeper. Fenjai ordered calmly. He has sensed that there are other Konoha ninjas ahead. I didn't expect that it was you who saved us, Fenjai. Not long after, when the Hyuga clan ninjas came to Fenjai, the leader surprised Fenjai a little. Hyuga Hisashi. He actually came to the battlefield of the Rain Country. But thinking about it, Fenjai was relieved. This is the mission of the Hyuga clan branch house. Before the branch house is completely destroyed, the main family will stay safely in the village. As a new graduate, Hyuga Hisashi also became the next generation of the branch house. It is right to come to the battlefield to experience the wind and rain. But looking at his appearance, it seems that he is not feeling well. Leave it to us. Patting Hyuga Hisashi on the shoulder, Fenjai smiled gently. Perhaps it is this kind of gap that will make Hyuga Hisashi dissatisfied with the main family in the future. In the original work, he was even caged bird launched by Hyuga Hayashi because he wanted to kill Hinata. That scene was also seen by Niji. Friendship of Hyuga branch house? It will be useful in the future. But he said that he saved Hyuga Hisashi, which is a bargain for Fenjai. The reason is simple. Even if he did not participate in this war, Hyuga Hisashi still survived in the end. But now it is different. He will attribute the reason for his survival to Fenjai. And this is the purpose of Fenjai leading the Senju to break the encirclement. Let other tribes in Konoha recognize Senju again. Not for the position of Hokage, but for the unbreakable position of the Senju clan and the opportunity to truly enter the upper echelons of Konoha. He needs supporters to fight against the Hokage. The troops continued to advance. Relying on keen perception and the eye technique of the Hyuga clan, Maple Leaf's team grew rapidly. The chaotic situation that was originally surrounded and trying to break out from all directions was finally under control. Uchiha clan, Inoshika Ch, and even those small clans, were eventually merged into Maple Leaf's team. I just counted it. Except for the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan, the other ninjas have almost been gathered. The battle continued. The ninjas' battle was hidden in the darkness from the front. Tsunade came over with Hitaki Sakumo, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, who had just been found with excitement. It was Hitaki Sakumo who spoke, and his eyes were full of appreciation at this moment. He didn't expect that this young man had the courage to lead the Senju to rescue. This is disobeying orders, but no one will blame him for it, not even Danzo. Because Fenjai saved these people's lives. What should we do next? Take people to destroy the ninjas of Sand Shinobi village. Tsunade rubbed his hands. How to do it? Fenjai grinned. My stupid sister, you seem to have forgotten our mission. Our commander-in-chief, he just gave the order not long ago. Order? Tsunade was a little stunned. But Orochimaru next to him narrowed his eyes and took over the conversation. Maple Leaf received the order to stay where he was and hold his position. So we should retreat now and save our manpower. This is very obvious. That is, the Shimura clan and Sarutobi clan ninjas who have not been found yet, let them go. Don't worry about whether they live or die. After all, the order is to hold the position, and coming out to help is already disobeying the order. Will it be bad? Jiraiya said with some embarrassment. In the current situation, rescuing the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan who are still besieged is just a side job, and it doesn't take much effort. After all, they have opened the breakthrough, and it is not so easy to gather again to form an encirclement. What's wrong? If you want to go, just take the ninjas who are willing to follow you. I'm not the commander-in-chief, so you don't need to ask me. Fenjai glanced at Jiraiya calmly. His extra kindness will eventually kill him. Save those two clans? Sorry, he can't do it. In the end, Danzo was captured or even killed by the people of Sand Shinobi Village, which was the result he wanted. Listen to my orders. With a big wave of his hand, Fenjai looked at the ninjas around him. Obey the orders of the commander-in-chief and hold your ground. Retreat. The strength of the Senju clan's first appearance is enough. Hitaki Sakumo next to him sighed and stopped Jiraiya from talking. This is still the case on the battlefield. What if it is a peaceful era? Looking at Maple Leaf with complicated eyes, Hitaki Sakumo understood that he was just doing something for the Senju clan as the clan leader. Because at this moment, the Senju only had two choices. Resist or die. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42, The Ambition of All Hollow Members. Konoha Camp. Ninjas are counting the names of the dead. Just like the previous wars, they didn't see the so-called benefits at all. They were lucky to leave a complete body. This is the fate of ninjas. Before those people died, they probably just wanted to go back to their homes. Only when they saw their loved ones did they understand why they died. The losses in this battle were not small. I didn't expect Sand Shinobi Village to cooperate with Iwagaku regardless of the consequences. In the temporary command room, Hitaki Sakumo looked at the post-war statistics in front of him and had a headache. Although war will definitely bring death, the ninjas who came to the battlefield also understood this. It's okay to die. But death must be valuable. Similar to this battle, completely unnecessary death is the most terrible, which will make the ninjas demoralized and confused about the future. There is no doubt that this failure was Danzo's dereliction of duty. He did not conduct an investigation before the battle began, and he rashly attacked from the front. He chose a way of fighting that runs counter to the ninja. Where's Fenjai? Looking around, Hitaki Sakumo was a little surprised. The captains and commanders of other tribes were all there, but the Senju siblings were the only ones missing. This kind of post-war inventory is essential, and Fenjai is the only hero in this war. If it weren't for the support of the Senju tribe, I'm afraid the list of casualties would be far more than this. Rest, I heard that it was due to excessive consumption during the battle. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and he was not in a calm mood at this time. The victory or defeat of this war has nothing to do with him. But he found something more interesting on Fenjai. In addition to wood style, the Senju tribe has a bloodline limit, and its lethality is comparable to wood style. Is it an emerald green light? What on earth is that? Green often represents vitality, but when it is placed on Fenjai, it becomes a flash that turns everything into nothingness. The new bloodline limit, Fenjai calls himself Zero's ability. Everyone present here came out of the gap that Fenjai opened at the beginning, so they could naturally see the devastating damage caused by Wang Su's flash. According to rumors, after that light, all ninjas turned into nothingness. That kind of straight attack left a deep gully on the ground. Orochimaru now really wants to talk to Fenjai about Zero. For him, this new ninjutsu or blood limit has a fatal temptation. Of course, after seeing Fenjai's power, Orochimaru is more convinced that the future of the Senju clan lies in him. Surpass Senju Hashirama? Fenjai, it's not just talk. This is the first time that Senju Fenjai has shown his power, but it will definitely not be the last time. Overconsumption? Understandable. Hitaki Sakumo nodded. He had heard rumors about Fenjai. It seems that the person who opened the encirclement was Fenjai. Young and promising. Worthy of being the patriarch of the Senju clan. Is there any news about Danzo? After thinking for a while, Hitaki Sakumo asked with a little surprise on his face. Not yet, but with Lord Danzo's ability, we don't have to worry. He won't die. Even if he becomes a prisoner, he won't choose to die heroically. Orochimaru said calmly. He knew Danzo too well. He ruled the darkness of Konoha in the name of the village. Danzo felt that his life was full of great moments. In other words, he cherished his life. He cherished his life so much that he would not let go of any chance to escape. You said that? White Fang rolled his eyes. He was sure that Orochimaru was not praising his leader. Next to the Konoha camp, in the exclusive area of the Senju clan, Fenjai looked at Tsunade in front of him helplessly at this moment. To be honest, he said that he was too lazy to attend the boring meeting. Wang Su's flash is indeed a burden for him now, but it is not so exaggerated. It is just a zero. If Fenjai does not care about the consequences, he can fire 2 in a row. That is the real overconsumption. With the physique of the Senju clan, plus the recovery ability inherited from Ulquiorra's hollow, he has almost recovered after returning to the camp from the battlefield. But Tsunade still let him sit here for a full-scale inspection. Humph, put it on. Throwing the robe to Fenjai, Tsunade's face was slightly red. The so-called full-scale inspection naturally has to check all places, so Fenjai is now naked. But Tsunade must admit one thing. That is her brother, who has grown up. I said it's okay. Putting on the robe of the Senju family, Fenjai lazily fell into Tsunade's arms. The Senju clan fought well in their first battle. Regardless of other villages, the clan members in the camp are now in high spirits, and the Konoha ninjas also respect the Senju who saved their names. This is the effect that Fenjai wants to achieve. Fenjai, I have a question. Holding his cousin, Tsunade seemed a little hesitant. About the wings, and the light. Sure enough, it was this question, and Fenjai was not surprised at all. He showed his special ability to cheer up the Senju clan. It was also an opportunity to give the clan members new hope. After all, since Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan has not had any special bloodline limits. In addition to strong vitality and amazing recovery ability, they only have better chakra. For decades, no one has awakened wood style again. The clan members once attributed this reason to the fact that the younger generation is not as good as the first generation. But in fact, it is not the case. Wood style is not just a bloodline limit that combines water and earth chakras, but a special ability obtained from first generation Ashura. Even if you forcefully obtain wood style, such as Yamato, it is just a superficial ability. Only when wood style is combined with Ashura's characteristics can it be a real wood style. So it is not surprising that no one in the Senju clan awakens wood style. But now that Fenjai has appeared, the clan members have focused their attention on other places. Nawaka secretly told me that you are sure that we can all use that light. Is this true? With her beautiful eyes shining, Tsunade looked at Fenjai with hope. She has seen the power of that light. If all members of the Senju clan have that power, how terrible would it be? Naturally. Fenjai nodded calmly. He said that the black-winged demon he inherited was strengthened by the system. Even in the future, he will have the ability to open the black chamber and summon more hollows as a king hollow. In other words, he has the support of the entire Hueco Mundo behind him. It's just that integrating the Senju people into the physique of the hollow requires a lot of experiments and the help of the system, plus the props called semi-finished Gyaku in the mall. Even if it's just an ordinary hollow, it can give the Senju people a huge increase in strength. So Orochimaru is his first target. Uncle Snake desires immortality. And the life of the hollow tends to be eternal. He can't refuse. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43, Try Touching Me? The battlefield of Rain Country changes rapidly. But after Sand Shinobi Village and Iwagakure joined forces, Rain Shinobi Village raided the rear of Iwagakure at the same time, and Cloud Shinobi Village, which was originally watching the movements of Rain Shinobi Village, did not react to the actions of Rain Shinobi Village. This is a tacit understanding that exists even between enemies on the battlefield. Reikage is not a fool, he does not want to see this happen, and in order to combat this behavior, he chooses to let Rain Shinobi Village take action. Cloud Shinobi Village has just suffered the Eight Tails Rebellion, but they have not given up the battlefield of Rain Country, and choosing to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight is also the right choice. However, compared with this, Konoha is extremely quiet. There is no way. The first raid suffered heavy losses, and even the commander-in-chief was missing, which made the ninjas of Konoha not know where the future direction is. But just when they were confused, a message suddenly spread in the military camp. The Sand Shinobi village that attacked them before actually sent a representative. People don't know what the purpose of the Sand Shinobi village representative is, but this is definitely not good news. In the temporary command room, the captains of each family have gathered, and Fenjai is waiting for the Sand Shinobi village representative with Tsunade and Noeki. I have a bad feeling. Jiraiya sneaked up to Orochimaru and whispered. Could it be that you are right? Our commander-in-chief. It is likely to be like this. Uncle Snake sneered. There has never been a heroic Shimura dance in the world, only a Shimura dance who surrendered and was captured. He definitely doesn't want to die. Hitaki Sakumo in the distance has a solemn expression. Even the ominous premonition in his heart is stronger than Jiraiya. It seems that something is about to happen. Not too long, not long, the representative of Sand Shinobi village has come to the front of everyone. The person who came is not unfamiliar, but Chiyo's younger brother, the deputy commander of Sand Shinobi village this time, Ebis. Everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. Ebis looked at White Fang in front of him with a cold expression. This man killed his relatives. Although in a sense, Sand Shinobi village's revenge was successful this time. After cooperating with Iwagakuer, they directly surrounded all Konoha shinobi. Unfortunately, they killed much fewer people than expected. His eyes fell on Senju Maple Leaf next to him, and a murderous look appeared on Ebis's face. Is it this kid? He actually had the courage to face the encirclement and even opened a gap with his own strength. He is young and promising. Unfortunately, he belongs to the Senju clan in Konoha. Yo, what's that look? Maple Leaf hugged his arms and squinted his eyes. Do you think that as a messenger, no one dares to touch you? Touch me? Ebis was full of disdain, and then he moved closer to Maple Leaf with an extremely arrogant attitude. Hehe, try to touch me? Do you believe that if you touch me, you're Commander Danzo? Pa? Are you being polite to me? Fenjai raised his arm with a sneer and slapped Ebis in the face. In the confused eyes of everyone, Ebis's body turned 720 degrees in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Tsunade's mouth twitched next to him. She was sure that Fenjai used the ninjutsu of the Senju clan in that slap. Obviously, Fenjai would never be polite to those who dared to show their killing intentions in front of him. I heard it all. He asked me to do it. He is the envoy of Sand Shinobi village, so I must show Konoha's hospitality. If he asks me to hit him, I must hit him. What's more, after slapping Fenjai, he shrugged his shoulders innocently and looked around. Isn't this just making a far-fetched argument? Fenjai's meaning is very clear. I hit someone, but I hit him for a reason. The Konoha shinobi looked at each other, and no one stood up to say a word for Ebis. Admit that you are an envoy, then you are the envoy. But now they are fighting, and not long ago, Sand Shinobi village wrote that they would kill them all, so why should they be nice to you? Do you really think you are an envoy and want to show off? For a long time, Ebis on the ground finally came to his senses and sat up slowly. But that face can be said to be completely useless, not only swollen, but also a little crooked. Obviously Maple Leaf's slap taught him a good lesson. Two armies do not kill the envoys in battle? That's bullshit. Who cares about your identity as an envoy when you are killing people? Okay. Okay. I know the way of hospitality in Konoha. Looking around with frustration, Ebis understood that the task he thought was easy was obviously not that easy. Be reasonable. As the party that just defeated KONOHA, he did come here to show off and hit KONOHA's morale. But it seems that he was the one who was hit in the end. Fight back? Dream on, there are people from KONOHA around here. If he takes action, he will definitely die, and the identity of the envoy does not provide any protection. Okay, envoy of Sand Shinobi Village, what is your purpose here? The scene returned to calm, and Hitaki Sakumo frowned and looked at the other party as the temporary commander. He just mentioned Danzo. Your commander-in-chief is in our hands, but we Sand Shinobi Village, based on a friendly and peaceful foreign policy, do not intend to let him die. After calming down, Ebis finally stated his purpose. Was Danzo really captured? Fenjai looked at the other party in surprise. To be honest, there was no such thing as Danzo being captured by the enemy in the original work. Although Danzo is a bit useless, he still has the ability to save his life. Although he doesn't have so many Sharingan on his arms now, he is an elite who can become the guard of the second Hokage after all. But it's not Fenjai's fault that he can't figure it out. In the original work, Fenjai didn't mess up this battle. The besieged KONOHA finally gathered together and broke through the siege and fought their way out. But because Fenjai took action in advance, the large army broke out in advance, leaving only the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan ninjas struggling to hold on. In addition, Iwagakure saw the KONOHA army leave and rearranged the encirclement. In this case, how could Danzo run away? Unless he could fly. Unfortunately, Danzo didn't have wings. So it was also because of Fenjai's actions that the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan, who were struggling to hold on, suffered heavy casualties. Facing the main forces of Iwagakure and Sand Shinobi Village, they could only surrender and become prisoners. It was a big shame. But he just wanted to survive. Only by surviving could he regroup. Conditions. Hitaki Sakumo's thinking was very clear. The other party captured Shimura Danz, the commander-in-chief, but did not kill him directly. Instead, they came directly to the KONOHA camp to negotiate. So they definitely have their own plans. What does Sand Shinobi Village want? What do we want? Having said this, Ebis's face suddenly became extremely ferocious. Of course. KONOHA's White Fang. Your life. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44, Sister, break his arm to teach those bastards in KONOHA a lesson. When Ebis said this, everyone present was shocked. The ninjas of various tribes looked at each other, and they finally understood why this messenger came to KONOHA. To exchange the lives of Danzo, plus the captives of the Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan, for the life of Hitaki Sakumo. Cho was crazy. In order to avenge her son, she no longer cared about the so-called ninja way. She just wanted White Fang to die. Pa! But just when people were still in shock, a crisp slap made them look at the field again. Ebis, who had finally climbed up, was knocked to the ground by Fenjai again. He was beaten again. Ebis looked at Fenjai with great frustration. To be honest, he had been slapped once just now, so he was already wary of this boy. But what he didn't expect was Fenjai's speed. With just a flash, he came in front of him in an instant, and hit him in the face accurately. Why? I was clearly on guard. Although I am not as good as my sister, I am a Jainin or even an elite Jainin in terms of puppeteer evaluation. But 2 consecutive attacks made him completely lose his temper. As for the reason, others don't know, but Hitaki Sakumo, who was lost in thought, knows it very well. Puppet masters come from ninjas, but they are different from ninjas. They rely on their own puppets to fight, and their own strength is often not that exaggerated. You can regard puppet masters as those who rely on technology and chakra control to eat, while those with exaggerated melee abilities are reckless. Scholars can't beat soldiers. At least before Ebis used the puppet, Fenjai could move freely around him and hit him in the face. Yet, just like when he killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, Hitaki Sakumo seemed to be lost in memories. He was ordered to sneak into the camp of Sand Shinobi village at night and touched the tent of the man and woman. But he seemed to go at the wrong time, as Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law were creating a brother or sister for Scorpion. So White Fang succeeded. The move was clean and neat. And Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law left in a decent manner. In the end, they still had rosy smiles on their faces, connecting the passages of life to life. That scene is worth recalling. Yet, I was distracted. White Fang just wanted to express that the puppet master was very weak before releasing the puppet. Just like Ebis was attacked by Fenjai in succession now. In front of Fenjai's ghostly speed, he met his nemesis. Why hit me? Ebis got up from the ground with difficulty, his face full of hatred. He admitted that he was careless and did not dodge. But he also couldn't figure out why he was beaten. Because you are farting. Fenjai said righteously. Danzo said long before he went to war that he was willing to sacrifice his life for Konoha. Such a great commander-in-chief has already known the fate of ninjas, and would rather die than be humiliated as a prisoner. You said that Danzo was captured and was captured. I don't believe it. Danzo is definitely not a coward. Before you caught him, he must have chosen to commit seppuku in accordance with the tradition of Konoha shinobi's perseverance. Good guy. You are really good. Uncle Snake secretly gave a thumbs up. Danzo sacrificed his life for Konoha? It's funny, his life was only for power. If he was a Hokage, he would probably fight for his life. But if he can survive on the battlefield, what's wrong with being a prisoner? But in Maple Leaf's mouth, Danzo became a great ninja who was not afraid of power and would not be a prisoner even if he died. The meaning is obvious. We firmly do not believe that you have captured Danzo, so the condition that Sand Shinobi Village wants to use Hitaki Sakumo's life to exchange for Danzo's life does not exist. Of course. Everyone present knows that what Ebis said is true. But Fenjai's words are just to stimulate Ebis. As for Danzo's safety? It's best if he dies. You don't believe it. Ebis was stunned. He never expected that Danzo would have such a high status in Fenjai's eyes. But this did not make him angry or have other thoughts. The reason is very simple. The higher the status of Danzo, the commander-in-chief, in Fenjai's eyes, it proves that his and his sister's strategy is correct. When he came, he was still thinking about what to do if Danzo's prestige was not enough to exchange for the name of White Fang, but now he has confirmed it. Danzo is the beloved commander-in-chief. Even the head of the Senju clan of Konoha respects him very much. This is easy. As long as he believes that Danzo is in their hands, they will be able to force White Fang to sacrifice his life, and then their goal will be achieved. Although I don't know why Danzo, the failed commander-in-chief, has such a high prestige, his sister saw from the first fight that Danzo's command ability is not that strong. So killing Danzo will not bring Sand Shinobi Village much benefit. But killing White Fang is different. After many fights, they know how difficult Hitaki Sakumo is. If White Fang dies, Konoha will be completely passive. I really don't believe it. Maple Leaf said lightly, want to catch our Lord Danzo? Maybe in the next life. Konoha only has Shimuradans who died bravely in battle, and there is absolutely no Shimuradans who lives in shame. Just waiting for you to say this. Ebis struggled to get up from the ground. Wait for me to come back. Don't believe it. I have plenty of ways. Hurrying to leave the Konoha camp, Ebis finally returned to the temporary base of Sand Shinobi Village by rolling and crawling all the way. What happened to you? In the camp, Cho looked at her brother's face in doubt. Obviously, her brother was beaten. Could it be that someone from Konoha did it? Angry Cho slammed the table and stood up. No, sister. Ebis shook his head with a wheeze. Where is Danzo? Behind, don't you know? Cho frowned. Ebis didn't explain and hurried back into the next room, where someone was sitting quietly on a chair. He was waiting for Konoha to rescue him. Given his importance in Sarutobi's heart, there was no reason for that guy not to rescue him. Of course, this was not because of friendship. It was because Danzo knew a lot of Konoha's secrets. If he let other ninja villages know, the price would be very heavy. Sarutobi would definitely save him. So Danzo was not panicked, and even had a somewhat arrogant attitude. I am a prisoner, but I am different from ordinary prisoners. Did you get what you wanted? Let me go. Danzo said in a commanding tone, narrowing his eyes at Cho. But the next second, his face suddenly changed. Ebis grabbed a machete and handed it to his sister. Sister, cut off his arm. Let those bastards in Konoha learn a lesson. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45. There are always fools who sacrifice themselves for honor. Is this from Danzo-sama? Konoha Camp. When Ebis appeared in front of everyone again, he had a bloody arm in his hand. Maple Leaf walked up to Ebis with a suspicious look on his face and observed. It makes sense. He wanted to laugh now. In the original work, Danzo's arm was also injured by the Second Ninja World War, so he simply found Orochimaru, used Uchiha Shin's cells as the foundation, and integrated Senju Hashirama's cells to rebuild the arm. And most of the Sharingan on the arm came from the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. But Maple Leaf had never expected it. This time, Danzo's broken arm was because of him. Yes, it's Danzo's. Snap. But what he got in response was a slap from Fenjai for no reason. The crazy kid took the arm, threw it to the ground and kicked it hard. Puff. The ninjutsu burst out instantly, and the whole command post was shaking under the strange power. When everything was settled, Ebis looked at the arm that had been crushed on the ground in fear. What did he do? Your respected Danzo's arm is here, do you want me to test it? No. We don't believe it. T15. Ebis's mouth twitched. What else do you want? Let me chop off Danzo's head and give it to you? 057. Okay, Fenjai. In front, Hitaki Sakumo shook his head and stopped Fenjai from continuing his unreasonable behavior. He knew that Fenjai didn't get along with the top management, especially Danzo. But now was not the time to make trouble. The evidence had been brought, and it was basically impossible to expect Ebis to go back and kill Danzo. Me. Sand Shinobi Village wants his life. Take him down first, we need to discuss this matter. Orochimaru took over the conversation and signaled his men to take Ebis to calm down. Ebis is probably still confused after those slaps. What should we do now? Jiraiya looked at Hitaki Sakumo with a sad face. To be honest, all ninjas on the front line know that Hitaki Sakumo's existence is much more important than Danzo. Danzo used his actual behavior to tell everyone how poor his command ability is. White Fang is just the opposite. His existence is the main reason why Konoha's ninjas can persist until now. But how to deal with the conditions of Sand Shinobi Village? They don't know. Hitaki Sakumo didn't say anything, just stroked his short sword in melancholy. Now he is also one of the bargaining chips. Theoretically, he has no say. It's better to report this matter to the Hokage and let him make the decision. Someone said. At this point, it seems that the only correct choice is to let the Hokage make the decision. In that case, he is likely to let White Fang replace Danzo. Maple Leaf said bluntly and looked at White Fang calmly. Even if White Fang is just beginning to gain fame, Maple Leaf knows that Sarutobi, who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes, will never miss this opportunity. But at the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a fool. He also knows that in this war period, Konoha is in need of people everywhere. Even if Hitaki Sakumo's existence makes him uncomfortable, he can't easily use his life to exchange for Danzo. Don't underestimate Sarutobi. He's not that stupid. Even if Maple Leaf chooses to fight against Sarutobi Hiruzen every time, he will consider whether he will make mistakes. So if Maple Leaf is Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will pay another price to save Danzo, but he will take this opportunity to make White Fang owe him a favor completely, and even work for the Hokage until his death. After all, in the eyes of White Fang and everyone else, the Hokage paid enough to protect him, so it is reasonable for him to work hard for the Hokage. Obviously, this is not what Fenjai wants to see. Hitaki Sakumo is quite powerful, just like Orochimaru. Fenjai has some ideas about him. For example, pull him into the Senju camp. Teacher, I'm sure that you won't let White Fang die. Jiraiya shook his head and denied Maple Leaf's idea. The problem is, what if Sand Shinobi Village is aggressive? If they don't change the conditions, it will be difficult to deal with. There was a silence in the command room. Danzo's capture has hit Konoha's morale. If White Fang, who was just praised as Konoha's hero, died at this time, it's not just a morale problem. I'm afraid the ninjas will lose their fighting spirit. Even if Hokage finds a way to rescue Danzo in the end, the shadow of the commander-in-chief being captured will limit their performance. This has already happened. Konoha has lost face in the ninja world. At this point, it all depends on White Fang's own choice. Someone needs to solve the problem after all. It will take a long time to wait for the Hokage's order. Danzo is in danger every minute at Sand Shinobi. Leave it to me. With a sigh, White Fang slowly stood up. You will have to pay for what you have done. The goal of Sand Shinobi Village is very clear, they just want his life. But if you want to take it, it depends on whether you have the qualifications. Short Sword is carried on his back, with 100 teeth and determination. There will always be fools who will sacrifice themselves for honor. This time, he has no way out. Maple Leaf raised his eyebrows and understood it. This is to kill the enemy alone without involving others. V. Aren't you sending your head? Sighing helplessly, Maple Leaf doesn't want to care about this matter. Danzo's life and death have nothing to do with him, and it's not worth wasting brain cells for Danzo. But White Fang is different. In the original work, his death was already aggrieved enough. It was really unkind for a cage-level strong man to commit suicide by being calculated by others. He shouldn't die under a conspiracy. Watching him leave the meeting room, Maple Leaf touched his chin and gave Uncle Snake a look, and the two stood up and left. Since White Fang chose this path, then, the first hollow test subject seemed to be confirmed. Night fell. The Sand Shinobi Village camp was quiet. Suddenly, a deafening shout of killing came from the camp. Chaos broke out. First, the trapped captives of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan rushed to the exit in panic, and then a flash of knife light flashed at the door of the room where Danzo was locked. The battle broke out very suddenly, but Cho in the camp was not panicked at all. She was waiting for this moment. The person who knows you best is often your enemy. When Cho made the decision to exchange Hitaki Sakumo's life for Danzo's life, she already knew what he would do next. With White Fang's character, the kind of person who values glory does not want to affect others because of himself. Then he will definitely take this opportunity to come to save people. Whether he lives or dies. He sacrificed his life for the glory in his heart. People in Konoha are always so stupid. Even White Fang is the same. As for Danzo, from the beginning, Cho had no intention of letting him go. She hated not only White Fang, but all the ninjas in Konoha. Negotiation? That was just a prerequisite to lure Hitaki Sakumo to her door. So Cho had been waiting for him to come. Until the figure entered the room where Danzo was tied up, she pointed at the room and spoke slowly. Detonate the detonating tag. She calmly gave the order to the men next to her, and a hint of excitement appeared in Chiyo's eyes. She wanted to avenge her son and daughter-in-law. Chapter 46, He will be a member of the Espada in the future. Am I dead? I should be dead. After all, if all the detonating talismans in that room exploded at the same time, how could a mortal body withstand it? Fortunately, I did what I should do before the explosion. The power of the detonating talisman should not be able to blow through this skin, nor will it hurt Danzo, who was pressed under me. It was dark in front of my eyes. My consciousness was blurred. But the feeling of freedom from all constraints was very relaxing. Something was wrong. In the depths of his soul, Qi Shimao saw a white object with fangs and claws that seemed to want to attack him. And his soul seemed to be out of control and slowly absorbed the white object in an instant. The pain is more memorable than any injury. What is that? What got into my soul? Ah! A roar. The man suddenly opened his eyes. Before he could be surprised by the scene in front of him, the heart-wrenching pain came again. This time, in addition to the pain from the soul, there was also the pain and discomfort of the body that seemed to not belong to him. It's the first time to add hollow genes to an ordinary person's body, so I'm a little unskilled. Senior White Fang, please be patient. The ninja felt a sharp pain, and Hitaki Sakumo forced his eyes open again. He saw a familiar figure. The boy who led the Senju clan into the encirclement to rescue them. Senju Fenjai. What is he doing? He moved his head stiffly and looked at himself covered in bandages, and the countless needles inserted into his body. The creepy feeling made him open his mouth, but he didn't say anything after all. He was injured too badly. Teacher Orochimaru, you probably recorded the process, right? Putting down the scalpel, Ya looked at the man next to him who was also wearing a white coat. At this moment, Uncle Snake's eyes were still filled with great horror. From the beginning to the end of the experiment, his mind had completely fallen into a blank. He could not forget that scene. When he and Fenjai found the man who was almost blown to pieces, Fenjai told him that White Fang would not die. At first he didn't believe it. But now, when the complete White Fang was spliced together, after Fang woke up, he was completely shocked. What a noble experiment! What is the energy body implanted in Hitaki Sakumo's body? He couldn't understand it at all. This method is no less than the life and death of human flesh. Actually, I didn't intend to conduct the hollow experiment so early, but unfortunately, if I don't take action, he will definitely die. Maple Leaf spread his hands to show his helplessness. Plans cannot keep up with changes. He originally wanted Orochimaru to experience the changes after obtaining the genes of the hollow first. But White Fang was sent to die. It was too wasteful to die. It would be better to try whether the experiment can succeed. Exchange the soul of the hollow in the system mall, and then use Ulquiorra's blood, which is a small part of Maple Leaf's blood, to weaken the hollow, and finally let White Fang absorb the power of devouring the hollow by himself. This is only a theoretical method, and the help provided by the system during the experiment is indispensable. That is the help he can only provide by spending function points. Fortunately, Maple Leaf succeeded. He created the first hollow in the ninja world. Even ordinary hollows have extremely strong recovery ability, and in the process of transformation, the recovery of those injuries is not a big problem. Although Hitaki Sakumo is very weak now, his potential has been fully developed. When Maple Leaf's own power grows, as an absolute subordinate connected to Maple Leaf, he will also grow. Hollow, Zanpakuto, Return Blade. These things will appear step by step Hitaki Sakumo's body. The stronger Maple Leaf is, the stronger the power on Hitaki Sakumo will be. Among the species of hollow, Maple Leaf is the king, and Hitaki Sakumo's identity is a soldier, and because of the blood, there is an invisible contract between them. That is, the soldiers can never turn against their king. Once they resist, Fenjai can turn Hitaki Sakumo in front of him into ashes with just one thought. That is a direct blow to the soul. So Fenjai is not worried about the issue of loyalty. I have never seen such a method. Orochimaru swallowed his saliva, and it was obvious that he was extremely shocked. I don't understand what they are saying. Hitaki Sakumo's eyelids moved slightly. He only knew that he seemed different, and the body that was blown to pieces was squirming, as if it was recovering. He was still alive. Oh, Senior White Fang, you are awake. Fenjai smiled gently at Hitaki Sakumo, and came to his side. The experiment was quite successful. And the function points for the system to assist were not consumed much. He completely found the opportunity to transform the Senju clan in Hitaki Sakumo. All members are hollow. Just imagine, when Fenjai's strength is strong enough, he will sweep the ninja world with a bunch of Arankars who have returned to the blade. That scene is very exciting to think about. Hitaki Sakumo asked with difficulty in his hoarse voice. The cave not far from the Konoha camp is relatively hidden and convenient for treatment. Fenjai sighed. I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, Senior White Fang, Danzo is not dead. He was not there when we went there. It seems that he thought you were killed, so he ran away first. Run away by himself? It really fits his style. White Fang laughed bitterly and said nothing. Now he is back to the position of Commander-in-Chief and showing off his power. How about it? Do you want to go back and take a look? Slowly helping White Fang up, Fenjai asked. After seeing Fenjai's actions, Orochimaru was stunned. White Fang, who was just in pieces, can move now. Although it is still very stiff, but... what a recovery ability! But before Senior White Fang goes back, I just want to tell you one thing. Touching his chin, Fenjai took a deep breath and stared at Hitaki Sakumo. There is no doubt that he will become one of the Espada under Fenjai in the future, and as the person who gave him life again, Fenjai wants more than just gratitude. You owe Konoha, the top leaders, and the Hokage. After the explosion, it's gone. Think about how to live in the future and for whom to live. This will be good for you. Finally. Close to White Fang's ear, Yi's voice came slowly. Remember who saved you. Of course, you can't forget your benefactor. But Hitaki Sakumo was surprised by Fenjai's tone. At this time, Fenjai's own temperament was completely different from before. In White Fang's eyes, he was as noble as a king. Where did this change come from? He didn't know. He didn't know that what awaited him after returning to the camp was the most desperate moment of his life. Hitaki Sakumo was disorganized and undisciplined, and he went out on his own, causing heavy losses to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans who could have been safely rescued. I am dismissing Hitaki Sakumo from all his positions by order of the Commander-in-Chief. Except for the shock of seeing White Fang still alive, this was all Danzo's reward for his savior. Hitaki Sakumo. He blamed the tragic death of his clansmen and the defeat of the war on White Fang. This is Shimura Dan's. Chapter 47, Follow my footsteps and start a new life. Repaying kindness with grievances is Danzo's normal state. In his eyes, he deserved to be rescued. Even if everyone died for him, it was natural. In the command room, the one-armed Danzo's eyes were red. His wound was still painful, and it was this pain that made him angry and lost his mind. This arm was cut off by Ebis. So there must be something wrong during the negotiation process, which caused Ebis to be eager to vent his anger. But when he came back, no one told him the details of the negotiation. So, he directed all this to Hitaki Sakumo. Also, tell me how you came back to life, otherwise how can I know if you are Hitaki Sakumo himself? What if you are a spy sent by Sand Shinobi Village? Before I can prove my identity, I need to monitor you. Benefactor? None. Danzo believed that he crawled out of the corpse of the 073 flag, Sakumo. He didn't believe that anyone could survive in that situation. Hitaki Sakumo's face was pale. On the way back, he never thought that he would be treated like this. He didn't expect Danzo to say thank you to him. He didn't expect Danzo to have a good impression of him because of his behavior. But he never expected that he would become a stepping stone for Danzo to hide his incompetence. Everything I did. What on earth was it for? The hero of Konoha? White Fang just wanted to laugh. It seemed that his injury was affected, and the originally weak Hitaki Sakumo spurted out a mouthful of blood. And the ninjas present also said to White Fang. Fang felt that everything he had suffered was not worth it. He was even angry. He was their hero. But only a few people dared to stand up and speak for him, and White Fang just shook his head at those people. At this point, he had nothing to argue about. He seemed to understand what Fenjai said. Yes. He had done enough for Konoha, and he didn't owe anyone anything. It seemed that he should also consider how to live in the future. Enough. Only Fenjai did not remain silent. Looking at Danzo coldly, Fenjai's face was full of anger. But in fact, he felt happy in his heart. Danzo, who wanted to find someone to take the blame, was crazy. But he didn't know that his behavior at this moment was pushing White Fang to the Senju side. It's not impossible to use life as a threat to let White Fang surrender to himself. But if he is willing, it can play a greater role. Senior White Fang was rescued by me and teacher Orochimaru. As for the method, you don't need to know, it's my secret. I can prove his identity. When this short sword shines again, you have no right to doubt him. As for surveillance. Shaking his head, Fenjai smiled disdainfully, why don't you try to monitor Chu? Helping Hitaki Sakumo step by step out of the command room, Danzo's face was full of anger. He wanted to order someone to capture Fenjai and kill him. But he knew that even if he gave the order, these people would not obey the order. Because this kid had just saved their lives not long ago. But the more he thought about it, the angrier Danzo became. Senju Fenjai, he just saved others. Even if he led the large army to go deeper, his Shimura 10 clans and Sarutobi 10 clans would not fall into despair. And he, Shimura Dans, would not become a prisoner. It's shameful, and it has been shamed by the entire ninja world. As the commander-in-chief, he was caught by the enemy and survived. Danzo knew that this would be how the enemy ninjas would evaluate him in the future. But even so, he would never allow Fenjai's people to mention this matter. Danzo also knew that he could not blame Fenjai for not saving people, because the order he gave was for Fenjai to hold his ground. That would be a slap in his face. But this matter must not be allowed to pass like this. Looking at Maple Leaf and the backs of other ninjas leaving, Danzo's eyes flickered. The accounts between them must be settled slowly. The Land of Rain. On a certain mountain outside the Konoha camp, Hitaki Sakumo sat calmly on the wet stone, the rain in the air washing his scarred body. According to the analysis of ordinary people's bodies, this is completely seeking death. But at this moment, White Fang has become accustomed to the pain in his body. Or rather, it is a kind of numbness. He doesn't know why he did everything. He sacrificed his life to save his companions, but in the end he faced the blame and the black pot. Live. What is it for? He was confused. This kind of confusion usually does not sweep across the elite Jainin, or even the quasi-cage level strongmen who are about to step into the cage level. But once it appears, it is difficult to dissipate. That is the inner demon. A problem that must be thought about. Now he just wants to calm down. Even if he was swallowed by the heavy rain in the rain country, he wanted to sit here quietly. Do you have the urge to kill him? Sitting down next to Hitaki Sakumo, Ye sighed and said. Do you want me to tell the truth? Turning his neck stiffly, White Fang said with a miserable laugh. At that moment, I did. But my body doesn't allow it. My education from childhood doesn't allow it. My son who is about to be born, and my pregnant wife don't allow it. Are there too many restrictions? Maple Leaf patted his shoulder. He understood this feeling. If it weren't for Kakashi's existence, the cage-level strongman in the original book would not have committed suicide when he was framed again, even if he just fought his way out. Calculating the time, Kakashi is indeed about to be born. When all of Kakashi's batch graduated, it was the beginning of the Third Ninja World War, which is actually not long from now. It's hard to imagine that the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War broke out so soon. Although it's not appropriate to ask this question now, I still want to say it. Did you see the true face of that person clearly? Tilting his head, yet asked again a soul-searching question. If I can't see it clearly, then I am a blind man. Hitaki Sakumo said calmly. What if I tell you that the third Hokage is the same as him, or even worse than him? Do you believe it? Politicians are all cut from the same cloth. But obviously, Hitaki Sakumo can't feel it for a while. 3.6. But he didn't refute Maple Leaf's words, which means he has his own thoughts. Thinking about why he stepped down from the position of Commander-in-Chief. Thinking about why Danzo dared to bypass Hokage and directly remove all his positions, and even became the sinner of the war. Inside, the Hokage whom he admired. Is he really innocent? Hitaki Sakumo himself didn't believe it. From his expression, yet already knew the answer he wanted. Standing up, he walked step by step towards the road leading down the mountain. Maple Leaf's voice entered White Fang's mind. Yes. It came from the mind. If you want to pursue the truth, live again. Don't sit here like a waste. Follow my footsteps and start a new life. Oh. Chapter 48, Maple Leaf's crazy battle achievements and Danzo's crazy losing streak. You are such a loser. Danzo. Konoha. Hokage's office. Looking at the piles of documents in front of him, Sarutobi gave his own evaluation with a gloomy face. Waste. Iron waste. A pig teammate who can't lead at all. Above is a summary of all the recent battles on the front line of Rain Country, including Maple Leaf's reunion of the Senju clan's ninjas. It also includes this defeat, and the capture of Danzo, the commander-in-chief, as a prisoner. Danzo wrote clearly in the newspaper that he threw all the problems to Hitaki Sakumo, which made Sarutobi speechless. No one knows his partner better than him. He has no other skills, but he is very good at passing the buck when the job is not done well. Is Hitaki Sakumo really incompetent? If he is really incompetent, I'm afraid Danzo is dead. What happened in the end Sarutobi knows very well. He also has Anbu ninjas sent to the front line and embedded in the troops. Everything is because Danzo underestimated his opponent. But it was just a defeat. It won't be seen in the short term. He gave Danzo's new order is to win a victory in the next period of time. The news of the failure has spread to the village, and Konoha needs a victory to avenge the previous shame. As for appeasing the people, it is not needed for the time being. His position as Hokage is still as stable as a rock. However, about Senju. We have to speed up. I will send you the Senju Maple Leaf. If you can't handle it. Squinting his eyes, Sarutobi looked at another piece of intelligence. It was private intelligence independent of battlefield intelligence. It only described one thing, that is, everything about Maple Leaf. For example, he used the new blood limit to help the Konoha Shinobi Coalition break through the siege. New blood limit? When did the Senju clan have such a force? Sarutobi couldn't figure it out. But he knew that the plan against the Senju clan must be put on the agenda as soon as possible. The land of rain. The drizzling rain still eroded the earth. In a village in the southern part of the Rain Country, a tragic massacre seemed to have just passed. Corpses were everywhere inside and outside the village. Although the rain was heavy, the blood on the ground could not be washed away in a short time. The strong smell of blood filled the air. Just as a ninja from the Rain Shinobi village was checking the corpse on the ground suddenly jumped up, and the sharp blade in his hand pierced the opponent's heart. At the same time, countless corpses climbed up and rushed to the panicked Rain Shinobi village ninjas. A new fight began. Outside the village, on a mountain peak that overlooks the situation in the village, Fenjai put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. His exploration nerves have seen what happened in the village. Do it! A low shout came from Fenjai's mouth. Then, all the SENJU clan members hiding in the mountain came out in full force, and their targets were the ninjas disguised as corpses and the Rain Shinobi village ninjas who came to check the situation. Maple Leaf wanted to eat up both waves of enemies in front of him. The battle broke out very suddenly. Maple Leaf danced with his dark wings and landed directly in the center of the village. The Thunder God's sword flashed with lightning. And the terrifying speed after the ringing and rotation directly caused the enemies in front of him to bleed on the spot. When countless SENJU ninjas rushed in from outside the village, Fenjai knew that the battle was over. And just like before, this time, the SENJU clan's action was successful again. They won again. I always feel that every time you command the team, the direction is correct. Tsunade and Orochimaru were cleaning up the battlefield, and White Fang, who had recovered from his injuries, gave Fenjai a thumbs up with surprise and admiration on his face. Direction? Fenjai shook his head gently. He had upgraded the nerve detection to a high level. From his point of view, it can effectively filter out those tougher enemies, and then erode the enemy's power step by step. This is a more advanced detection technique than the Byakugan and even the Kagura Hard Eye. All enemies lost their disguise in front of him. If he could predict the enemy's moves every time and still couldn't win, then he might be more useless than Danzo. The statistics are complete, and the identity investigation is complete. Tsunade walked to Fenjai with blood on her face, and was slightly excited. Those who disguised themselves as corpses were Iwagakure ninjas, and a total of more than 500 people died. And the Rain Shinobi village ninjas who came to investigate the situation were also wiped out, with a total of more than 300 people dead. Fenjai remained calm and reached out to wipe the dirt off Tsunade's face. Did you kill nearly 1,000? How many of our people are there? Death is inevitable in war, even if Fenjai leads his tribesmen. 28 killed, 79 injured. Tsunade's face darkened, and she said with some melancholy. But this depression only lasted for a moment. She looked at Fenjai encouragingly. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid there would be more deaths. The price we paid is already very small. Fenjai naturally understood this truth. After all, under the wise command of Danzo, the SENJU clan always carried out very strange tasks. Danzo wanted all the SENJU to die, and his emotions were noticed by the SENJU clan. Now, the clan members' thoughts are changing. For example, they will think about why Danzo is so against the SENJU. They will also tentatively think about why Danzo has the courage to kill his own people. Tsunade is telling the truth. If it weren't for Fenjai's outstanding leadership and strong strength, the SENJU clan would probably be in a miserable situation now. But Fenjai is not thinking about this problem. It is normal for the clan members to change their attitude. Soon, he will cultivate loyal subordinates who will completely change their thinking and are willing to follow him to fight against the top leaders. But every time a SENJU dies, there will be one less, but the enemies seem to be endless. It seems that the progress of transforming the clan members should be 593 soon. Let's go back to the camp. Konoha camp. When they saw the familiar figure, they instinctively showed respect to the SENJU clan members and Fenjai. In the past month, the SENJU clan has shown them who is the most vicious in the ninja world with their actions. No matter what kind of enemy, no matter what kind of mission, every time the SENJU clan comes back, it means that they have won again. On the other hand, Danzo. Crazy, it brings reckless attacks. And losing the ability to think means that you can only lead the team to the abyss. In the past month, Fanfiction has led the SENJU to charge and fight several times, and each time he has achieved fruitful results. His prestige has been steadily improving and everyone has remembered this SENJU clan leader. People even saw the shadow of the first Hokage in him, and discussing the great achievements of the SENJU clan behind his back has become the norm. But Danzo can only be described as bleak in the past month. All those who followed him, without exception, all suffered defeats. There is no harm without comparison. When the emotions of the ninjas are mobilized, unexpected things will happen. For example, please ask Master Fanfiction to take the position of General Commander. I am willing to unite with my brothers to give suggestions to Master Hokage. When a KONOHA shinobi with a sincere face came over and half knelt in front of Fanfiction, he smiled. Everything. It's all under control. Oh. Chapter 49 you can call it. Zanpakuto. Where did you find that guy? In the SENJU camp. Fanfiction returned to his tent and looked at Noeke with a little surprise on his face. He was naturally asking about the ninja who had begged him to be the commander-in-chief before. To be honest, Danzo is still the commander-in-chief. It will take some time for Fanfiction to gain real command. Of course, this does not prevent him from finding a few people to discuss Danzo, and by the way, to gather people's hearts, so that the ninjas can see clearly what is going on and who is stabilizing the situation of the ninja coalition in KONOHA. So, that person was found by Noeke, and he did not speak voluntarily. This is just an inducement that makes the ninjas suddenly realize. It is also a necessary process to completely undermine Danzo. His name is Sakazaki Ryo, and his ancestors have been with our SENJU clan, so there will be no problem. Noeke vowed. I mean, protect him well. He patted Noeke's shoulder and said calmly. Someone mentioned SENJU. Danzo didn't dare to kill them all, but he would use some means to target the first bird. And the only ones who took action must be the root ninja controlled by Danzo. If someone takes action, it's best to catch them and throw them in front of everyone. You should know what to do next. Second brother is so calculating. Noeke gave a thumbs up in admiration. 1 month of experience, although it is impossible for a genin to grow into a wise leader, but following Fanfiction, Noeke has matured a lot, from a reckless man to someone who knows how to think. Fanfiction did not say it clearly, but Noeke already knew what to do next. Secretly protect Sakazaki Ryo and catch those who want to attack Sakazaki Ryo. Then go in front of everyone and make Sakazaki Ryo cry miserably to mobilize everyone's emotions. At that time, it will be a great opportunity for everyone to openly reprimand Danzo and let Tig take the position of General Commander. So whether it is the appearance of Sakazaki Ryo now or Fanfiction does not care. These are all conditions to induce Danzo to make mistakes. But, second brother, too. There is something I don't understand. Scratching his head, Noeke had a little confusion on his face. When Danzo was captured before, I think we had a better chance of getting the command, right? And even at your speed, it's probably faster than Senior White Fang sneaking into Sand Shinobi. Why didn't you kill Danzo directly at that time? This is probably the question in many people's minds. After all, Fanfiction and Orochimaru can rescue Hitaki Sakumo, so they must be able to take the opportunity to kill Danzo. Noeke has also grown up. Touching his head, Fanfiction smiled slightly. It's right that he doesn't understand. In fact, I'm afraid Tsunade doesn't know why. After all, leaving Danzo, a disgusting guy, is incomprehensible. But Fanfiction has his own considerations. First, Danzo's death can't solve the problems within the SENJU clan. The clan members still can't see the true face of the top leaders. I want to use him to unite the SENJU clan. Otherwise, how can I lead a group of weak-willed trash to fight against those with ulterior motives? Second, I hope that he is the commander-in-chief for the time being, not Hitaki Sakumo, and I need him to keep making mistakes in that position, such as losing streak. Only when he loses streak can it be highlighted how difficult it is for me to lead the Senju clan to win streak. People will be grateful and cherish it. This is a great opportunity to gain military merit. As for why I am sure that he will continue to fail, it's very simple. Some simple misleading intelligence will make him feel that he can succeed in the raid, but it's all his fault. So that's it. Noeka nodded, not quite understanding. Of course, the above 2 points are not the main reasons. Fenjai sighed slightly. You also know that not all members of the Senju clan are on the battlefield. Many of our clan members are still in the village, and they are old, weak, sick, and disabled and cannot fight. Those people are the families of the clan members on the front line. If Danzo dies, the account will definitely be counted on our heads. Think about what the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen will do. Grandma Mito is indeed in Konoha, but she is old and I don't want to add burden to her. Even if Danzo dies, he dies cleanly, and the high level will send other commanders. If the person sent is not familiar to me, the situation will be chaotic at that time. In short, Danzo must die, but not now, and not in the distant future. Using Danzo's remaining life to seek benefits and squeeze his remaining residual value, this is Fenjai's idea. He never regarded Danzo as a threat. He was not worthy before, and he is even less worthy now. From the beginning, he has been calculating Konoha and the people in the upper echelons. Do you understand? Looking at Noeka's confused face, Maple Leaf nodded with satisfaction. I don't understand at all, but the same thing, what the second brother said is right, do whatever the second brother tells you to do. Noeka patted his chest and said, this is the ninja way of Mangzi. As for the dream of becoming Hokage, he has long lost the idea of that position. If you understand, work hard and keep an eye on Sakazaki Ryo. Maple Leaf yawned. While he was talking, Hitaki Sakumo had already walked in. From his expression, it was obvious that he had something to ask. After watching Noeka leave, White Fang sat in front of Maple Leaf in a strange way. Want to ask about your health? Body. Hitaki Sakumo looked solemn. This month, he found that he was different. After the injury was completely healed, his speed, strength, and intuitive reaction were all improving rapidly. Even the palm that was accidentally cut yesterday was completely healed not long after. The scary thing is that sometimes he would have some strange dreams. EXT. Looking at the White Fang short sword in his hand, Hitaki Sakumo fell into deep thought. Dino. He always felt that this knife was not right. Specifically, it seemed that this thing seemed to have its own ideas. This change made Hitaki Sakumo a little incomprehensible. Suga, is it time? Glancing at the White Fang short sword in Hitaki Sakumo's hand, Hitaki Sakumo fell into deep thought. Dino. He always felt that there was something wrong with this knife. Specifically, it was probably that this thing seemed to have its own ideas. This change made Hitaki Sakumo a little incomprehensible. Suga, is it time now? Glancing at the White Fang short sword in Hitaki Sakumo's hand, Hitaki Sakumo Fang, Fenjai smiled. The soul fluctuations on the sword can't deceive people. If nothing unexpected happens, one day in the future, Hitaki Sakumo will have his own Zanpakuto. Like Shinigami, they also have Zanpakuto. And their Zanpakuto liberation is called the Return of the Blade. Slowly draw out your Thunder God sword, with lightning flashing on it. But in Hitaki Sakumo's eyes, the dancing lightning seems to have life. This is the second master's relic, but I added my own soul. It will awaken and become my exclusive weapon. You can call it Zanpakuto. Chapter 50. The good show is about to begin. Zanpakuto. This is a word that White Fang, the swordsman, has never heard of. He looked at his White Fang, and then at Fenjai's Thunder God sword. He did not find any difference between the two swords. The thunder of the Thunder God sword is common. It is said that the stronger the user of this sword is, the more terrifying the power it exerts. Just watch. Fenjai calmly held the Thunder God sword and pointed it forward. Buzz! Thunder roared. The creaking sound and the harsh movement made White Fang faint. Then, in his shocked eyes, the thunder of the Thunder God sword suddenly extended and stabbed forward. Boom! A whole thunder explosion shook the earth, and a golden lightning streaked through the sky and fell at the position where Fenjai pointed. Outside, the ninjas of the SENJU clan were panicked. They thought someone was attacking the camp. But they were calmed down by Nawaki in the distance. Calm down, the second brother is practicing, don't disturb him. As expected of the clan leader. The clan members left the scene with pious faces. In the tent, Fenjai looked at Hitaki Sakumo calmly. This is just a simple way of using it, not the real liberation of Zanpakut. Your White Fang is not liberated yet, but it has been strengthened in all aspects. Even the lowest level of War Soul Sword can cause damage to the soul. In other words, now being chopped by your sword, it is not just the flesh that is injured. It is not just the flesh that is chopped. Hitaki Sakumo swallowed his saliva, and he found that he had come into contact with a whole new field. As a ninja who uses swords, this shock is too great for him. But Fenjai understands that White Fang cannot be liberated in a short time. His ability was given by Fenjai. As long as Fenjai has not reached the state of returning to the blade, at least a stage of returning to the blade, otherwise White Fang's progress will never catch up with him. This is the potential contract between the king and the soldier. As for your body, you can treat it as an evolution. If you want to continue exploring, be patient and wait. Patting Hitaki Sakumo's shoulder, Fenjai left gracefully. Looking at the back of the boy, Hitaki Sakumo's face was expectant and fearful, but finally turned into calmness. He has experienced things like resurrection from the dead, and there is nothing unacceptable. A deeper sword? Touching White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo returned to calmness. He knew what Fenjai wanted. Covering his chest and feeling the beating heart, he smiled. Loyal? You will see. It was almost the same as Fenjai guessed. When rumors spread in Konoha's military camp, Danzo couldn't sit still after all. The consecutive defeats made him completely lose the support of the people, and the ninjas of Konoha no longer believed in him. On the contrary, more and more voices supported Fenjai to become the commander-in-chief. Danzo knew that he had to do something, otherwise it would be a matter of time before he lost control. Just as Fenjai said, he didn't dare to kill all those who expressed their opinions, but he could move a certain powerful person. Call Sakazaki Ryo. In the command room, Danzo pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. The atmosphere in the barracks was not right, he had to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Commander Danzo. Soon after, Sakazaki Ryo came to the command room with some nervousness. He knew what was going to happen next. From the beginning when Nawaki contacted him, he knew his fate. Maybe he would be afraid, but he would never back down. The Konoha base in the north was attacked, you take people to check it out. Throwing the map to Sakazaki Ryo, Danzo closed his eyes. Until he heard the other party leave the command room, he spoke again. Do it cleanly. Yes, Lord Danzo. Several shadows rushed out of the command room and followed Sakazaki Ryo's figure into the drizzling rain. There are always some people who think that Konoha is still living by hand. Foolish. Take a good look, this is the result of standing on the wrong side. Second brother, Danzo is taking action. Night. Maple Leaf was enjoying Tsunade's massage when Nawaki rushed in a hurry. But seeing the scene in front of him, he suddenly felt embarrassed. It seemed that he came in at the wrong time. Go find Senior White Fang and ask him to follow you. BB, Maple Leaf waved lazily. This month, although White Fang did not show his determination, his actions have shown that he has become a supporter of SENJU. Especially now that White Fang does not have any position, it is more convenient for him to stay under Maple Leaf. Like Orochimaru, they are all Maple Leaf's subordinates. After White Fang passed the hollow, his strength has officially entered the cage level, and it is not a problem to deal with a few petty thieves in the route. After tonight, you should be the real commander-in-chief, right? After Noeki left, Tsunade whispered close to Fenjai's face. "Fo." Fenjai shook his head. What's the point of him having a false title? And it always makes people feel uncomfortable for a teenager to become the commander-in-chief, right? I want real power. As for the position of commander-in-chief, you need to take it. What's the difference? Tsunade rolled her eyes. She was just listening to this BD. We are all family, why be polite? Are the actors in place? Rubbing against Tsunade's arms, Fenjai said with enjoyment. To be honest, Tsunade's expansion was very sudden. Just a few years ago, she could still park an airplane on her chest, but now, tisk tisk. There's something. Everything is ready. As long as Noeki and the others bring everyone back, everything will be done. Danzo's losing streak, Yi's winning streak. Lost people's hearts, lost support. Even the remaining Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan doubted Danzo's ability. All the basic conditions are ready. Fenjai only needs to follow the procedures. He will have the final say on the Konoha front line of the Second Ninja World War. Sarutobi would never have thought that he sent Fenjai to the battlefield to die, and in the end this was the end. With actual military power in control, Sarutobi has to think about the consequences if he wants to take action again. And that time is the opportunity for the Senju to rise completely. Fenjai will not be restricted by anything. No one can do it. The layout has been officially completed, it's time to go online. When the chaotic voices came from the camp, Fenjai climbed up from Tsunade's arms with a gleam in his eyes, put on the exclusive robe of the Senju clan leader and walked out. Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama. Please give me an explanation. Why did you let me go out on a mission, but then let the root kill me? What do you mean? Questions one after another attracted the attention of everyone in the camp. Tsunade, who was next to Fenjai, was embarrassed. This kid's acting is so awkward. No, that's the effect I want. If his acting is real, how can I highlight my performance as an actor? Fenjai shook his head, and in an instant his expression became extremely concerned and worried as he walked over. Sakazaki Yoshi-kun, what happened? Tsunade rolled her eyes at this sudden change. But she knew. A good show has begun.